After a sensational 4 rounds to open the season, the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe 2025 moves from Portugal to Spain. We're about 900 kilometers east of Estoril, which is where you saw us last a couple of weeks ago, and it is under cloudy skies that we gather here at Valencia at Circuit Ricardo Tormo for rounds 5 and 6, the first of a back-to-back weekend of racing to conclude what has been a sensational championship in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Good morning, everybody. My name's Brian Oliver, and I am bringing you the commentary today. We've got a full day of qualifying and racing coming up, and in the pit lane, as per usual, the amazing Piers Pryor will be on standby to bring us all the news, all the interviews. It is going to be a thrilling day of qualifying and racing. We are at Circuit Ricardo Tormo, a track that is just a little over 4 kilometers around with 14 turns, 9 of them to the left, 5 to the right, an elevation of 5 meters. This circuit, which was established in 1999, a wonderful, wonderful circuit named after the two-time world champion motorcycle racer Ricardo Tormo, and it is located in Cheste, which is about 20 kilometers to the west of Valencia. Unlike the previous 2 tracks, very little in the way of undulation. A fairly flat circuit provides excellent racing. We saw it last year when we were here, and we're hoping to see it again here as we get ready for this qualifying session, which is going to be getting underway in a bit. Well, we came to Spain. They said the summer wins are made in the winter, and the winter championship takes place at these circuits because we're normally guaranteed some good weather. Well, let's revisit that one, because you can see there is rain in the air. I can't see any rain coming down at the moment, but we are expecting a little bit of light rain as this day progresses, and certainly a little bit later on this afternoon as well. There's not too much wind here at Circuit Ricardo Tormo, but the weather could play a significant part in the proceedings here. We thought it was a dead cert coming to Spain for the Winter Championship, but hey, it livens things up. We certainly saw some dramatic racing in the rain in the season opener at Portimao. That was for rounds 1 and 2 back in January, and we may well see the weather playing its part in the proceedings here today in Valencia. It's mentioned at the start, it is the first of 2 weekends. It's a double header, back-to-back weekends of racing to conclude the season in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe 2025. We have rounds 5 and 6 here today, here at the Valencia circuit, and then next weekend we regather for the conclusion of this season at the legendary Circuit de Catalunya in Barcelona. But our focus now, as we look on the pit lane, is that we are getting ready for qualifying, and the qualifying clock has already started. It is a 30-minute qualifying session for these cars. So the cars coming out on track, we are getting ready for round 5 of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Welcome along, everybody. Circuit Ricardo Tormo is now ready for Porsche Sprint Challenge rounds 5 and 6. And this is a 30-minute qualifying session for those 2 races. We've got 4 races in total that we're going to be bringing you today, and 2 qualifying sessions. If you're new to Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, the cars are divided into 2 divisions. We have the Sport Division and we have the Club Division. And at the moment, it's the Sport Division drivers who are on track qualifying for their 2 races that will take place this afternoon. Within the sport division, we have three categories. We have the pro drivers, we have the rookie drivers, and we have the pro-am drivers. The rookie category, brand new for 2025, as this series grows and grows and goes from strength to strength. So the drivers are out on track, and their aim is going to be to get in some hot laps over the next 30 minutes. Their fastest time for the driver will determine their grid position for the first of their races that will take place this afternoon. That'll be round 5. The driver's second fastest time compared to the other drivers' second fastest times will determine their grid positions for the second of their races this afternoon. That is round 6 of the season. It is an 8-round season. So the drivers at the moment out on track, and they will be working hard to build heat into the tyres and into the brakes, getting the cars into an operating window, or getting the tyres into an operating window, ready for the push laps. So it will be a little while before we start to see any benchmark time. So plenty of time for me just to update you on where we're at in the championships. The overall championship leader, well, it's the way of Flint Schuring at the moment. He overtook Ariel Levy at the last round in Estoril. We saw him jumping to the top of the point standings, and that's as a result of 3 wins out of 4 races. So he's had 3 first places in a row and a 3rd place at the season opener. Ariel Levy, who is the defending champion, the overall and the pro champion in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, being bumped down into 2nd place, but he is just 6 points behind. Ariel, after the event last time out, just saying that the problem with Flint Schuring is he does not make mistakes. He is such a solid and consistent driver, and that is a tough thing for a driver to have to overcome. So it means that qualifying this morning is all the more important, because Ariel Levy will want to qualify in front of Flint Schuring, so that he doesn't have to do all the hard work of trying to pressure Flint Schuring into a mistake to try and get past him on the circuit. 3rd in the point standings is the very sensational Chester Kiefer in the Schumacher CLRT, the identical car to Flint Schuring. He has won the rookie race in all 4 races this season. So he has proven to be very, very quick indeed, and he visited the podium for the first time last time out in round 4 of the season. He currently lies 3rd in the points championship, some 42 points adrift of Flint Schuring. Flint Schuring with 91, Ariel Levy with 85, Chester Kiefer with 49, and then 3rd, just 3 points behind Chester Kiefer, is Sasha Norden. By his own admission, had a fairly frustrating weekend in Estoril, and will be wanting to put that right. Sasha Norden, who is such a rapid driver, and he will be looking to move his way up the order and challenge those ahead of him. In the Pro-Am Championship is Henry Tuamala ahead of Anthony Imperato and Ziad Geiris, and all 3 remaining the same as they were going into Estoril. We didn't have any change in the point standings, and we did have a situation in the 2nd race last time out where we had no Pro-Am finishers. It means that Henry Tuamala leads the points championship by 66 points, but just 6 points behind him is Anthony Imperato, with Ziad Geiris 34 points back with 32 points. In the rookie championship, well, courtesy of that clean sweep, Chester Kiefer leads the way with a perfect 100 points ahead of the Muller car, and is also Jelte Hoffner. Jelte in 3rd and Mays Muller in 2nd. Mays Muller with 63 points, 37 points adrift, and Jelte Hoffner in 3rd place with 61 points, 39 points adrift. So that is the point standings update. Now, just to complicate things more, we have a load of new drivers, and we're not just got any old drivers making up the numbers here in this weekend. We've got some very notable names, none more so than Cas Havercourt in the number 2 car. He had 2 wins from 4 races in this championship last year. He's guesting here at Valencia this weekend, so great to have him here. We also have Sebastian Freimuth, Robin Knudsen, Karen Gayard, we're great to have here. Karen Gayard here. Nathan Sharp, we've seen him in Porsche Carrera Cup Germany. James Wallace and Joe Warhurst. Great to have Joe Warhurst here on the grid. He is the GT4 champion, at least he was the GT4 champion in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe in 2023. He's preparing for a season in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany in 2025, and he's getting some miles in here at Circuit Ricardo Tormo and getting himself up to speed. So great to have him here as well. Right, you can see cars out on track at the moment. You've been watching them circulating. There is Israel's Ariel Levy out there on the circuit at the moment. We've had a fair bit of practice. We've had unofficial practice on Thursday and Friday, and we've had free practice this morning. The fastest of all of those was Great Britain's Sid Smith. That was in the fourth session on Thursday with a 1:33.858. The fastest this morning in free practice was Cass Havercourt with a 1:33.877, and already he has beaten that himself. Cass Havercourt to the top of the timing screens with a 1:33.734. So he has now put up a time that is quicker than anything that we have seen in any of the practice sessions so far. So we'll throw that piece of paper away and we'll turn our eyes onto the live timing screens, because it is Cass Havercourt with that 1:33.734 ahead of Ariel Levy, second in the championship with a 1:34.170. Matthias Ferreira is third. He has been very, very consistent all season long, a 1:34.403 at the moment. And check out Henry Tuamalo in fourth place, the leading Pro-Am driver, a 1:34.761, just a fraction over a second off the fastest time. So good stuff there from Henry Tuamalo. If the rain can hold off, then we'd expect to see the times coming down. The driver's still very much building the heat in the tyres and in the brakes, and a little bit too much heat in the tyres there for Cass Havercourt. You saw him just smoking the tyre a little bit into the corner as he comes up behind Milan Marchak in the number 69 car. But Cass Havercourt, we knew he was going to be strong. He took a win in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany in Budapest last year. To win in that championship is no mean feat. He was very, very strong. One of the drivers who started off in Formula 4 and has been in the world of Formula Regional, and he switched from single-seaters to the world of Porsche, and has proven to be very quick from the moment he sat behind the wheels of one of these mighty GT3 monsters. So there is Cass Havercourt at the moment out on circuit. He's up at turn 3, and it's probably still just trying to build the heat into the tyres to the optimum position. The drivers can come into the pits. They can do tyre changes during this qualifying session. To remind you, it is the fastest time and the second fastest time that will count, but there are very strict tyre regulations in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. 2 new sets of tyres that have to last the driver for qualifying for both rounds and for both races. So just 2 sets of tyres. So a lot of strategy from the team to make sure that the drivers are on the best rubber at the optimum time. If you use it all up in qualifying, then come the race this afternoon, certainly the end of the race, you may find you've got nothing to defend or attack with. So keeping the tyres in the window is very important. The other issue that is proving to be very important here, and this is going to be an old favourite as Ariel Levy jumps to the top of the timing screens of 1:33.610. So Ariel Levy now jumping ahead of Cass Havercourt. While that's happening, let me tell you about the big issue here. It's an old favourite, but it is going to be on our lips all day, and that is one of track limits. On Thursday alone, we had over 300 track limit infringements. That is mega. That is such a big deal. The stewards getting involved, and already track warnings have been issued. I've just seen one jumping up on the screen for Milan Marchak. The drivers need to keep the cars within the white lines. Track limits, to say that again, over 300 track limit infringements, and there is confirmation of that warning for Milan Marchak. over 300 on Thursday alone. I had a document that I saw with a list of all the track limit infringements. It stretched to many, many pages. And in fact, this morning, Karen Guyart in car 85, great to have her here, but she was black flagged from free practice this morning for exceeding track limits too many times. It means the drivers must keep it within the white lines. So there is a directive that has been laid down. The track limits are one wheel between the white lines. The exceptions are being turns 1, 6, 11 and 14, where a minimum of one wheel can go onto the exit curb. That is it. So the drivers trying to run the ragged edge, and on a circuit where every fraction of a second counts, that is really, really significant. And talking of every fraction of a second, it is Flint Schuring, championship leader, who now jumps to the top, a 133.436. So he's just set that on the previous lap. He's setting purple sectors in the following lap as well. We're looking at Sid Smith at the moment in the number 55 car. Sid, who is in third place, has been looking very, very quick in all of the rounds that we've seen him so far. The driver from Great Britain for Team Parker Racing. Wonderful to have him and Team Parker Racing on the grid for this fantastic championship. And Sid Smith, who was really getting stuck in Estoril. He was in amongst the battles all day long, and a very, very welcome addition once again to the ranks of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. But Flint Schuring to the top of the timesheets as we get towards the halfway point of this qualifying session. You can see that Ariel Levy has peeled off into the pits, so he may well be putting some fresh rubber on for a fresh attack. Drivers will be very keen to get a time onto the board as quick as possible, because if the rain does come in, then of course we will not see times improve. So they want to get out there, get a time recorded, get the first and the second fastest time recorded before any potential rain comes along. I'm pleased to say there haven't been too many track limit warnings that I can see at the moment. Milan Marchak is the main one. That is into turn 1. So at the moment, it looks like the drivers who have had several very stern talking tunes, and in fact, a diagram has been sent to the drivers as well as to how to stay within the white lines. It was a picture of a turtle, and they said, well, if you can colour that in and keep it between the lines, then you should be able to keep the car on the track as well between the lines. So nice to see our race directors have a sense of humour. But they've got to make it work, because every fraction of a second counts here. And they want to extract everything out of the lap they can. They want to get the cars around. Every thousandth counts, and the drivers will be wanting to do that. They want to run the ragged line, but if you go over it, you will have your lap discounted, and you may well have your next lap discounted as well, because if you exceed track limits, it may well help you to launch into the next lap for an unfair advantage as well. So quite a science. The stewards having to take very, very close looks. They've got cameras at every angle, and if the drivers exceed the track limits, they will get into trouble. There is Nick Ho in the number 98 car. He had a couple of fifth places out in Estoril, looking very good indeed in the car. We are loving the Muck 98 car, and we're loving what he does. We saw him in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux during last year, 2024. Always an entertainer, the young driver who also studies business administration in his spare time, but one of many up-and-coming superstars in Porsche Cup racing, and a driver that we very much enjoy seeing here in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. At the moment, I'm looking to see what's on the timing screens. Well, he's down in 22nd at the moment, but he's recorded a personal best in Sector 1, but he's still got a bit of work to do there. 134.857 was his best lap, and in fact his last lap. So he's got a bit of work to do there at the moment. Well, no surprises who our fastest rookie is. It is Chester Kiefer in P5. He started the season off with a double pole position in Portimao, just nailing his colours to the mast, and the very, very quick Schumacher CLRT car, the identical one to championship leader Flint Schuring. We know that's quick. we know he is quick as the fastest rookie in P5. There is the driver who sat on the naughty step. Well, at least there's his car anyway. Milan Marchak, the driver from the Netherlands, a young driver who's come straight from karting, but he's the one who has been under surveillance during this session. That looks like Thomas Cangro. Yes, it is. The 48 of Thomas Cangro for Red Ant Racing, along with Porsche Estonia. Thomas Cangro, who got a 7th place at the season opener. That's his best of the season so far. But he has a very vocal fan club on the various YouTube streams and chat rooms and things that we often go out on. May well be because he is the teammate to Ajit Kumar. Yeah, as you were, all the Indian fans who are watching at the moment, he'll be along in the next session, so you don't need to keep asking where he is. He'll be along when the club qualifying starts in a few minutes' time. At the moment, we're on the sport qualifying, and we are looking at Luciano Martinez from Argentina, the Ombra racing car. Great to have Luciano here. His best so far has been a 13th place. That was Estoril last time out. You saw that as we are well past the halfway point of this qualifying session, certainly the top 6 qualifiers are in the pits at the moment. The circuit, if it doesn't rain, will potentially get faster and faster as this session goes on. Piers is down in the pit lane. He says that Domas Radonas's rear wingle adjustment as well as new tyres. So interesting that the teams are working, adjusting those cars. They're all identical cars, but there is a limit to how many changes can be made. It is just camber and rear wing angle that is allowed, but not a lot else. At the moment, I'm told that the rain is not looking likely, so we may be good for the next 12 minutes. So, in theory, the track should get quicker. There is also very little in the way of wind, so hopefully the drivers and the cars. So, it will mean that there shouldn't be any issues thrown at the drivers that will trip them up. And we may well have a dry track with not too much wind, so it should potentially get faster and faster as more rubber is laid down on the circuit. As everything gets into the window, then in theory, we should be getting some very, very quick times. And Piers is reporting that it is, in fact, ideal driving conditions. As an ex-racer, he should know. And look at this, right, here we go. It's all action in the pit lane. Because we're getting into the last 11 minutes of this qualifying session. As you can see, everybody will soon be out on track. So the next big issue is going to be finding space on track, because you don't want to trip over another car while you're on your push lap. The cars that are coming out of the pits at the moment will be into the build process. Well, first it will be the out lap, then it will be the build process where they'll try and get the heat into the tyres and into the brakes. The heat transfers from the brakes through the rims into the tyres, as we see Cass Havercourt giving the steering just a bit of a wobble just to generate the heat. Make sure everything's pointing in the right direction, get the heat into the tyres, and then once you feel as though the tyres are in the window, it's time for the push lap. But you don't want to push too soon, you don't want to get it wrong, because the rubber is limited. These Michelin tyres, Michelin, who do so much for Porsche, do a wonderful job supplying all of the Porsche Cup Series, but the tyres will go off very, very quickly if the drivers put too much heat into them, push too hard. So it's about getting them into the window, getting them into the right place, and then it's time for the push. The number 69 car, Milan Marchak, has been reported to the stewards. He will have to go to them after the session for crossing the pit exit line. He was told not to in the briefing, and we are expecting there may well be a penalty incoming for Milan Marchak. So he was on the naughty step already. He's going to have to go back there now. He's currently in 13th place with 134.322. The Circuit Ricardo Tormo, the 4-kilometre circuit, it's about 2.489 miles, is divided into 3 sectors. We have sector 1 that lasts all the way through turn 1s to just before turn 3. Sector 2 lasts from just before turn 3 all the way round to just before turn 12. And then sector 3 is the remainder of the track. You will have noticed, those who are observant, that rather unusually, the cars circulate in an anti-clockwise direction. Everything else that we see in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe is in a clockwise direction, but this is anti-clockwise, which is quite unusual. It's a new discipline for some of these drivers, but circulating in an anti-clockwise direction. We talk about the sectors as well. The drivers have a time they set in each of the 3 sectors. If on the timing screen that we have, it is a grey time, it means it's nothing especially spectacular. If the time turns green, it means it's a personal best for the driver. And if the time turns purple, it means it is the best of anybody. Also, to explain to you the graphics you can see on your screen if you are watching on TV or online. The drivers with the red boxes next to them are the pro drivers. The drivers with the blue boxes next to them, they are the rookie drivers. And the drivers with the white box next to them, they are the Pro-Am drivers. The pro drivers are pretty well, as it says on the tin, all the pro drivers. The rookie drivers are drivers who are under 25 years old and have competed in no more than 4 cup races. Oh, look at this, fighting out on track for position. And the Pro-Am drivers are those that are age 30 plus without a professional motorsports background. All the drivers are running in the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car based on the 992 generation, 510 brake horsepower, 4 litres of naturally aspirated Porsche-powered, water-cooled, flat 6-box engine. Wonderful cars, blooming loud as well. All on control tyres with restricted setup options. And they are all out on track at the moment, jostling for position. So let's have a look at the timing screens. 1:33.436 with 7 minutes remaining. This is now the time when the drivers are going to start to pull the pin. This is the time when they're going to need to turn the heat up if they want to challenge for the pole position for the first and second quickest times. To remind you, the driver's quickest time compared to the others will set their grid position for race 1 of the day. And the driver's second quickest time compared to the others will set their time for their second race of the day. Those are rounds 5 and 6 of the championship. As we look at Thomas Cangro at the moment in the number 48 car, the wind has picked up a bit. There's a bit of a tailwind into turn 1 apparently. We think that might well affect the car's handling as well, it certainly will. If the wind picks up, certainly any kind of crosswind or tailwind can certainly affect the drivers and the cars, and may well have an effect on track limits as well. Suddenly, drivers who feel as though they've got it on the limit and are able to do exactly what they need to do, suddenly a little bit of extra wind can change that all around. We're looking down the pit straight at the moment, a bit of weaving going on there for Anthony Imperato to still generate the heat in the tyres. So he's still working hard to get the heat into the tyres. There's Ariel Levy, second in the championship, second in the timings at the moment. Championship leader Flint Schuring in first place. Keep an eye on Cass Havercourt in third as well, and keep an eye on Sid Smith in P4. In fact, keep an eye on Chester Kiefer, Matthias Ferreira, Domas Adonis. So much quality on the grid here for this championship this year. You look down the list of drivers and it is quality from beginning to end. Really, really good to see. Nice to see Nathan Sharp in the top 10 as well. Great to have him, the Dutch driver. Already mentioned he's been racing for Allied Racing last year in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany and was recording some good results. Robin Knudsen in 11th, really nice to have him here. Draker Janssen, he's a little bit down in 21st at the moment, so a few drivers a little bit out of position. Good to see Joe Warhurst moving up into the top 10. We've mentioned him already. For those of you who follow ADAC GT4 Germany, you would have seen Joe as an absolute entertainer in that series last year. Along with Tom Edgar, they were racing in that series in a car that was something very different to a Porsche. But certainly Joe returning to what he knows and loves best, I think, back into a Porsche where he feels very much at home. And as already mentioned, he's announced recently that he's going to be in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany this year, and very, very much looking forward to seeing him mixing it there. He's also a driver coach, as are many of the drivers. We saw him coaching Dominic Bastian, if I remember rightly, in Portimao. So imparting some of the wisdom there as well. Right, here is Cas Havercourt, car number 2. What can he do at the moment? Well, he's done a personal best, in fact, the best of anybody on the previous lap, but just in sector 3. So you get the feeling he's winding it up a bit for a challenge on this lap. Less than 4 minutes remaining of this qualifying session. Cas Havercourt, personal best in sector 1 at 21.376. That is about 0.2 slower than Flint Schuring was in sector 1 last time around, but it's not just about sectors, it's about tying it all together, linking it all together to put in a fast lap. So a personal best from Ariel Levy also in sector 1. So the drivers now pulling the pins, 3.5 minutes remaining of this session, and if they're going to put in a fast lap, now is the time. Ariel Levy using an awful lot of the runoff area. The stewards will be twitching like mad as they see the number 25 car coming out of the corner. They will be keeping an eye on that. But Ariel, who is gaining so much experience in Porsche racing, just knows how to run the ragged edge. In sector 2, Ariel and Cas have not set anything especially spectacular. I mean, it's quicker than I could do, but it is not quick enough. Ariel Levy still in P2. So his main championship rival, Flint Schuring, who is out on track, he's not improving, but he is in the top position at the moment. Havercourt jumps up to P2. So Cas Havercourt making Ariel Levy's day go from bad to worse. He's got a bit of work to do now with 2.5 minutes remaining of this session. Ariel Levy in that P3 now with time running out. There is the second place. Cas Havercourt, car number 2 in P2, just 0.093 down from Flint Schuring. The 133.436, still very much the benchmark here. It's what the drivers are all aiming for. 2 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. Every single car is out on track at the moment. I've got one eye on the timing screens. James Wallace from the UK. Great to have him here for Proton Huber competition. He's had a warning for track limits. Also Anthony Imperato, also Sid Smith. They've all had warnings. There has also been an impeding incident with Anthony Imperato and Robin Knutson, with, I believe, Imperato being the impeder and Knutson the impedee, and I think that will be investigated after the race. At the moment, personal best from Cas Havercourt in sector 1, but no improvement in sector 2, so he remains in P2 at the moment. We've got a yellow flag in turn 14. Now, somebody's clearly had a moment. That's cleared now. No, it's back out again. So a yellow flag in turn 14. So clearly someone's had a moment. Oh, and it's cleared again. The lights are flashing on and off here as we look at Sid Smith still trying to improve. So he's got 0.2 he needs to find on that P4. But time is running out. We're into the final minute of this qualifying session. Once the clock strikes 0, any laps that the drivers are on, they may continue with that lap and it will count. But they need to cross the line before the clock strikes 0. And a 133.398 from Flint Schuring. So he has just improved further, putting himself even further out of reach. 0.131 from Cas Havercourt. So Flint Schuring, the driver who's won 3 of the last 4 races. Ariel Levy's now been bumped down to P4 by Sid Smith. So Sid Smith, the next one to improve, a 133.571 to Ariel Levy down into P4. Cas Havercourt still in that second place. We have 12 seconds and counting on this session. There is Sid Smith at the moment, currently in P3, looking to improve. But can anybody get anywhere near Flint Schuring, who frankly looks to be in a league of his own in this qualifying session? 0.131 is a big gap to find. Well, Sid Smith, who has been getting quicker and quicker whenever we have seen him, is going to be doing whatever he can. He's from Malden in Essex, started his life out in mini stocks racing. That's something very different to this. And here he is now out on track in the Team Barker Racing number 55 car. He was second in the Pro-Am Championship last year in Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain. They say summer wins are made in the winter. Well, this is the kind of working out that he needs during the winter to get himself up to speed. And I would say a P3 would be good for him because the checkered flag is out. Cass Havercourt is not going to improve on P2. Is Sid Smith going to improve on P3? It doesn't look like it to me. Looking at his sector times, he's certainly giving it everything he's got as he completes this lap. And out across the line comes Sid Smith. So it was a 133.571. And he crosses the line, and that is where it remains. 133.571, his best time. So it looks like the fastest time is going to go to Flint Schuring, a 133.398. I don't have a record of the second fastest times. But certainly at the moment, the overall quickest, Flint Schuring, 133.398. Second, Cass Havercourt, a 133.529. Then it's Sid Smith with a 133.571. And Ariel Levy, second in the championship, a 133.610. So about 2/10 down from Flint Schuring. Our quickest rookie driver is Chester Kiefer. He's in 6th overall. Our quickest Pro-Am driver, Henry Chuamala, continues to be quick. He continues to lead the championship as well. 18th overall with a 134.340. So that was a very quick half an hour. That melted away as the cars were out there on track. And we'll find out what the second fastest times were as well in due course. So the car's now pushed back into the garage. They are in parc fermé conditions. So the teams will not be able to make any changes to the cars. So they are set up for the race. There is Flint Schuring, the driver who won the rookie championship in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany on the last lap on the last race of the season last year. A really, really gripping race that was. And he won the rookie championship on the final lap. Brilliant stuff, an absolute superstar. I would say superstar of the future, but he's not, because he's a superstar of the present. He certainly is. Flint Schuring from the Schuring dynasty. And he propelling that car around the Schumacher CLRT with Koen Ledergaard, who is the boss, of course, the ex-racer, along with Eduardo Schumacher, who look after that car along with Chester Kiefer's car and do a sterling job. And they have their car at the top. Cass Havercourt for Team GP Elite in that second place. And Team Parker, Great Britain's Team Parker with Great Britain's Sid Smith. Another British driver in third and also in fifth for Proton Huber competition, James Wallace. And that's a great job from James Wallace. Great to have him here in a Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe for this round, and hopefully maybe we'll see him again. I'd love to say we'll see him again in Barcelona. Really good to have him here as he gets himself up to speed for his new season. And James Wallace, who is in fact second in the Porsche Carrera Cup Middle East Championship, second to Janis Stiak. And anybody who can get close to Janis Stiak is good in my book, because that guy is red hot. To be second to him is no mean feat. He is also a Porsche Great Britain Junior, and was seventh last year in Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain. He started his life on the short ovals as well. He started in junior NASCAR aged 9, and then worked his way through British GT, and here he is now in Porsche Sprint Challenge, Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain, with great things ahead, proving that with that 5th place. Very good indeed. Let's look at any other notable names. Well, Sasha Norden in 7th place. It was a solid drive, but I get the feeling he might be a bit disappointed with that. Just ahead of him in 6th, Chester Kiefer, who will probably feel as though that double pole he had at Portimao will feel like a bit of a distant memory. I mean, he's still at the right end of the grid, but a bit of work to do from there in the first race this afternoon. Matthias Ferreira is next up. He's in P8. He's about 7/10 off the pole position time. Just to say that the top 18, nearly 19 cars are separated by a second. Right, we haven't spoken to him yet. I do believe Piers Pryor is down in the pit lane. Good morning, Piers. How are you doing?
I'm great, Brian. Thank you very much for taking us through the first part of qualifying session. And once again, a familiar face this season, Flint Schuring. Flint, a brilliant session from yourself there, double pole position, I believe. I think you actually had the top 3 fastest laps in that session, so clearly all working very well for you.
Yeah, it's been going very well all weekend. Definitely in this quali, the car was really on wheels, and first one was a bit difficult with traffic, but the second one I managed to get a clean lap, and was enough to get the pole.
Absolutely, and very, very similar lap times out there, very consistent. It seemed almost through the testing that you were, as a Schumacher, as a team, just slightly behind GP Elite in terms of most of the sessions. They were slightly ahead, but you've pulled it out of the bag in this one. What was the difference? Yeah,
we managed to pull all the information we gathered together and managed to really pull it out of, get everything out of it in quali. So that was the most important thing.
Of course, very important to start on pole position here at Ricardo Tormo. Overtaking is difficult, however, we saw plenty of it last year. What are you thinking about going into the races?
Yeah, overtaking is definitely difficult, so the pole is very important, but still anything can happen in the races, so we'll need to stay focused.
Absolutely. Flint, congratulations on another pole position. Of course, our championship leader, we'll see how he gets on in the races later on. Coming up very shortly, we have the club division. Flint, I'll let you go and debrief for the team and weigh up and get, make sure that everything is all within regulations, which I'm sure it is, and I'll hand back to Brian, who I'm sure will be talking us through the start of the club division qualifying any moment.
Thank you, Piers. I certainly will. Well, I'll be doing my best anyway. Right, so that is Sport Division qualifying done. We've got another qualifying session now. This is for Club Division. So as with the Sport Division, it is the drivers' fastest and second fastest times, which we are looking at. So the cars are in the pit lane. We are getting ready for Club Division qualifying. Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe 2025. We are all set for the qualifying for Club Division, and as with the Sport Division, it is the drivers' fastest and second fastest times that will count. You can see the track is empty at the moment. The clock has not started, but as with the previous session, it will be 30 minutes of qualifying fastest and second fastest time. So these cars, also Porsche 911 GT3 Cup cars, with the exception of a couple of Porsche Cayman GT4 cars, that Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 cars, who will be qualifying in the GT4 Championship. So all bar 2 of the cars are Porsche 911 GT3 Cup cars in the AM category. Unlike the previous qualifying session, these cars have ABS. There was no traction control or ABS on any of the cars that we saw previously, but on this one, the cars are allowed ABS. The AM drivers who feature primarily in this are aged 40 years or over with no professional motor racing background. And as I mentioned, all bar 2 of the cars are Porsche 911 GT3 Cup cars based on the latest 992 generation, identical to those in the Sport Division with the exception of the ABS. And then we have a couple of Porsche 718 Cayman 718 GT4 cars also competing for the GT4 Championship. So in the overall championship in the Club Division, it is Philip Wills who leads the way, and boy was he in the wars last time out at Estoril. You will remember that in qualifying, both he and Andre Fernandez had a couple of fairly sizable accidents in the qualifying session, and Philip Wills and Andre Fernandez will be looking to avoid doing that this time around again. Philip Wills having to switch to a second car after a heavy impact with the barrier in the qualifying session at Estoril. He qualified on the back row of both races as a result of that, but came through to challenge for position, did a sterling job, got a 4th place from the back in the first race, and a second place from the very back in the second race. But Andre Fernandez took a win in round 3, the first of the 2 races in Estoril, but then getting involved with Angelo Fontana, had a spin and was only able to salvage a 12th place in the second race in Estoril. So both of those drivers will be looking to avoid such dramas here at Circuit Ricardo Tormo this weekend. Just checking whether there's any more updates. No, sorry, I thought there was an update coming through. So the car's now out on circuit at the moment. Championship positions are Philip Wills leading the way from Angelo Fontana. Angelo, who took his first ever win in Estoril last time out. He had a first and a second, and that moved him up into second place in the overall championship. So Wills leads Fontana by 26 points. Third in the championship is Javier Ripoll Jr. He has 128 points. He's 28 points back from Philip Wills. Javier's not racing this weekend. His wife is expecting a baby. We say good luck to Javier Ripoll Jr. and his wife. We're really missing you here in Circuit Ricardo Tormo. I hope you'll be back in Barcelona, but certainly I would say there are some things in life, not many, but there are some things in life that are more important than racing, and that is one of them. So Javier Ripoll Jr., we miss you, but we send you the very best wishes to both you and your wife. It means that Wills and Fontana have a little bit of breathing space at the top of the championship. In the AM Championship, it is identical. It is Philip Wills ahead of Angelo Fontana. In the GT4 Championship is David von Rosen, who leads Patrick Kuhnhaar by 20 points with Kasper Hockeboom. Kasper's not here this weekend, so 20-point gap between David von Rosen and Patrick Kuhnhaar. So we'll have an eye on them as well. So we've got the AM Championship, the GT4 Championship, and the overall championship that the drivers will be fighting for. And as with the previous lap, as with the previous qualifying session, the drivers' fastest and second fastest times will count in free practice and in testing. The quickest driver of all was a car that is registered as 39C. Didn't have a driver's name next to it, but I do believe it was Murabi Mekvebishvili. But it was a time of 1:34.158. So that was the benchmark time that was set in session 2 on Thursday. In this morning's free practice, it was Angelo Fontana who was quickest, a 1:35.339. So the driver who is second in the championship, doing what he needs to do, getting a good setup on this track. At the moment, the cars are out. They are on their build laps, just generating the heat once again in the tyres. Of course, tyre warmers are not allowed in any kind of Porsche Sprint Challenge racing. So all the work has to be done out on track, generating the heat into the Michelin rubber as the cars circulate around at the moment. Generating some space as well. You do not want to be tripping over another car when you're on your push lap. So at the moment, the cars will be out on track, trying to get that heat, trying to get that space. And then in a moment, we'll probably find drivers trying to get a banker lap in. And the first of those to put a banker lap in, Andre Fernandez, a 1:39.067. So still about 4 seconds adrift of what we're going to be expecting. But they'll want to get a banker lap in as we see Ajit Kumar racing. Calm yourselves, all the fans that are watching this. Ajit Kumar, but apart from being a sensational actor from India who is something of a superstar, he's also brought an awful lot of fans into the world of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. We've got a lot of people watching in India and cheering on that man. And so great to have Ajit on the grid. And we say to all the people that have joined us because of Ajit Kumar, well, thank you. Great to have you along. We hope you're going to enjoy the world of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Got a yellow flag that's popped up on turn 6. That has cleared, so no issues there. But yes, so all the new fans here, it is a bit of a learning curve if you're new to motorsport. So at the moment, it is a qualifying session. it means that the drivers are determining grid positions. All drivers have actually qualified for the race. As long as they are within 120% of the fastest time that is set, then they have qualified for the race already. So they're actually, at the moment, in the next 24 3/4 minutes, they are looking for their grid positions, where they're going to start. And with all these cars being identical, grid position is really important. It's really hard to work your way through the pack if you are starting a long way back, although Philip Wills might have something to say about that. But grid position, very important, and that's what this 24.5 minutes remaining is all about. It's about the drivers trying to go as fast as they can to determine where they're going to start in the 2 races that will come this afternoon. Their driver's fastest time will be compared to the other drivers' fastest times. That will determine their starting positions for the first of their races this afternoon. And the driver's second fastest times will be compared to the other driver's second fastest times, and that will determine where they will start for the second race this afternoon. A great view on board with Andre Fernandez. You can see how hard he's trying to push. The drivers, as with is the case of the teams, as with the case with Sport Division, are limited on tyres. 2 sets of tyres for free practice and the race. The tyres won't last if the drivers push just non-stop, so they need to get them heated up. They're slick tyres, they don't have any tread on them, so the tyres have to be heated up to the window. The tyres effectively melt onto the surface of the track, creating the grip, so we've got to generate that heat. And then once the tyres are into the window, the car is in its optimum position. The driver will then push for maybe 1 or 2 laps to get the best time they possibly can to determine their grid positions. And that's the process we're seeing at the moment, which is why it's taken a while for Andre Fernandez to finally get us down to a 1:35.532. So that is our benchmark time from Andre Fernandez, a 1:35.532. As was the case in the previous session, track limits are an issue. The drivers need to keep it within those white lines. And there is a car that has spun. That's Michael McInerney, who has joined us from Great Britain. Great to have Michael here. Disappointed that first time we're seeing Michael McInerney is with him pointing in the wrong direction. Doesn't look like he's had any damage. That's out on turn 9. He's able to rejoin, no problems there. But Michael McInerney, great to have him. I believe he's the same Michael McInerney who races in classics, and a really good racer from Great Britain in Team Parker Racing. He's also raced in LMGT2, Le Mans GT2, so a fairly useful pilot, and we'll be hoping to put that little moment behind him as he rejoins. There's Alexander Dobic in the number 33 car, and his best result of the season so far was actually in the season opener in Portimao. He got a 6th place overall. He's a driver who's come via Sprint Challenge Iberica, and really good to have him here on the grid of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. So I mentioned before the white lines, and that is the critical part here. And just to repeat, track limits are 1 wheel between the white lines, the exceptions being turns 1, 6, 11 and 14, where a minimum of 1 wheel is allowed on the exit curb. Anything beyond that, the stewards are going to get involved. The drivers, though, pushing as hard as they can, using as much of the track as they can to determine the quickest time and to determine their grid position. Then this afternoon, the races, there will be 2. They will be 30 minutes plus 1 lap. It will be a rolling start to the Club Division races. Unlike Sport Division, they have a clutch start. It will be a rolling start for these drivers, and the racing guaranteed entertainment always is here in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. 1:35.523 was Andre Fernandez. That's the purple time, the quickest time of all. He's gone the quickest of anybody in Sector 2. Philip Wills has now jumped to the top as I speak, a 1:35.494. He did 2 personal bests in Sector 1 and Sector 2, but it was a purple, a best of anybody in Sector 3 that's moved him to the top. There's Angelo Fontana, currently in 3rd place at the moment. He's done the quickest of anybody in Sector 2. He did a personal best in Sector 1, so Angelo Fontana may be about to leapfrog Andre Fernandez to the top. Now, has Fernandez gone too quickly with his push lap? Well, we'll find out, because the track will potentially get quicker and quicker. Here comes Angelo Fontana, and yes, he does, at 1:35.298. So 1:35.298, the quickest time of all, goes to Angelo Fontana. We still are not near the 1:34.158 that we had in testing on Thursday, but certainly the quickest today that we have seen. Angelo Fontana, he was delighted to get his first win last time out in Estoril. He knows there's a 26-point gap between himself and Philip Wills. He'll also know at the moment that Philip Wills is in P3. So what's Philip Wills doing? Well, he's done personal bests in Sector 1, 1:35.494 last time around. So he's about just under 0.2 of a second off Fontana in the quickest time. But his Sector 2, not especially quick. So we will see where we can go on that. At the moment, Angelo Fontana, the quickest of all, 1:35.298, 0.184 ahead of Andre Fernandez and Philip Wills in that third place. Right, Andre Fernandez, a best of anybody in Sector 1, so he's responding, but about 3 seconds off the pace in Sector 2. So clearly having a few issues. So I don't think Fernandez is going to jump to the top in this lap at the moment. Angelo Fontana still looking to improve further. He crosses the line and goes quicker still at 1:35.102. So now some 0.380 ahead of Andre Fernandez. Philip Wills in third place at the moment. We've got most of the cars out on track. There's 4 of them in the pits at the moment. Let's just see where we are doing with everybody else. For the people that are supporting Ajit Kumar, of which there are many, he's in 15th at the moment. 1:39.364 is his best. So he's about 4.2 seconds. So he's got a bit of work to do to get himself further up the grid. The quickest of our GT4 runners is Patrick Cunha in 16th place at the moment. And there is Ajit Kumar, along with Philip Wills. So Philip Wills, who is third, Ajit, who at the moment is in 15th, and looking to improve on that. Philip Wills just breaking clear, looking for a bit of space as he goes for a push out to complete another lap onto the pit straight. So out in towards turn 1 they come. I've just got one eye on the timing screens in case of any issues with track limits, and I don't want to put too much of a curse on it, but the only one we've had so far is car 23, Eric Wagner, who had a warning, and that was a little while ago. So that was about 5 minutes ago. So far, after the 300 plus track limit warnings just on Thursday, things are a little bit calmer here. The drivers knowing they've got to keep it within those white lines if they want to keep their grid positions. We're riding here, well, we're looking at Philip Wills in third place. So how's he doing? Well, nothing too spectacular at the moment. He is in that P3, 1:35.494. We now indeed are riding with Philip Wills for Proton Huber competition. This is my moment to wish Christoph Huber a very, very happy birthday. It was his birthday this week, and he does a sterling job with that team, along with Christian Reed. Proton Huber team, one of the legendary teams of Porsche Cup racing, and we wish Christoph Huber, very happy birthday. Your man, Philip Wills, doing the work here in P3. He is leading the way. He's not, he's in third at the moment, but he's the car that we're looking out onto the pit straight is S1 Racing's Angelo Fontana, who is the car that's leading the way, ahead of Veloso Motorsport's Andre Fernandez, who's currently on an outlap. So Fernandez, as we approach the halfway point of this session, looking to see whether he can improve or not. He has got to find about 0.380, so that's an awful lot to find on Angelo Fontana. To remind you that they are all in the championship hunt. he says, reaching for his championship table. Andre Fernandez looking to close in. Where is he in the overall standings? Andre Fernandez currently in 8th place. He is 98 points in the overall standings, adrift of Philip Wills. So he will be looking to pick up points here at Circuit Ricardo Tormo here this weekend. So there is Andre Fernandez out on track. Less than 15 minutes remaining of this session. I keep looking away at timing screens because I'm just keen to see whether people are staying within track limits. Now, we've got quite a few cars in the pits at the moment. How many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cars, I think. 10 cars in the pits at the moment. So lots of space out on track. And it might be that Andre Fernandez using the space, well, I say that, you can see them all moving in the pit lane now, but using the space, you really don't want to be tripping over another car when you're on your push lap. But with the circuit potentially getting quicker as this session goes on, as more rubber is laid down, it's always a bit of a gamble. If you can leave it till late in the session, yes, you can do that. The track could be quick. But the big issue you've got is A, traffic, and B, if a car spins and there's a yellow flag, you then have to lift off and any opportunities of a fast lap are gone. So it's always a bit risky leaving it to late in the session to put in the big push lap. And it might be that Andre Fernandez is at the moment just taking advantage of an open track. There is Angelo Fontana, who is just come out of the pits. He's on an out lap at the moment, so he's just building the heat into the tyres. And Andre Fernandez sails past him. But at the moment, Angelo Fontana's 135.102 looking fairly safe. Ajit Kumar has just recorded his best time of the session so far, 139.021. So he's in 15th place. So he's improving as he goes along. We've got a lot of drivers that are joining us for this session. We haven't even mentioned them yet. Andre Barate, great to have him here. Corrado Costa, we saw him last year. Tobias Vasquez Garcia. Michael McInerney, we've spoken about him already. We've also got Tobias Wiedner, who is here. Jorge Rodrigo as well. Rodriguez, should I say. Great to have them joining us here in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. All really rapid drivers. And in fact, Tobias Vasquez Garcia currently in P6. He is in the Kramer Racing. Kramer, right, I'm going to get it right this week because I didn't last week. Apologies for that. Carsten Kramer's team and the K Kramer Racing car. In 6th place at the moment. He's in the pits, Tobias Vasquez Garcia. But great to have him here, and a P6, fairly solid job by him at the moment as well. So it's all fairly quiet as we look at Andre Fernandez. So let's see how he's doing. His last lap, still building heat. It was a 1:43, so some 8 seconds slower than his benchmark time. So you can see he's still building heat in the tyres at the moment. It is a slow process. Still got 11.5 minutes in which to do it, but now all bar 2 cars are out on track. The only cars in the pits are Marabi Mekvabishvili and Tobias Vasquez Garcia, and they are in the pits, but everybody else is out on track at the moment. There is the aforementioned Carsten Kramer for K Kramer Racing in the 122 car. He got a couple of 5th places at Estoril last time out. At the moment, he's looking to improve on a P9 because that's where he is at the moment. Of our GT4 runners, Patrick Cunha is the quickest. So Patrick Cunha in P14, that's a sterling job, a 138.658. The other of the GT4 runners, Jorge Rodriguez, is in 17th place. He's a 139.647. So they are out as well on track, pushing hard. Still, Fontana, his lap not looking to be threatened at the moment, but we've got about 10 minutes remaining. So into the final third of this session. We need 2 quick laps from all of these drivers. Again, at the risk of repeating myself, the fastest lap compared to the others will determine the grid position for the first race, round 5 of the season, the first this afternoon for them. And their second fastest lap compared to the other drivers' second fastest laps will be determining the grid for round 6. That's the second race of the season, and we've got a car into the barriers now. That is Tobias Wiedner, and he has done a lot of damage there, so he's made heavy contact with the barrier. Now that's up at turns 11 and 12. He's been able to get it going. Well, that's good news, because it means we shouldn't have a red flag. He's left a lot of debris, including the splitter, but that is a big impact from Tobias Wiedner in car number 8. Good job getting it out and back into the pits, by the way, because that's meant we haven't had a red flag. But really good to have him here. He was in Porsche Sprint Challenge Suisse last year, and this was not the debut he wanted. He had a heavy impact with the barrier. Let's have a look here. Looks like we've caught it. You can see the back end stepping out, and then head first into the barrier. A lot of damage done to that car, and good that Tobias Wiedner is all okay and able to drive the car back to the pits. But that will have done that number 8 Proton Huber competition car no favours at all. He's in 12th place, and to have got away without even a caution in that is pretty good going. That would have been a red flag in other circumstances, but good job from Tobias getting that rolling and back out into the pits. 8.5 minutes remaining. Right, we're starting to get some quick times now. Andre Fernandez, he's gone purple in Sector 1, 21.756. That is very quick in Sector 1. Can he string it all together? We're on board with him now. You can see how hard he's having to work, picking up the curbs as he brings the 917 car in towards turn 11, out towards turn 12. Keeping it within, well, I say within the white lines, keeping it within the permitted area. He's done a personal best in Sector 2, 47.354. So this could be a challenge on Angelo Fontana's provisional pole position. Fontana is in the pits at the moment. Don't know if he's going to come out again or whether he's done everything that he's going to do, but this could be a challenge on the pole position. Andre Fernandez, out of the final turn he comes to cross the line. What's it going to be? It wasn't 135. 0.241, so he's improved, but not quite enough to jump into provisional pole position. So, and that has reset back to 135.482 on my timing screen. So I'm wondering whether that has been disallowed because the time, which had looked quick, has reset back. I don't know if that's a glitch or not, but still, whichever way you look at it, Angelo Fontana, the 135.102 is the quickest. Now on this lap, Andre Fernandez, 21.662 in Sector 1, which is a best of anybody once again. So I have a feeling his previous lap might have been disallowed for track limits. I had no notification of it, but the time it reset. But he's back on a quick lap now. Philippe Wills has done personal best in Sector 1. And a technical flag was waved for 917. I don't know what a technical flag is, but he crosses the line, 135.494. So he doesn't improve on that. It was all happening here, isn't it? So a personal best for Andre Fernandez in Sector 2, 47.258 in Sector 2. So are we going to see a challenge for Angelo Fontana's pole position? I'm wondering whether Fontana is done for the session, whether he took advantage of the open track and retired back to the pits for the latter part of this session. And Fernandez loses it out of the final corner. Is he keeping it out of the barrier? Well, he's kept it out of the barrier. He was looking for potentially stealing away the pole position. He had purple in Sector 1, a personal best in Sector 2. He got it all together, and then that final turn 14, and it's brought out a red flag. So with 6 minutes remaining, the red flag has been brought out. That means the session is stopped, the clock is stopped, and that is because Andre Fernandez is in a very vulnerable position, facing the oncoming traffic. It looked like he was about to challenge for that pole position. So for the second weekend running, Andre Fernandez enjoying, or maybe not so, a fair bit of drama in the qualifying session. Fernandez, I believe, Piers has sent a message that says Fernandez meatball. Now, I don't know if that means he's had the meatball flag, which is a technical issue, or whether that's what he wants for lunch, and we'll get that one clarified. But whichever way, he's pointing in the wrong direction at the moment. Red flag is out. It means the clock is stopped. Cars will all return to the pits. They'll get the Fernandez car moved. Now, I'm guessing, I think he did just lose it. I don't think it was a technical failure, but maybe the meatball flag was waved for Andre Fernandez. Technical flag 917. Oh, so no, it was Philip. 917. He did have a technical flag waved. It's like unraveling a mystery here, isn't it? But whichever way, he has. He's also been noted for causing a red flag, with no surprises about that one. So the 917 car parked up on the exit of turn 14. Everybody else comes back into the pits. Let's have another look here. This was a lively. This is what they call a code brown in motor racing, and the car just the back end stepping out, and the gravel trap did exactly what it needed to do. Good to see from that angle. He was well clear of the fence. The gravel trap stopped the car in its wake, and Andre Fernandez exits the car. I think his qualifying is over. Everybody else is back into the pits. So what we're going to have when we get clearance to go again, and assuming we do, timetable permitting, then there will be 6 minutes remaining. The cars that are all in the pits will want to come out. Well, those who still feel as though they've got more time to extract will come out. They will then need to go through that whole process of an out lap, build lap, and the push lap. They've got 6 minutes in which to do it. And we will hopefully, we'll see something pretty exciting going on. I'm told that Angelo Fontana is done for the session. He's not planning on going out again. I think Piers might be going to go and grab a word with him. So high drama. We've got the fastest man, Angelo Fontana. Looks like he is done for the session, a 135.102. Second fastest, Andre Fernandez, who's had a massive moment out on turn 14. The car is still stranded in the gravel trap. Looks like he is not going to go out again. And Philippe Wills in third place. Right, let's head down to Piers. I believe he is with Angelo Fontana.
Yes, Brian, thank you very much. Provisional pole sitter for now, Angelo. Fastest in the session at the moment. Your closest rival, Andre Fernandez, actually brought out the red flag, pushing hard in the last sector. Clearly a good session from yourself so far.
Yeah, I'm happy for the time, for the team. Car is going really good, so we hope to win these 2 races coming.
Absolutely. Of course, there's still 6 minutes on the clock, so someone could go out and challenge your time. However, it's a tough time to beat, and with your closest competition out of the session, regardless of what happens, you'll be starting somewhere near the front. A good position, and you told me about the tyre situation. Tell us a bit about that.
Yeah, for my second round, I couldn't even do it. I just did one warm-up lap, and then someone crashed and had to come out, so I'm still in first position.
So good tyres for the race. They're perfectly scrubbed.
Yeah, like brand new.
So you're in a good position for the races. You're not going out again in this session, are you?
No, I don't think so. We hope to finish P1, so we hope it's over.
Brilliant. Well, Angelo, congratulations on so far. Of course, don't want to jinx it. We want to make sure that you get on there. A good qualifying from yourself. We'll confirm whether that's pole position later on.
Thank you very much.
Brilliant. Brian, back to you.
Thanks, Piers. Thanks, Angelo. Oh, that's a sober warning for all the other drivers. He's got tyres in his back pocket. So Angelo Fontana, they've really got that S1 car dialed in, haven't they? 135.102. And he feels though that is all he needs to do for this race, so for this qualifying session. So that is very, very impressive. Andre Fernandez, well, I think his time is over in this session as well. So when we do get going, Philip Wills will be the driver we're going to have an eye on. He's in P3. About 0.392 he needs to find. Next up is Alexander Dobic. He's just been quietly getting on with it, hasn't he, in P4 ahead of Reinhold Kran. Then the very impressive Tobias Vasquez Garcia in the K. Kramer Racing car in P6, a 136.212. Lee Mole, it's been a fairly quiet morning from him so far, but P7, another one who's just getting on with it. He is in 7th at the moment, a 136.226, so about a little over 1.1 seconds that Lee Mole needs to find. Then Jan Jaap van Roon for MDM Motorsport in P8 ahead of Team Boss Karsten Kramer. of K. Kremer Racing in P9. Eric Wagner rounding out the top 10. Then Corrado Costa in 11th. Tobias Weidner is next. And of course, he had that big moment earlier on. He is in 12th. Then David Harrison and Ernst Inderbitzen are next up for FAC Autotech. Alex Fack Jr. has been coaching them this weekend, and they are in 13th and 14th ahead of Patrick Kuhnhaar, who is the quickest of the GT4 cars. He is in the Porsche Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport, slightly less powered car, about 10 horsepower less, 4-litre naturally aspirated water-cooled car in the GT4 category. So he is in P15. Right, I'm told we've got an onboard replay of this spin. Now, this will be exciting, won't it? So let's take a look at that moment that we just saw. We're on board with Andre Fernandez. And you can see he's all looking good there, hugging the curb. He picks up a bit of curb on the outside, then back to the inside. This will be it at the back end, just stepping out slightly. The full lock, and this is the moment where you just wait and hope that you're not going to make impact with the fence. Great job from our team there, picking up the onboard. So thank you for that. Not sure that Andre Fernandez will thank you for replaying that. He'll be quite happy to put that one in the deleted bin, I should think. So they've got the car back to the pits, which is good. So the car is okay, I'm told. So no damage to the car. So certainly a sense of deja vu from Estoril, and the risk of well, they won't want me to tell you about it, but Andre Fernandez and Philip Wills both had those incidents at Estoril, as I mentioned earlier. And Philip Wills, heavy impact with the barrier in quali, and that meant he started both races from the back. Well, he's in P3 in this, so he's already well ahead of where he was in Estoril. Andre Fernandez spinning in turn 1 at Estoril in qualifying, lost the splitter on the car. They got that back together, and he came out to qualify the car well, and ended up getting double pole position as a result. So you can't keep a good man down, but I think his time in this particular qualifying session, well, stranger things have happened. He may well rejoin. The clock is ticking. 5 3/4 minutes remaining. Right, this is going to be a really important 5 minutes for these drivers. They've got to get the cars out on track. They've got to get the heat into the tyres and into the brakes. They've got to get some space out on the track. They've got to build the temperature, get the tyres into the window. Then it's going to be the big push. The last couple of minutes of this session could be very exciting. Don't go anywhere. It could all kick off. Angelo Fontana is not going to be taking part in the remainder of this session. He believes he's extracted as much as he can out of the car and out of the circuit. So the benchmark, a 135.102. Andre Fernandez is in the pits at the moment, but Philip Wills is on his outlap. Alexander Dobic, Reinhold Kran also out there as well. There's a few cars that haven't come out. Marabi Mekvabishvili still in the pits, and he's had a very subdued day. He is some 9.5 seconds off the fastest time, so I don't know what's going on there. Michael McInerney, who we saw earlier, he's on his outlap. Jorge Rodriguez for Veloso Motorsport, he's on an outlap as well. Ajit Kumar is in the pits at the moment. I can hear many hearts breaking even from here. Patrick Kuhnhaar is also in the pits at the moment. So Jorge Rodriguez will be looking to challenge Patrick Kuhnhaar's pole position in the GT4 category. And there is the aforementioned Jorge Rodriguez in the white car with the brown front, just making a bit of space for Lee Mole, who is looking to improve on his P7. He's on his outlap at the moment. So they're all just building speed, getting the cars into the window, and give it another minute and a half, couple of minutes, and we are going to see the push laps coming. If we can get through this without caution, it'll be pretty good. We've had a warning flag issued for Corrado Costa, and that is for track limits. We've got a yellow flag in turn 1. That's David Harrison for FAC Autotech. Now this may well bring out, it's almost certainly going to bring out another red flag, because I don't think that car is going anywhere. So David Harrison, the next car into the gravel trap, this time in turn 1. So what is going to happen? We're green at the moment, and we're getting to the stage that if we get a red flag, this session may not restart because there's not going to be enough time to build the temperature. Yes, we have gone red with 3 minutes and 13 seconds remaining. David Harrison has had a moment. He's into the gravel trap on turn 1. So that's brought out the red flag. I have a feeling this session may not get back underway because there's not going to be enough time for the drivers to get out, to build the temperature in the tyres and to get a push lap in. You can see he's still trying. The problem with the gravel trap is the more you spin the wheels, the deeper you go. Just means that the marshals have got an even bigger job extracting it from the kitty litter. So the cars are all going to have to return back to the pits once again. And here we come, and they'll peel off. This car just peeling off. It's Eric Wagner by the looks of things. I think that is peeling off into the pit lane. I think next up that looked like Michael McInerney. So the drivers, okay, well, I've had notification the session will resume. So there may be an opportunity to improve, but this is going to be very frantic. So when we go green again, there are going to be 3 minutes and 13 seconds. So those drivers who feel as though they can improve are going to have to get out there. There's going to be a lot of work taking place to get the heat into the tyres. And then they are going to need to get the push lap in as well. So it's going to be pretty lively for those who think they can improve. I'm looking to see who's out of position. Well, Marabi Mekvabishvili, clearly there's been an issue there for him. Hopefully Piers can give us word on what's happened there with Marabi Mekvabishvili, because we've seen nothing competitive from him in this session. He's done 5 laps, but he's currently down in 19th. Andrea Barati as well has not taken part in this session. Now, apparently, Angelo Fontana is getting back in the car. So having said he's done all that he could, he clearly suddenly feels as though his pole position, his provisional pole position, is under threat. Now that's interesting. So Angelo Fontana is getting back in the car. He looks like he is going to get involved in this last 3 minutes and 13 seconds of this session. This is fascinating. Other drivers who will be looking to improve further, well, Jorge Rodriguez, second in the GT4s. He's down in 17th. Ajit Kumar, he is 16th. So he's probably got a bit to do. Right, let's head back down to the pits, I believe. Piers has somebody with him.
Yes, I'm down here at the Veloso Motorsport and I've got Andre Fernandez. Unfortunately, Andre ended that middle session in the gravel, but very, very close to pole position just before then.
Yeah, I almost, the last lap I come like for do a 34.9, try to push and I hit the inside curve, push me out. I tried to go in the track limits, tried to push the car inside, and I went over the curve and I said, I'm going to be in the gravel or going to be in pole position, I went in the gravel then.
Another time you would have been on pole because you'd already gone green and purple in your sectors on that. So that could have been pole, but at least you know the pace is there.
Yes, the pace is there. I'm a little bit sick. I got the flu, but I can stay like that.
Andre, congratulations on what was a good session so far. We'll look forward to seeing you out in race number 1. Everything okay with the car?
No, everything is perfect with the car. The car is great. Like Veloso keep the car is easy to drive. It's you see, it's I try to make a purpose this, but Angel is fast now here. I don't know.
Always fun.
The race. Let's see in the race.
I look forward to the race between you two. Thank you very
opposite the surreal now. I'm going to be opposite. I'm going to follow me around.
Andre, thank you very much for chatting to us. We'll let you go and debrief with the team, get yourself some lunch, and I'll hand back up to Brian as I think we're about to go green very shortly.
Thank you, Piers. If Piers has got flu in Barcelona, we'll know who to blame, won't we? Great stuff. I love that from Andre Fernandez. It's like, I am either going to get pole position or I'm going to end up in the gravel trap. There is an expression that covers that, but if I said it on air, I'd get taken off air. So top job from Andre Fernandez. It's all or nothing. That's what we'll say. Right, the clock is ticking. This is going to be a frantic 3 minutes. And guess what? Angelo Fontana, he's bluffing us. He said, I've got nothing else to do today. I'm going to have an early lunch. No. Here he comes out of the pits. Right, who have we got that's moving? Quite a few cars coming out on track. This is going to be a busy 2.5 minutes here, jostling for position. So Reinhold Kran just getting a bit of position as well. Now, maybe Angelo Fontana is just going to hold back, let the other cars go, and maybe have a bit of space. Who's that behind him? That's Ernst Inderbitsen, I think, who's just behind him. Doesn't look like he wants to overtake him. So 2 minutes and just coming up 10 seconds remaining. Get the heat into the tyres. That lovely heat in the slick rubber would have all dissipated during that stoppage. So we've got a lot of work to do here. It's going to be, if we get a time that does come anywhere near that of Angelo Fontana's provisional pole, it's going to come pretty well after the clock has struck 0. To remind you, when the clock does strike 0, then the cars that are on a lap already, the lap will count. But once the clock has struck 0, anybody who crosses the line, the time will not count if they start a lap after it's struck 0. Right, so I'm just looking to see. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cars out on track. A 7-car shootout. Fontana, Philip Wills, Reinhold Kran, Lee Mole, Corrado Costa, Ernst Inderbitsen, and Michael McInerney. They are all out on track. Everybody else, I think, is in the pits. So it is the shootout. Let's see what we can get here. Who can improve on their time? We're into the final minute. I think it's going to be a bit of a stretch to improve on the 135.102 set by Angelo Fontana. That was a while ago. He's out on track, maybe just wanting to protect that position, but of course in doing so he's using up valuable rubber that he may well need in the race. So it really is a big strategy call to send him out on track when he potentially may not need to. But we'll see in a moment whether that is the case. So 24, 23, 22, 21, 20 seconds remaining. You can see the cars that are out on track from your graphic. They've got to get round to the start-finish line. Now, there's quite a few cars that are out on track at the moment that might struggle to get to the start-finish line before the clock strikes 0. Here's Philip Wills. He's going to cross the... No, he's not. He's a long way out. So, Philip Wills is on his last push lap at the moment. He hasn't improved. Just not enough time to get the heat into the tyres. I really don't think we're going to see any big changes here. The clock has struck 0. There's... I think that's Eric Wagner, is it? No, it's Corrado Costa peeling off into the pits. Right, there's Reinhold Kran crossing the line, and really just not enough time to get any heat into the tyres. Maybe Angelo was just using it to scrub in some rubber ready for this afternoon, but no big improvements here. We hoped that might be the case, but it's not happened. So the clock has struck 0, so anybody who crosses the line now, their time, they cannot start a new lap. It will not count for anything. So it is very much as you were. Angelo Fontana with the pole position of 135.102. We'll let you know where it stands as far as second fastest times go to determine the grid for the second race today. Andre Fernandez, despite that moment, despite struggling with the flu, in P2 with a 135.482, so he'll start on the front row, certainly for the first of the 2 races this afternoon. Philip Wills unable to improve on the P3 ahead of Alexander Dobik. A good qualifying from Alexander Dobik. He could do a bit of work from there. Fast as the GT4 runners at the moment, I can see, is Patrick Cunha, and that is in P15 and 138.128. So we hoped there might be a bit of a shootout at the end of that, but it kind of all just petered out a little bit. We just ran out of time. 3 minutes 13 seconds, even in the glorious conditions here at Circuit Ricardo Tormo in Valencia. Not enough time to get the heat into the tyres and get a hot lap in. I haven't seen any laps cancelled. We did have Lee Mole got a warning for track limits. That was a little while ago. It was about 4 minutes ago. So, yes, I don't see any issues in terms of track limits either. So, this qualifying session has petered out a little bit, but it was very exciting. And I have to say, 10 out of 10 for Andre Fernandez, oh dear, I'm doing it again, for keeping that car out of the barrier and for giving us a bit of entertainment there as the cars now peel back off into the pit lane. So that was qualifying done and dusted for this session. So we've got grids now set for the sport division and the club division. That is all subject to confirmation from the race stewards. Of course, they will want to just double check anything in relation to track limits. Cars will be into parc fermé conditions, and all that is left today will be 4 half-hour races for round 5. The first race this afternoon will be for the sport division, and that will take place at around 2 p.m. local time. And I tell a lie, that's the second one. That'll start at about 12:30 local time. We will have the first of 4 races this afternoon for the sport division. Then we'll have the first race for the club division in round 5. Then it'll all happen again. The sport division, their second race, which will be round 6 of the championship. And then the last race of the day will be the second race for the club division. You can see the view across Valencia. Great to be here. It's wonderful to be back at this venue, and we just say thank you for the wonderful people in Valencia for welcoming us back here. It has been obviously a very challenging few months in Valencia and the region, and we're so grateful that you're able to host us here once again for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Right, we're heading back down to the pits, where Piers is waiting for us.
Brian, thank you so much for taking us through the qualifying sessions this morning, and I second your thoughts there as I nearly get run over on the fact that it is great to be back here in Valencia. Of course, after the terrible flooding they experienced towards the end of last year, they've done an absolutely monumental effort to get us back racing again. You can't see from the circuit, but from all the bits outside the circuit, the roads in, still lots of devastation left, and the circuit have worked very hard. We've spoken to them to get things in a position where we can come racing, and we're glad that we can, because the Ricardo Tormo, a brilliant circuit for racing, and really suits these Porsche 992 Cup cars. And we've seen some action already, and we've only had qualifying, so let's start with that qualifying actually. The session we just had, very dramatic. Angelo Fontana eventually getting pole position, but narrowly ahead of Andre Fernandez. We caught up with both of those drivers. Interesting to see that Fernandez was actually on his way to taking the fastest lap of the race and having a little spin at the last corner, trying hard, and because of the red flag, Angelo Fontana decided, no, I'm not going to go out again. Then there was another red flag, so he did go out. Yeah, crazy, but hopefully a nice, calm, but entertaining race coming up later on. Also, we had, of course, sport qualifying, which was, as always, very, very close. And that's one thing that I wanted to talk about, is how close it has been in all of the practice sessions leading up to the qualifying. Pretty much every session, we had like 18, 19, 20 drivers in the sport division within a second. That is ridiculous, around a 1 minute 35 second lap around here. But, of course, we'll see how close it is in the race later on. Let's walk up and down the pit lane and grab a word with some of the personalities, whoever we have available. Of course, we spoke to Andre Fernandez just a few moments ago, second for now, I think, in club division. Unfortunately, Javier Ripoll Jr. for the S1 team, you may have heard Brian talk about earlier on. We normally see him in the bright green flashes on the black S1 racing car. He's not here, not because he doesn't want to be, because he loves racing in this championship, and it would have been great to see him race this weekend. But we hear that him and his wife are expecting a child this weekend. So that's great news for the Ripolls, but means that probably rightly so he's not here racing, but we'll hopefully see him back in Barcelona. That would be great to see him, because at the moment his season looking very close, but not, you know, oh so close. He's had 4 second places in the 4 races we've had this season, but wishing you all the best, Javier and family. Next up, the K. Kramer Racing team with Carsten Kramer, of course, racing for that. He's both a team owner and driver, and also his teammate, the number 121 of Tobias Vasquez. Vasquez particularly was looking quick in practice. I'm quite enjoying the blue wheels on Carsten's Porsche here. It's really stands out, makes it easy to spot on circuit, and he had a decent run in qualifying. Once again, Another easy driver to spot on circuit, this in the sport division, our Pro-Am leader at the moment. This is Henri Tuomala. He's the Finnish driver with Team Karainen. They're working hard and he's looking good this weekend once again to take some silverware home in the Pro-Am division in the sport. So the Pro-Am classification in the sport division. He's one of the fastest drivers in that. Not many Pro-Ams here at Valencia, but he's certainly one to look out for. And he was actually right up the top in terms of qualifying at the start of the session. Just fell down a little bit towards the end. Next up in the garage, we're moving our way up towards garage. One of the largest, if not the largest team on the grid here, GP Elite. Car on the left-hand side there. Last year's champion with the blue highlights, Ariel Levy. Of course, won last year in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, back again this year. Led the championship going into the last round at Estoril, but that championship was relinquished to Flint Schuring, who is now second. Flint racing for the Schumacher CLR team, will come up to him later on. Plenty of quick drivers in this GP Elite team, including a new driver this weekend to the championship, well, not to the championship, but the championship this season, Cas Havercourt. Cas joined us at this race last year as well, was very fast, taking a win at this event last season. He's experienced in these cars now, has started his racing career in single-seaters F4, Formula Regional European, and then make the move over to Porsches, raced in Porsche last year, and is showing that, you know, the start of last year, had the speed, used that experience from last year's come back, and pretty much every practice session, it was actually Ariel Levy and Cas Havercourt duking it out for fastest lap in the practice sessions on Thursday and Friday. But eventually it was the Schumacher guys that picked them in the end. Domas Radonis also in there for Team GP Elite. They've got a big cohort of drivers, also Johan Greif, Domas Radonis we've said, Drake Janssen, who had a very, very strong weekend last time out in Estoril. Actually, I'm going to pop my head in and see if I can grab a word with Draker, because he had probably his best, in fact, his best result in the championship so far with a third place. I think it was race 1 last time out in Estoril. Is Draker anywhere that I can see him? I don't think he is. Maybe we'll grab a word with him another time, but I was hoping to grab a word with him because he doesn't normally like the interviews. He prefers to just, you know, get in the car and drive, but it would have been good to hear from him after he's reflected on his first podium in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Next up, this is the garage of the Hideka Racing team. Their car is actually currently in scrutineering, so it's not here. Normally you can see the Alexander Dobik's car there, bright yellow, very easy to spot. Moving further down, that was Hideka. Next up's NGT Racing, another new driver this weekend. Robin Knudsen, he's an experienced Porsche racer. The number 32. He's racing for NGT, who are a new team this season as well, so he's the one-car entry for NGT. Only 22 years old. He was with us last season in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. He had a third place at Estoril and a fifth place here in Valencia last time out. He raced in the Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux last season, had 4 podiums, so you know, a very fast driver, and also raced in some select rounds of the Porsche Carrera Cup Scandinavia last season. I imagine he'll be racing in Porsches once again this season. We'll look forward to chatting to him. I don't think he's around at the moment, but maybe I'll grab a word with him on the grid. We'll see what I can do later on. Next up, we have PG Motorsport, and that is the duo, the dynamic duo of Nick Ho and Mace Muller. Very easy to spot these drivers. You can see the green highlights on the left-hand side of Mace's car. Laura, our camera operator, come to the other side. Green on the right, on the left-hand side, orange on the right for Mace's car. Very, very striking livery. And then Nick Ho, who had another very strong round at Estoril. I think he got 2 fifth places on the road, if I'm not mistaken. I'll just double-check that. Nick Ho is the number 98. And yeah, 2 fifth places, so very, very strong for Nick in going into his second season of racing full thoroughbred 992 GT3 Cup cars. Both very entertaining guys, both you know, very well spoken. Their English is good, which helps me out. In fact, their English is potentially better than mine. But yeah, we'll look out for them on circuit. I know Mace is still building his experience, his first season in the 911 cars. Nick Ho's starting his second season, and they've been helping each other out, and they've both had some good results this season. Next up, the Ombra Racing team. This is Luciano Martinez's car with the blue with the orange highlights. And if you just pan to the right, the driver looking very cool on the right-hand side of that is Luciano Martinez. I'm going to see if I can grab a word with Luciano. Luciano, come on, let's grab a word. We spoke before Before the races in Estoril last time, we didn't get to chat to you on the live broadcast. Luciano, talk to us about how the season's been going for you in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe so far.
We have been making pretty big steps forward. I'm trying to learn as much as I can on every outing that I get on track. So everything's been great so far. Today, in between the first training session and then qualifying, we also saw a few things that I can still improve upon. So we're very happy with what we're doing. We're making a long effort to arrive to our next series, which is the Carrera Cup Italia, as prepared as we can. So everything's been going pretty smooth since Portimao up to now. Everyone's quite happy with what we're doing, and we hope to have 2 great races today.
Absolutely, and of course you're a young driver yourself, only 21 years old, am I correct?
22 as of 2 weeks ago.
22, my mistake. So 22 years old, so you're still building a racing career. Of course, Porsche Carrera Cup Italy next season, a very competitive series, which is why I imagine you're here right now to get experience for that.
That's right. It's a whole different level of competitivity on both the Super Cup and the Carrera Cup Italia, as well as all the other Porsche racing series. That's why we decided to do this short championship as a way of preparing ourselves for the whole season during the year. But we found that here it's also very competitive. There's a lot of great drivers and very professional drivers, so they're making me have to make a big effort to improve here. It's been quite hard, but it's a good challenge, and I like that.
It's very competitive, and I think from what I've read about you did some TCR racing last year, so quite different machinery with a front-wheel drive car. I suppose this championship really allows you to get used to the car, rear-wheel drive, very different driving style, I would imagine, going into this season.
Yeah, the last 3 years, counting this one, were all of with big changes. On 23, I was racing F4 in the US, which was my first season racing in the US, and then last year I did TCR in Italy, so that was a year about learning the tracks and getting to know the car, which it was my first time driving like a closed car, and that was a front-wheel drive, which was also a first for me. So there was a lot of things to learn during the year, and then now we're getting into the Porsche, which is on another level of power, another level of speed. It's back again to the rear-wheel traction, and this first part of the season also new tracks. So we've had to take in a lot of information at once, but I think we're doing a good job.
Absolutely, and also brilliant for your development as a driver. What with single-seater experience, then front-wheel drive, now Porsches at all different tracks. I suppose you're learning a lot. And what's your aspirations for the future?
I'm looking now into continuing my career on the Porsche cars. Out of everything I drove so far, they've been the most fun to drive, and what challenged me the most, because you need a really clean drive to be fast on track with these cars, and there's like a super high level of drivers competing on the Porsche series. So as of now, I'm really looking to grow into the Porsche racing series, and then we may start to look into some endurance racing. That's also a thing that I would like to try slightly more. I only did one hour race, which was only half an hour each driver, kind of to get a taste of endurance. Yeah. But as of right now, I'd like to focus on getting better and better and better on top of the Porsche car, and then we may be able to start looking into a bigger jump.
Amazing. Well, we'll look forward to that in the future. A bit more short term, how did you qualify? Remind everyone at home.
I have absolutely no idea. I'm focusing entirely on my driving, so I have no idea what place I ended up in. I'm just looking at where I can improve, and I'm racing against myself.
Amazing. Well, Luciano, we'll let you get off and get your lunch. Thank you very much for taking the time to chat to us. Great to hear from some new drivers. Luciano driving for the Ombra Racing team alongside his teammates Anthony and Imperato. I felt really bad for Anthony at the previous round. He didn't finish either of the races in Estoril. I think was just wrong place, wrong time. I think technically he was classified in the first race in Estoril. Second race was a DNF, but not a good weekend for him. So he's looking to make up for and bounce back from that. Next up, after Ombra Racing in the pit lane, we have this driver here who we caught up with after Sprint Sports Division qualifying, because this number 99 Flint Shearing was our pole sitting driver. Very, very impressive in that session. I think he had, if I'm not mistaken, the 3 fastest laps of the session, bearing in mind you only need 2 fastest laps to be pole for both of the races. And his teammates, once again, we have Chester Kiefer returning in the back, his car in the back of the garage. But in the front of the garage, you'll notice a very, very pink car, because this is the car of Karen Gaillard. Karen is a Swiss driver. She is the Porsche Junior in the Porsche Carrera Cup France this coming season. She's, of course, as you can see from the branding, Iron Dames driver, so part of that development programme for young female racing drivers. And great to have a female in the series. We haven't had one for a very long time, didn't have one last year, and the first time we've had one this year. And I'm hoping to grab a word with Karen if possible. That would be amazing, because she is a great personality. Come on, Karen, let's have a quick chat. I'm going to bring Karen over here in all of her branding. Karen, thank you very much for taking a moment to chat to us. A new driver on the grid in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. How has it been going so far?
I learn. It's not easy. It's my first weekend in this car. I had no test before, so it's really a weekend to take easy and learn the car, have a better feeling with it, and be ready for the season after.
Absolutely, and you've driven, I think, quite a lot of races in the Ultimate Championship in Europe as well. Quite different driving style, I would imagine, to these Porsche cars.
Exactly, yeah. I drove the two last years in Prototype, and last year also the first year in GT3 in the Michelin Le Mans Cup, and I had the chance to do Daytona beginning of the year with also Porsche, but the GT3 year, so it's a different feeling.
Amazing, and also you're part of the Iron Dames programme. That must be a real help to your career.
Yeah, really, it's a big opportunity. It's such a nice project, and yeah, we want to show that that women can be here, and we hope to see more women in the future.
Absolutely, and you're an absolute trailblazer in that regard. We haven't had a female on the grid this year. You're our first this season, hopefully inspiring many more in future.
Yeah, I hope so.
Amazing. Karen, thank you very much for taking the time to chat to us. We'll keep an eye on you. Very easy to spot with your bright pink livery. Have a good afternoon. Thank you. That's Karen Gaillard, who raced, as she mentioned, in the Le Mans Cup last season. Iron Dames Junior French Carrera Cup she'll be racing in this season, and is the French Carrera Cup of Porsche Junior in that championship. So a bright future ahead of her, I am sure. Next up, lap time performance. Reinhold Kran currently sitting, I believe he's fourth place in the championship, if I'm not mistaken, the number 2, 3, 2. Yes, he currently sits fourth place in the club division overall. The driver from Canada, very experienced, has a lot of racing experience over in the States. And then the number 34 behind him, that is the sports division driver, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, no, that car actually I don't think is racing this weekend. Ignore me. That's a car from, potentially a spare car. Now we are moving further down the pit lane once again. The British contingent from Team Parker Racing. A lot of British drivers who race in the Porsche Carrera Cup GB Championship over here. So in the back of shot, the yellow car, that's Lee Mole, who we caught up with last round. And this grey car in the front of shot is Michael McInerney, a new driver for this season. For this race weekend. He's joining us, getting to grips with the car. Hopefully he'll be enjoying the racing in this championship. Sid Smith in the green machine once again. We've chatted to Sid a fair few times this season. He said he was going to chat to us again today, but I think he's off getting his lunch, but no problem. I'll probably end up chatting to Sid on the grid because he had a very, very strong qualifying session. I spoke to Sid, 2 third places, and I think this is definitely his strongest showing so far this season. Pretty much every practice session he was in the top 5 and was challenging for the top positions, only a couple of tenths away from the ultimate lap time, and he showed that he could back that up in qualifying when the chips were down as well. I spoke to him and he's looking forward to getting stuck in the races, and of course let's not forget that he's going to be looking forward to a season in the Porsche Carrera Cup GB once again. Moving up, MDM Motorsport, and we have once again Jelte Hofner. Jelte, come on this side for me, please, my friend. I've only got short arms, so I need you on my right-hand side. Yeah. Jelte, we chat to you a lot. Always good to catch up with you. How has this weekend been going for you?
Yeah, the weekend has been going good. I love the track, so that's good. And the quali was a little bit messy because I locked up twice in or in turn 6. But I know where I can improve, and I know my race pace is good, so I'm looking forward to the race.
Currently sitting 3rd in the rookie standings. You've had plenty of opportunities for selfies on the podium, which we see quite a lot. Are you hoping for some more podium and silverware in the rookies?
100%. I hope to make some more pictures.
Amazing. Looking forward to it. And if people want to follow you on social media so they can see those photos, where can they find you?
Yeah, you can follow me live, or you can follow me on my Instagram. It's called Jelte Racing, with an H in front and then a J.
Brilliant. Well, Jelte, talk to us about your qualifying this morning. How did it go for you, and where will you be starting the races?
So I'll be starting both races in P13, but I will hope to get as high up as possible.
Absolutely. We know you're no scaredy cat in terms of racing. You were well in amongst the battles in Estoril. Are you looking forward to pushing your way through the grid?
100%. I'm ready for it.
Jelte, thank you very much for catching up with us. Always good to chat to Jelte, the number 919 in the back of shot there. He's a Dutch driver, but has, I can't remember, is it Danish? I think it's Danish heritage, which is why the car is emblazoned in that logo. And in the front of shot, a return to the grid for Jan-Jaap van Roon in the club division. Jan-Jaap was with us at the first race weekend in Portimao. Wasn't with us in Estoril last time out, but joins us once again, so look out for him in the number 127 in the club division. Moving up next, we have Fark Auto Tech. Ernst Inderbitsen, the number 9 there. You can see the Parc Ferme triangle still on top because their qualifying session was just a few moments before this lunchtime walk. Ernst joining us once again this weekend, the number 9. He currently sits 11th in the overall standings. His season has been pretty consistent actually, and getting better and better. 15th and then 11th in the first 2 races, then 2 10th places overall at the previous races in Estoril. And then Rodrigo Almeida as well, racing for the Fark Auto Tech team. He is in, I believe, the sport division. I'll just double check that. Yes, he is. He's had 2 DNFs this season, but the races he has finished has been inside the top 10. 4th in the second race at Portimao, and then 8th in the first race last time at Estoril. So he's looking to consolidate that with some more good results moving forward. Next up, we have Red Ant Racing. Thomas Kangro, the number 48 in the sport division. He back once again, was with us all last season and is with us again this year, the number 48. Currently sits 11th overall in the standings. Has been a bit inconsistent, I think. He would like to get some more consistency. He was 22nd in the first race of the season, then followed it up with 2 top 10s in the second race at Portimao and the first race at Estoril, 7th and 9th respectively, and then 14th in the second race at Estoril. Joining us once again, Thomas has been a part of the series and racing in Porsches for a couple of years now. And in the back of shot, you also have the number 69 of Milan Marchak. He joined us for the first time in Estoril. I think he's only 16. Let me double check. I don't want to get that wrong. I think he's only 16 years old, the number 69 Milan Marchak. Yeah. Where is he? Milan. Yes, he's not a very, very young driver. His first race weekend was last weekend in Estoril, and it's amazing to see these drivers choosing this championship to start their racing career. Quite daunting, if I do say so myself, with these cars having 500 horsepower, 4 litres, weighing only 1,260 kilos. Very, very fast cars indeed. And then this is the driver that a lot of you watching at home potentially are here to see. This is Ajit Kumar, who races for Ajit Kumar Racing alongside Red Ant Racing. Very distinctive livery with his red, yellow, orange and white colours. Ajit, of course, an Indian film star, and also a very, 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 very polite man. Of course, I haven't watched a huge amount of Indian cinema myself, but I've spoken to Ajit a number of times over the weekends we've had this season. Always enjoying his racing, always enjoying being here, always very, very polite and very enjoyable to talk to, and we'll hopefully catch a word with him. If not on the grid this weekend, then definitely I'll grab a word with him later in the year at the final round coming up in just a week's time at Barcelona. Tiger competition got 3 cars actually this weekend. The first car we can see here is the number 7 of Charles Visser, and Charles Visser is, as if by magic, right here. Come on my right hand side please, Charles. Charles, our South African driver in the sports division. Charles, talk to us about your weekend so far.
It's really been a good positive weekend, especially over the last 2 rounds. We really made some solid progress, and basically we're doing this championship just to get with the team and stuff and just gel and take it step by step. And I really think the qualifying result wasn't the best, but I'm really happy with the improvements I made this weekend. I really, catching up the time session by session, and I'm really looking forward to the race. And as I saw, you can go 0.1 fast. It's going to put you like 4 positions up the grid, so it's going to provide some spectacular racing.
Oh, absolutely. We had amazing racing in this championship here last season, and you hit the nail on the head there. It's so close in the sport division. I said at the start of this pit walk that in most of the practice sessions and in qualifying, a second can easily take you from first all the way to 20th place. So, you know, it's like half a tenth between drivers. But of course, you're a young driver, you're starting your racing career. I imagine the goal of this championship is not actually the results, it's to build for your season.
Yeah, so like we have our drivers debrief, the team manager always says, you know, we all just, the goal of the championship is to learn the car, learn the tracks as well, because it's fairly new for me to race on all these tracks, because we don't have this type of the quality tracks back home, but I'm really enjoying it, you know, and it's also, you know, we're racing on some fairly famous tracks and stuff, so I'm taking the whole experience as enjoyment, you know, by itself and stuff like that, but it's really looking to be a good weekend and also setting a good momentum for Barcelona as well, which I'm really looking forward to, you know, it's such a prestigious track and everything, but yeah, so far the weekend's been pretty scrum, and I just want to say thank you to everyone back home, all the love and support. I really love it, I really dearly appreciate it, so thank you very much, guys.
Yeah, if you want to say hello to anyone at home as well, of course, you're all the way from South Africa yourself, aren't you?
Yeah. So I would just like to thank my mom and my little brother, my little brother's also racing today, so my old man is going to have, you know, the one phone in the one hand and looking to race at the same time, so yeah, just wishing my little brother good luck, and just thank you to everyone who's supporting. I really appreciate it, so thank you guys.
Charles, thank you so much for catching up with us. We'll chat to see how Charles gets on in the race. We'll just have a quick wander down because the music's getting pretty loud in the background. But unfortunately, for now, that is all we have time for in the lunch break. We've caught up with most of the drivers on the grid that we were hoping to. Make sure you stick around because just in a few minutes' time, at about, by about 1 o'clock, we'll have some racing once again. So there'll be a holding slate, and then the racing will start with the sport division in just a few minutes. So thank you very much.
Welcome back to Circuito Ricardo Tormo here in Valencia. If you joined us this morning, you would have seen an excellent qualifying session for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe 2025. We are preparing for the first race in back-to-back weekends, a double-header weekend for the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe to bring what has so far been a sensational season of racing to a close. We're here in Valencia this weekend, and then next weekend we move to Circuit de Catalunya in Barcelona. But before that, we have 4 races to bring you this afternoon. We had the qualifying for those 4 races this morning. The first of those 4 is about to get ready. We can see the cars in the pit lane in just a few moments. They will be making their way onto the grid, and then the ever-intrepid Piers Pryor will be down there ready to hopefully talk to some of the drivers. For Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, the cars are divided into 2 divisions. We have the Sport Division and the Club Division, and it is the first of 2 Sport Division races this afternoon, which will take place first. Within the Sport Division, we have the Pro drivers, we have the Pro-Am drivers, and we have the Rookie drivers. The Pro drivers are gold drivers, and below, any driver who is professional is allowed in that category. In the Pro-Am, it is drivers who are aged 30 plus without a professional motorsport background. And new for this year, the Rookie category, and boy, have we got some good rookies coming through the ranks. They're drivers who have competed in no more than 4 cup races and are under 25 years old. They're all racing for their respective championships. We have the overall championship, the Pro-Am championship, and the rookie championship, all racing within the race. And it will be the first of 2 races, 30 minutes plus 1 lap, that will take place next this afternoon. It is Flint Schuring who leads the championship by 6 points from Ariel Levy, and he has cemented that position a little bit more in qualifying this morning with pole position. By my reckoning, certainly his first pole position this year. I think it might be his first pole position ever in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Whichever way, Flint Schuring is proving to be quite the driver that everybody wants to beat, looking very solid. He's the championship leader, and he's going to be starting this race from pole position. But alongside him will be Cas Havercourt in the number 2 Team GP Elite car. He was 7th in last year's Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, which is quite impressive considering he only started 4 races and he won 2 of those. He's also a race winner in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany. We saw that in Budapest last year, and he will be sharing that front row with Flint Schuring. Then it is Sid Smith, who was very quick this morning in qualifying, and he will be looking to improve on his best so far this season of a 5th place. That was in the opening race in the Team Parker Racing Porsche. And the driver who was leading the championship going into the last event is now 2nd in the championship. He starts 4th on the grid, that driver being Ariel Levy, the driver who has got a lot of work to do, but do not discount him. He is such a fighter, such a charger, and Ariel Levy from the 2nd row will be looking to push his way forwards through the pack. So we've got the championships that are up and running. It is Flint Schuring leading Ariel Levy in the championship. He has 91 and Levy has 85, so there's a 6-point gap between 1st and 2nd. Then it's Chester Keeper, who's 3rd in the championship. He leapfrogged Sasha Norden after the last round at Estoril, so he is 3rd with 49 points. He is 42 points back from Flint Schuring, and then Sasha Norden in 4th place, and he is very eager to improve on that, but he's got a 45-point deficit on Flint Schuring, and he's 3 points back from Chester Keefer just ahead of him. In the Pro-Am Championship is Henry Tuamala, who leads Anthony Imperato, and Henry Tuamala in the pole position for the Pro-Ams in 17th overall. And he in a good position to extend that lead in the championship over Anthony Imperato. Ziad Gieris not here this weekend, so very much a 2-horse race in the Pro-Am Championship at the moment. And in the Rookie Championship, Chester Kiefer has a perfect score. 4 wins out of 4 in the rookie race. He has 100 points. He leads Mays Muller in the Rookie Championship at Chester Kiefer. He got his first podium in the overall race, a 3rd place at Estoril. And as I say, he's won every rookie race so far. And he'll be a brave man who bets against him, because he starts on the rookie pole. That is in 6th overall in this race that is about to commence. But just 2 places behind him on the grid. In 8th place is Mateus Ferreira in the number 27 car. So Mateus will be looking to challenge and move his way up through the points. You can see the cars are gathering on the grid. I can see in the distance Piers Pryor is there and ready for his grid walk. Over to you, Piers.
Brian, thank you so much. Yes, ready here, looking ahead at the long run down to turn number 1. It really is a long way here to turn number 1, which gives us plenty of opportunities for overtaking even before the race has properly got underway. And the cars are now just making their way to the grid. So let's have a walk down that grid and chat to some of the drivers who we didn't get to have a word with during the lunch break. If you haven't seen the lunch break, of course, we always chat to a lot of the drivers. So if your favourite driver is, if you're supporting one particular driver, then go back and have a look and see if we had a chat to them. But one driver we didn't catch up with was Cas Havercourt. Cas here starting 2nd on the grid. His first race this season, the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. He's got form because I think he won this race last year. Cas joining us once again in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Oh, so close to pole position.
Yeah, I mean, it was quite a good qualifying. I mean, yesterday was my first time back in the car since October. So, I mean, yeah, the speed is good and we're just going to try to get the win.
Absolutely. Racing driver excuses coming out already. you had a good day's practice. Of course, you were right there in all the practice sessions. Long run pace looked pretty good as well. Of course, you know this car now. What are you looking forward to in this race?
Well, I mean, it's quite a difficult track to overtake, of course, but I mean, I'm trying to get a good start. Hopefully can get it into T1, but let's see. It's a long race, 30 minutes, so we're going to push.
You say it's hard to overtake. We saw you pull a few moves like hit this time last year.
Yeah, it's possible. So,
Cas, we look forward to seeing how you get on. Thanks very much for chatting to us. Cas, the Dutch driver, very experienced in single-seaters, made the transition to Porsche racing last season. Another driver that's moved from single-seaters to Porsche racing is this man right here, the green machine of Sid Smith, racing for Team Parker Racing, racing the Porsche Carrera Cup GB during the summer season. He's had a very, very strong race weekend this weekend so far. Good in fast in practice and in qualifying. P3 on the grid. He'll be starting P3 later on. Sid, brilliant qualifying, best of the year so far. You must be looking forward to this race.
Yeah, definitely. It's good to show people what we can actually do for once. It's like I said, mega practice. We topped both days testing, and as you can see, it's like normal, seriously close at the front, and we're definitely in with a shot. So again, like normal, we're going to give it absolutely everything. It is a move. We're going to go for it, and it's a long race, so we'll just see what we can do.
I love to hear it. Of course, you're looking forward to the Porsche Carrera Cup GB. A lot of these drivers racing out in Europe and potentially Super Cup as well. So it must be really good confidence-wise ahead of the season to be racing against drivers like Cas Havercourt, ahead of Ariel Levy, drivers who are basically the pinnacle of this level of racing.
Yeah, definitely. I'm here, same as most people, for the elite competition. Like, I believe all the guys, well, throughout the whole grid, there's so many talented drivers here, and it's a collection of all the best drivers. So to be able to be here and compete against these, it stands to be a great shot for the GB champion this year, but also constantly keeps me on my toes and makes me perform as well as I can.
Sid, good luck in the race. We know you love getting involved, so keep an eye out for that. You can easily spot Sid's car, of course, bright green there. Our championship leader coming into the previous run at Estoril and champion from last year, Ariel Levy, starts in 4th place on the grid. That's his lowest starting position this year so far. Another new driver this weekend, a new driver to the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, is James Wallace. James has got a lot of experience in GT racing, racing Porsches last season in the UK, is the Porsche Junior in the UK this season. He's just getting his grid marking spot lined up on the wall there. You can see the red piece of tape the drivers use to make sure they're in the right position for when they come back around to the grid for the actual race start. James, can I grab a quick word?
Yeah, go.
Yeah, James, a great qualifying. You've been building your pace as the testing went on. P5 and quali, you must be happy with that as a starting position.
Yeah, I mean, we can't be disappointed. We didn't do any running on the first test day, so we're kind of a day behind, which may have found those last few tenths which we were looking for. But generally happy. Hopefully we can get a good start and make progress forward.
Of course, we've seen you've got the pace on the new tyres, but how's the long run pace looking?
I'm confident. The team have done a great job this weekend. I've settled in nicely. Obviously first time with Huber Racing, or Proton Huber, and yeah, they've done a magnificent job. There's a lot of synergy in the team, and yeah, I'm grateful to be on the grid.
James, great to see you on the grid, and we'll look forward to seeing how you get on in this race. Thanks very much, James, for chatting to us. Our rookie championship leader at the moment, Chester Kiefer. Again, I say poor qualifying session, very much not a poor qualifying session in only sixth place. That's still a very strong position. He still will lead the championship if he has a good race in this one. We've chatted to Chester a fair amount this season, so we'll move down the grid. In seventh place, Sasha Norden. Now, Sasha, actually, I can see has got an onboard camera in there, so can I grab a word with Sasha? Sasha, can I jump in and have a quick word? Brilliant. Sasha, always good to talk to, and quite funny, actually. You might see on Sasha's social media, we were roles reversed yesterday. You were interviewing me, but today I'm interviewing you on the grid. Still inside the top 10, but I'm sure that you'll be looking forward in this race, not backwards.
Yeah, for sure. Qualifying was a little bit unfortunate, but I know that I can drive the car quickly around here, so we're just going to put our head down, see how far we can get. I like attacking. I've had some practice in Estoril, so we'll keep going.
I was about to ask you about that. Of course, Estoril, you got tagged in the first lap of the first race and then made it all the way back in, well inside the top 10. So that must have given you some confidence going into this weekend.
You know, every track is different, so confidence is always a tricky thing, but you know, we're just going to drive. I know that I can drive the car, so we'll see what happens. You know, it's going to be an interesting one, so I'm excited for it.
We had interesting racing last year, so we'll look forward to seeing how it goes, and hopefully looking forward to seeing that onboard footage, first-person view of the racing going on, which I imagine will be on social media at some point. If you want to see that, then follow Sasha on social media. Matthias Ferreira, he is starting in 8th position for target competition. He's had pace on and off this season, so he's hoping to consolidate that pace that he showed at times. And another driver who's joining us, a new driver this weekend, is Joe Warhurst, another driver who raced in the Porsche Carrera Cup GB. A very quick word, because I know we haven't got long. Joe, top 10 in qualifying, you must be looking forward to a good race.
Yeah, I didn't quite extract the most that I could have out of the new tyres, but my race run was quick yesterday. I just need seat time. My first ever Carrera Cup race weekend, so I'm enjoying it. It's a beautiful track, beautiful car. I'm looking forward to it.
Very positive vibes in this car. I'm liking it. What do you reckon you can get out of this race?
I just want to go forwards, to be honest. Obviously focusing on the race start, which I've never done before. I want to try to get over to the left-hand side, try to defend turn 1 because it's usually carnage on the outside, and then just work my way forwards from there.
Joe, thanks so much for chatting to us. We have to leave the grid, so that's all we've got time for now. Brian, back to you.
Thank you so much, Piers. Good job, and some great insight from the drivers. Some good fighting talk there as well. And it really does strike me that Flint Schuring will be aware that Cass Havercourt, starting alongside him, does not have the championship in his mind. He is out for silverware only. Flint Schuring needs to bring it home in the points because his main challenger of the championship is on the row behind, Ariel Levy, who will be poised and ready to jump if anything should befall Flint Schuring. So I think Flint will be very aware of that as the grid now clears. The engines are running. The tension is starting to build as we get ready for round 5 of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe 2025. It is the penultimate weekend. Just 3 more races after this, and it's Flint Schuring with Cass Havercourt alongside on the second row, Sid Smith and Ariel Levy. James Wallace, we heard from him, and then the rookie pole, Chester Kiefer on row 3. Just behind them, Sasha Norden and Matthias Ferreira in 8th place on the grid. In 9th place, we just heard from Joe Warhurst. He has Domas Radonis for company. Rodrigo Almeida, keep an eye on him, and also Robin Knutson down on 12th position. Jelte Hofner, we're looking to take more selfies at the end of this. And then Nathan Sharp from the Netherlands, who lines up 14th. In 15th place from the UK, Josh Stanton has Nick Ho for company. And then in 17th place on the grid is Henry Tuamala with the pole position for the Pro-Ams, with Milan Marchak for company. Jonas Greif is behind him with Thomas Kangro. Difficult qualifying time for Thomas Krango. He'll be pushing forwards from there, as is also the case for Alex Ryman. He has Draker Janssen for company. We haven't really seen much of Draker yet. He'll be wanting to improve on that 22nd. Next up, Mace Muller and Charles Visser, who lines up 24th on the grid. And then the row behind them, Karen Gaia, attracting attention with the race stewards in free practice this morning for track limits, so she'll want to keep it between the white lines. Luciana Martinez and Anthony Imperato, the 27th and final runner on the grid. The cars now out on their formation lap, this critical lap, time to build the heat into the tyres and into the brakes. Welcome everybody to Circuito Ricardo Torbo here in Valencia. It is a circuit that is 4.005 kilometres around. That equates to about 2.489 miles, 14 turns, 9 to the left and 5 to the right. It is an FIA Grade 1 circuit, but unusually runs in an anti-clockwise direction. Best overtaking opportunities probably into turn 1, where the cars reach something close to 250 kilometers an hour. The main straight is 876 meters long. There is very little undulation here, only 5 meters around the entire circuit, so fairly flat compared to what we've seen for the first 4 rounds of the season. It is a standing start for these cars. Porsche 911 GT3 Cups, based on the latest 992 generation, 510 horsepower, 4 litres naturally aspirated, water-cooled flat 6 boxer engine. All cars are identical with control Michelin tyres, very restricted setup options. It is a series where pure talent comes to the surface. And now the cars on the grid, those that are at the front will be waiting very impatiently for the cars at the back to form up, because while they are stationary, their tyres are cooling down. We have a yellow flag, but that will very, very shortly go green, and we will have indication that we will be ready to go for round 5 of this 8-round season. Now that yellow's holding for a very long time at the back. Right, now we've got the green. It means that the driver's eyes will turn to the lights, and we will be getting ready to get going for round 5 of the season. We are go. A good start from Flint Schuring. You saw the back of the car dipping down as he hit the power in towards turn 1. Cass Havercourt, remember, he doesn't have a championship in his mind. There is Sid Smith into that 3rd place. Ariel Levy there as well. The rest of the cars filing around the first corner. A couple of cars going very wide, jostling for position in there. James Wallace as well. A little bit of contact. Did Ariel Levy make contact with Sid Smith? We saw the blue smoke rising up, but into 3rd place. Ariel Levy wrestling his way past the green and white car in front, but Sid Smith says, I'll have that back, thank you very much. Sailing through on the inside, but at least both of them vulnerable to Chester Kiefer. Kiefer with that inside line. The 2 cars running side by side, wheel to wheel. Sid Smith and Chester Kiefer. Advantage Sid Smith at the moment, but look at James Wallace getting involved. Chester Kiefer going wide. What a scrap this is for 3rd place. Meanwhile, Flint Schuring breaking clear. Cass Havercourt in that 2nd place. And now advantage Ariel Levy in the battle for 3rd. Sid Smith is not done yet. Now he has Chester Kiefer challenging him hard on the outside, on the inside, finally slotting in behind. What a fight for that 3rd place. We've got a full course yellow out on the circuit, so clearly a problem. And it's Thomas Kangro into the gravel trap. What has been a tough weekend has just got worse. So car 48, Thomas Kangro for Red Ant Racing and Porsche Estonia. Driver with a lot of fans, and they will be very disappointed. The number 48 car into the gravel trap, and he will need to be retrieved. So full course yellow means the cars must reduce their speed to 80 kilometers an hour. They may not overtake. They all need to be going at the same speed. In theory, the gaps should remain the same. It may well be this turns into a safety car. The race directors do sometimes do a full course yellow to precede a safety car, but if we can get Thomas Cangro's car removed fairly swiftly, then we may just get back to racing in the positions they're at. But what a scrap for third place, eventually going the way of Ariel Levy. Wonder if there was a bit of contact between him and Sid Smith. Of course, this is why we love Porsche sprint racing. It's proper elbows out racing. There's no opportunities to gain an advantage with superior cars because they're all identical. Right, let's have another look here, and that was Cangro going spinning out the back of the pack. Looked like he probably lost it on his own, and it has been a tough weekend so far for Thomas Cangro. He will get to do it all again in the second race today, but the driver who we saw in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux, regular top 13, he had a couple of 11th places in Carrera Cup Benelux last year. Right, this has now turned into a safety car, as we thought might be the case. So safety car is now out on track. It means that all the gaps will close up. The cars will remain in single file, strictly no overtaking. But it will mean that those drivers who maybe dropped back at the start will be able to close up the gaps, as we just briefly see Thomas Cangro walking away from his stricken car. Let's have another look at what the start looked like, and it was certainly a good getaway for Flint Schuring. Here's a replay of that start. That's a good angle. We can see that Schuring absolutely on the mark. Havercourt marginally slower, I'd say, off the line, and it was advantage Schuring into that first corner. Havercourt ducking to the right-hand side of the track, and then we had Sid Smith in third place, and then we had what looked like maybe was there contact here. So Smith going to shut the door on Ariel Levy. I think maybe actually Smith might have just locked up without the helping hand from Ariel Levy. We certainly saw the puff of blue smoke. The drivers, I'm sure, will tell us what they thought about that afterwards, but certainly no issues there. And Ariel Levy, after that scrap, eventually making it up into third place. In terms of the rookie race, Chester Kiefer currently in fifth place, with Matías Ferreira in seventh place, so he's second in the rookies. And Henry Tuamala, he's well clear of Anthony Imperato at the moment. Imperato is down in 24th place. Tuamala, beg your pardon, in 15th place overall and leading in the Pro-Am race. To remind you, once again, we have pro drivers, rookie drivers and Pro-Am. I know we have a lot of new people watching, so to remind you, it is one race, but there are championships within this race. So we have a rookie championship and a Pro-Am championship, as well as an overall championship. So the leader in the rookies is Chester Kiefer, and the leader in the Pro-Ams is Henry Tuamala. So the car's circulating behind the safety car. Now I see that the safety car is due to be coming in on this lap. So in a few moments, the lights will go off on the safety car. The gaps will all close up, and the drivers will close all those gaps between them. And Flint Schuring will take over controlling the pace of this race. And he will make the decision, as we see an awful lot of money's worth of Porsche being towed away by the cherry picker. That's Thomas Cangro's car just being taken back to the paddock. But it will be the decision of Flint Schuring when he decides to go. As long as he doesn't overtake the safety car, it doesn't matter when he goes. He just must not catch and pass the safety car. He will dictate the pace of the race once the lights are off on the safety car. At the moment, the lights are on, and I have seen notification that it is due to be going in. That's the view on board with Cass Havercourt as he looks at the second place, Flint Schuring. And now Cass has done a fair few of these restarts, as indeed has Flint Schuring. The two of them have been fighting wheel to wheel in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany last year, in Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup. And now Flint Schuring keeping the heat in the tyres. He's going to weave. Cass Havercourt, probably not so, because his focus is on being on the accelerator as soon as Flint Schuring hits his accelerator. They can't overtake until they reach the start-finish line, but Flint Schuring will decide when they go. So he is free to weave as much as he likes. So you can see him there. You can see Cass Havercourt laser focused. Ariel Levy wondering how he can get past both of them. Now Flint Schuring onto the accelerator. 23 minutes plus 1 lap remaining of this race. Out across the start-finish line to receive the green flag. It's Flint Schuring who leads the snake of cars into turn 1. And Cas Havercourt has anticipated it pretty well. Ariel Levy now coming under pressure from Sid Smith. So Sid Smith fancies that 3rd place back. Chester Kiefer, though, going to try and take advantage of both of them round the outside of Sid Smith. Chester Kiefer, fairly audacious around the outside, still hanging it around a long way around. That outside line's going to become the inside. And that is a textbook move from Chester Kiefer, muscling a way past Sid Smith and taking that 4th position away. Sid Smith, who was looking at 3rd place just a few moments ago, now suddenly in 5th place with James Wallace for company. Domas Radonis at the back of that queue, ready to jump if he gets an opportunity. But Flint Schuring looks to have this under control. He's opened up a bit of a gap on Cas Havercourt in that 2nd place. That's a big lockup for Henry Chuamala. That's left him vulnerable to Nick Ho, who dives through on the inside. So Chuamala will have flat spots on those tyres, which will give him vibrations. You can also see Sasha Norden in the red and white car, challenging Matías Ferreira just ahead of him. Ferreira in 7th place, Sasha Norden in 8th place, just picking up a bit of dust as he goes wide. Ferreira will have his mirrors full of Sasha Norden before too long. We heard from him on the grid just before the race started, and his only aim is to just push forwards. Across the line we come, and it is 0.761 between Flint Schuring and Cas Havercourt. So Schuring just opening up the gap. Then Ariel Levy, then it's Chester Kiefer, then Sid Smith. James Wallace looking fairly dangerous in that 6th place. Matías Ferreira in 7th. Sasha Norden, Joe Warhurst has made progress through into 9th place, doing what he said he wanted to do, was just push forwards. And then the 10th place car there, Domas Radonis, who has Rodrigo Almeida for company. And we've already seen Rodrigo this year as Nathan Sharp just behind him in the treble 3 car. So Nathan Sharp, great to have him guesting here this weekend as he prepares for his season ahead, and he challenging Rodrigo Almeida for that position. Just behind Nathan Sharp is Josh Stanton. Good job from him in the number 95 car. So he's pushing his way forwards up through the pack. Our race leader continues to be Flint Schuring at the moment. A number of the drivers said at the start this was a tough track to overtake on. Best opportunities probably into turn 1. Critical turn 13 and 14 to get a good run out of that corner into the pit straight, and then a good opportunity to overtake. Sasha Norden putting an awful lot of pressure onto Matías Ferreira. This is for 7th place. Ferreira, who is 2nd in the rookie race. The blue box on Ferreira's number indicating that he is a rookie driver. The white box indicating the Pro-Am drivers. Across the line we come once again. 0.875, so Flint Schuring cementing his position, but look at this, Ferreira going on the defence into turn 1. We saw Sasha Norden trying to sell the dummy to the inside. Ferreira blocking him off. Now Norden, though, has a gap on the inside. The 2 cars going wheel to wheel into the corner. This is a textbook move from Sasha Norden. Is up into 7th place, relegating Matías Ferreira down into 8th. So Sasha Norden, you could see that one coming as he lined him up. He's now got a bit of work to do to close in on James Wallace just up ahead of him. James Wallace, who's about 0.6 of a second ahead. So now Sasha Norden will be pushing forwards from there. Domas Radonis with Rodrigo Almeida, the driver from Mozambique for FAC Autotech, joining Porsche for this year and proving to be very quick. He's been impressive all season long. We heard from Jelter Hofner earlier on when Piers spoke to him in the 919 car. He's there in 15th place, and he holding on as best he can. And behind him is Henry Chuamala in the Pro-Ams. So Matías Ferreira now has Joe Warhurst closing down on him. Joe Warhurst, the number 59 car, the driver who was the GT4 champion in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe in 2023. We saw him last year in the ADAC GT for Germany, but he's back to where he really feels he belongs, back in the seat of a Porsche, preparing for a season in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany this year, looking to mix it with the big boys. His first ever Carrera Cup race here this weekend, and what great experience this is here at Circuit Ricardo Tormo. The fastest lap, Flint Schuring, as he continues to open up that gap at the front, 0.902. He's won 3 of the last 4 races, and he leads now Cas Havercourt, then Ariel Levy, then the identical car, the teammate to our race leader, Chester Kiefer, there in the gold and black car, the leading rookie driver, with Sid Smith in 5th place. And I reckon if you could see inside the cockpit of Smith's car, there'll be steam coming out of his ears. He'll be frustrated, having been muscled out of the way by Chester Kiefer and Ariel Levy. Behind him, though, is James Wallace, who, by my reckoning, is looking very racy. He's dropped back a bit now from Sid Smith. So Smith will want to challenge Chester Kiefer as best he can, and as soon as he can, before James Wallace gets onto his back bumper. So the car's heading into turn 12 and turn 13, the sweeping Adrian Campos corner. So it's a 4th gear turn. It's about 190 kilometers an hour at turn 13 that is taken flat out. Then into turn 14, they reach about 210 kilometers an hour in 5th gear as we ride on board and witness what that looks like from the perspective of Chester Kiefer. Now along the pit straight, up through the gearbox, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and then into 6th gear, reaching about 250 kilometers an hour before the braking, down into 4th gear, 160 kilometers an hour into turn 1. Then it's back on the accelerator again, up into 4th gear to about 205 kilometers an hour before the tight, almost hairpin of turn 2, 80 kilometers an hour taken in 2nd gear. Fairly technical part of the circuit, turns 2 through to 6. Sid Smith still there, very much in the fight, now looking to how he can get past Chester Kiefer, the leader in the Rookie Championship, the driver who has won every rookie race this year. If things remain as they are, it will be 5 wins out of 5 in the rookie race for Chester Kiefer. But Sid Smith, who's in the pro race, in that 5th place at the moment. Behind Chester Kiefer, that allows Ariel Levy to break clear in the last of the podium positions. We're heading towards the halfway point of the race. The 30-minute race plus 1 lap. We look once again at James Wallace, the 83 car, now under pressure from Sasha Norden. How long is it going to be before Sasha Norden can out-fumble car 83? Wallace will be aware the red and white car, Sasha Norden, is there, poised, ready to jump. Look at the back end slide on Sasha Norden's car. That's how hard he's hustling as they head into turn 14, out along the pit straight. Once again, he's going to pick up a slipstream along the 876 meters of the pit straight in towards turn 1. Not quite long enough for Sasha Norden to make the jump through into that position. A track limits warning has been shown to Jelter Hofner and Draker Janssen. That is for track limits, and they have been given a warning by a race steward. So track limits, which have been an issue all the time that we've been here the last few days. Now Sasha Norden once again in the wheel tracks to James Wallace. James Wallace, very much the lesser experienced of the two around this circuit. Sasha Norden once again looking for that 6th place, impatient to get past, filling the mirrors of James Wallace. What can Sasha Norden do? He takes a tighter line into the corner, the back end just sliding slightly of that number 21 Porsche. Still James Wallace making the 83 car as wide as he can, but again Sasha Norden able to take a tighter line through the corner. Still not able to get past. Out towards turns 12 and 13. Once again, a sweeping corner, building the speed up. This is going to be the opportunity. To the inside goes Sasha Norden. The 2 cars side by side, but James Wallace doing the switch back. The 2 cars running absolutely neck and neck. Norden had got the work done, but he couldn't get it slowed down. Now Wallace to the inside. They are running absolutely side by side into turn one. The timing screen is saying Norden ahead, but it's Wallace who takes that position back. So Wallace back up into that 6th place. Sasha Norden to the outside. What great driving here. James Wallace trying to block off the number 21 car. Sasha Norden appearing to have a good grip on the exit of the corner. James Wallace, though, what a move to come back on Sasha Norden. This is the fight for 6th place. It's advantage James Wallace at the moment, but Sasha Norden hanging the back end of the car out. Matthias Ferreira in the background, ready to jump if he sees a gap appearing between these two cars. So out towards turn 7 and 8 once again now. Sasha Norden just remembering that he can get a nose in front. He just needs to get it slowed down, but James Wallace going deep into the corner. That's exactly the gift that Sasha Norden needed. Wallace missing the braking point, and suddenly Sasha Norden is through, and Norden is up into 6th place now. Next up ahead of him is Sid Smith, but Sid Smith a long way up the road, well over a second clear of these two. And of course, when they were battling side by side, it allowed Sid Smith to break clear even further. Breaking clear at the front, Flint Schuring still leading the way. Cass Havercourt in 2nd, Ariel Levy in 3rd, Chester Keefer, the leading rookie driver, in 4th, then Sid Smith, then Sasha Norden after that monumental battle with James Wallace out along the pit straight once again in towards turn 1. That is Chester Keefer in 4th place, the leading rookie driver. Ariel Levy in 3rd. What can he do about Cass Havercourt in front of him? Havercourt not really in the championship battle, but he will steal points away because guest drivers this year do score points. So Havercourt not helping Ariel Levy at all. The two drivers who both race for Team GP Elite, but there are no team orders here. Cass Havercourt racing for the silverware, and Ariel Levy would dearly love to find a route past Cass Havercourt, but at the moment just too far back. Behind him, Chester Keefer, very much in the fight. Then Sid Smith, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, passing through your screen. In the Pro-Ams, it's still Henry Tuamala. Nick Ho has peeled off into the pits, so Nick Ho clearly has some issues. That's a real shame, losing the number 98 car as he peels off. Looking further down the top 10, and in fact, that's towards the back, but in the top 10, Domas Raudonis in that 10th place. 9th, Joe Warhurst. There is the very pretty Iron Dames car of Karen Gayard, and Charles Visser challenging for position. Karen Gayard, who is in 23rd place. So in fact, she has found a route past Charles Visser, now onto Mace Muller, who's in 22nd place. So Gayard doing a good job in the number 85 car. Great to have the driver from Porsche Carrera Cup France, the driver who is the first female to win a Porsche Junior Shootout and selection for Porsche Carrera Cup France, part of the Iron Dames team, and showing us why as she pushes her way forwards from further back. And this looks like Draker Janssen heading towards us, and he's got Alex Ryman on the inside of him in towards turn 1. Scrapping for non-points paying positions though. So Draker Janssen and Alex Ryman, both drivers that we've seen much further up through the field. It's advantage Ryman at the moment. Draker Janssen trying to fight back the very pretty number 17 car. And great artwork on the side of that. Draker Janssen has a puppy called Bink, who used to come to all of his karting events. And he's unable to come to Porsche Carrera Cup Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. So Draker thought, I'll tell you what, we're going to put a picture of Bink on the car. And you can see the very pretty livery of Bink on the car as a sponsor to Draker Janssen, but not bringing him a lot of luck at the moment. You can see the back end of the number 17 car sliding a fair bit. He's not enjoying the level of grip as Alex Ryman breaks clear in that 20th place, but both drivers well out of the points. The 69 car of Milan Marchak. He has Jelter Hoffner behind him in 15th, 16th place. They're fighting for the last of the rookie podium positions. So they are fighting for 3rd in the rookie podium. Jelter Hoffner in the red and white car. Also in there, Robin Knutsen, unusual livery for him in the number 32 car. So Milan Marchak currently has that podium position at the front of the two silver cars for the rookies. And fourth in the podiums is Jelte Hofner, the driver who has so much enthusiasm for what he does. Great media on his Instagram, his social media, well worth following. And looking to take another selfie on the podium, but he's got to get on the podium before he can do that. And up ahead of him at the moment, Robin Knudsen and Milan Marchak. Right, we're getting news that with 7 minutes and 50 seconds remaining, there is rain in the air. We thought that might be an issue. We weren't expecting it till later this afternoon, but there is some raindrops in the air. So this race may well have another twist. There's not enough at the moment to do anything about traction, but there is rain in the air, and that could throw a real curved ball for a number of these drivers. Domas Radonis has also been given a warning for track limits, but none of this is affecting Flint Schuring. He's extended the gap to 2.2 seconds over Cas Havercourt. There is our race leader. Flint Schuring, across the line he comes. In fact, another 0.3, so 2.5 seconds over Cas Havercourt. That's what 2.5 seconds looks like in terms of distance. And Flint Schuring very much in control. Less than 7 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. Our championship leader leading the way. Cas Havercourt making his debut this year in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. We saw him last year. Very, very strong performance, getting himself up to speed. We heard before the race that he hadn't sat in a car, in a Carrera Cup car since October last year when we saw Cas Havercourt in the Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany. As we get notification that Nick Ho has a 5-second time penalty for track limits. Also, Alex Ryman, 5-second time penalty. Car number 88, a 5-second time penalty for a false start. But I'm also seeing potentially car 99, 5-second time penalty for a false start. So that is Flint Schuring. I'm just going to ask whether we can get confirmation on that. Because it's not especially clearly worded on my screen, but I believe that Flint Schuring, our race leader, may have a 5-second time penalty for a false start. We're just going to find that out before this race finishes, but this could be fairly cataclysmic for Flint Schuring. Under investigation for a false start. Cas Havercourt 2.5 seconds behind. So if that 5 seconds is awarded, it will drop Flint Schuring down into third place. I'm going to wait for confirmation on that just to be sure. Certainly the 88 car, Chester Kiefer, also with a 5-second time penalty for potentially a false start. We're on board with Cas Havercourt in that second place at the moment. And he can see the race leader up in front of him. Third place, Ariel Levy. Another track warning being given to Robin Knudsen. This time, this is for tracks limits. And yes, it is a 5-second time penalty that has been awarded to our race leader. That is going to turn this race on its head. Race leader Flint Schuring and fourth place Chester Kiefer both will have 5 seconds added to their time at the end of this race. It means that Cas Havercourt is the net leader with 4.5 minutes remaining. Flint Schuring will need to be going like the clappers to open up as big a gap as he possibly can. Ariel Levy 4.1 seconds behind. If he could stay within 5 seconds of Flint Schuring, he will outscore him in this race. This is going to be a critical 4.25 minutes plus 1 lap. It is Flint Schuring leading the way with a 5-second time penalty. Then Cas Havercourt, then Ariel Levy, then Chester Kiefer with the 5-second time penalty, then Sid Smith, then Sasha Norden, James Wallace, Matthias Ferreira in 8th place, Joe Warhurst in 9th, Domas Radonis in 10th. Our leading rookie is Chester Kiefer, second in the rookies, Matthias Ferreira. Our leading driver in the Pro-Ams, Henry Tuamale in 18th place overall. Flint Schuring, he has a 3.2 second gap at the front. If things remain as they are now, it will not be enough to win this race. The win will go to Cas Havercourt. There are a number of track limit warnings now come. Just looked at the screen. Numerous track limit warnings. None that I can see from any of the cars in the top few, but loads of cars picking up warnings for track limits. No issues for Cas Havercourt that I can see. But Flint Schuring with that 5-second time penalty. Car number 7, Charles Visser, with a 5-second time penalty for track warnings. We knew that track limits were going to be an issue here this weekend. We had over 300 track limit infringements in testing on Thursday. And now in the race, it's all coming home to roost because the warnings are being given out, the time penalties are being given out. But the biggest time penalty of all for a false start, Flint Schuring too quick out of the blocks with a 5-second time penalty. That's Karen Gaillard pointing the wrong way in the Iron Dames number 85 car after such a strong job running through the field. She's in 23rd place. Looks like she's able to correct it. Less than 2.5 minutes remaining of this race. It's Flint Schuring who leads the way, but the net race leader is Cas Havercourt at the moment. Has the message been passed to Ariel Levy? Because he knows that if he can get past his teammate Cas Havercourt, he will get valuable points. Will Cas Havercourt help his teammate? I doubt it very much. He wants the silverware. Ariel Levy will be throwing caution to the wind. 4.658 behind the race leader, Flint Schuring. So if the race finished now, Flint Schuring would be in 3rd place. Chester Kiefer also with that 5-second time penalty. That will promote Sid Smith up into 4th place. 1 minute and 3/4 remaining. What can Ariel Levy do to get past Cas Havercourt? The two drivers running for Team GP Elite. That is 2nd, but net race leader at the moment. Flint Schuring not able to do anything to extend the gap any further. 3.848 is the gap between 1st and 2nd. The 5 seconds to be added on to the race leader's time in 1.25 minutes plus 1 lap, because that is all that's left here of round 5 of the season. Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. High drama as Ariel Levy now turns the heat up on Cas Havercourt. These two drivers have raced each other all through last year. They're racing each other again here in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe 2025. Ariel Levy knows that if he can get past Cas Havercourt, this could potentially be a race win. The two cars running along the pit straight, almost side by side, 250 kilometers an hour. Cas Havercourt, a gap on the outside now. Did Cas Havercourt allow Ariel Levy past? He may well have done. Whichever way, Levy up into 2nd place. This is going to be a net race win, but in doing so, the gap 4.997. Almost a 5-second gap between 1st and 2nd. Can Flint Schuring snatch defeat or victory? What's it going to be? There are 3,000 seconds, that 3/1000ths of a second that he needs to find on Ariel Levy in 2nd place. Levy now needs to give it all he's got. Flint Schuring, if he can open up the gap to 5 seconds at the front, he will hold on to the win of this race. The clock strikes 0. Flint Schuring currently up at turn 9, so about a lap and a half left of this race. Is it going to be Flint Schuring? We're going to find out. He's going to be crossing the line in a few minutes. We'll see what the gap is between 1st and 2nd. At the moment, Schuring's up into turn 12, and he will come out into 13 and 14, out along the pit straight. We will see the gap. If the gap is above 5 seconds, then Flint Schuring will be the race leader. If it's below, Ariel Levy will be the net race leader. Right, here we go. Flint Schuring crossing the line. Did Ariel Levy give too much away as he tried to get past Cas Havercourt? Here we go. Across the line goes Flint Schuring. We wait. Now, what is the gap? 5.756. So, if the race finished now, Flint Schuring would hold on to the win of the race. Ariel Levy in 2nd place needs to find 0.7 of a second on this lap. Cas Havercourt did all that he could to help his teammate. Chester Kiefer at the moment in 4th place, but will have 5 seconds added. He will keep hold of the rookie win by my calculations, even with the 5 seconds added, subject to confirmation. But at the moment, Flint Schuring, he had that 5 seconds added for the false start, but he's opened up the gap to 5.756. Ariel Levy, Cass Havercourt maybe fumbling as they swapped for second place, and it's advantage Flint Schuring on this, the last lap of the race. A sensational round 5 for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. At the moment, Flint Schuring into turn 11. He comes. He needs to keep that gap of 5.756 in towards turn 12. He will come for the very last time. The right-hand turn, then the sweeping turns 13 and 14. Adrian Campos, and he'll be out onto the pit straight. He will be the driver who receives the checkered flag, but we're going to have to wait until Ariel Levy crosses the line before we find out who the race winner is going to be. So here comes Flint Schuring. Out across the line he comes to receive the checkered flag. Now we wait to see the gap. Will it be above? Will it be below? Ariel Levy towards the line. It's going to be a win for Flint Schuring. 6.13 is the gap between first and second. Flint Schuring, despite that time penalty, taking the win. Ariel Levy in second place. Cass Havercourt being a real team player in third place just behind. Then it's Chester Kiefer with a 5-second time penalty. That'll move him down to about 5th or 6th place. Sid Smith coming back for a 5th place. And then Sasha Norden, 6th was as good as it was going to get for him. James Wallace, then Matthias Ferreira, Joe Warhurst in 9th, and Domas Radonas rounding out the top 10. Winner in the rookie race, it's still going to be Chester Kiefer. And the winner in the Pro-Am race is Henry Tuamala once again, 18th place this time, and he will extend his lead at the top of the championship. What a sensational race, controversial as Karen Geyer coming across the line to receive the flag after that spin. But what a race. It was all about the maths, it was all about the gap, it was all about keeping that 5 seconds, and Flint Schuring did that and some, with a 1.130 gap over Ariel Levy when the penalty is applied. In third place, Cass Havercourt, Chester Kiefer in 4th, but he will have that 5 seconds applied. Then it's Sid Smith, Sasha Norden, James Wallace, Matthias Ferreira, 2nd in the rookies, Joe Warhurst, Domas Radonis, and then Rodrigo Almeida in 11th place. Nathan Sharp in 12th, ahead of Josh Stanton. Nick Ho in 14th place, ahead of Milan Marchak in 15th, Robin Knutson in 16th, Jelter Hofner in 17th, and then the winner in the Pro-Ams, Henry Tuamala, ahead of Jonas Greif. Alex Ryman rounding out the top 20 ahead of Charles Visser. Mace Muller in 22nd, Draker Janssen down in 23rd. Second in the Pro-Ams, Anthony Imperato, 24th overall, ahead of Luciano Martinez. Karen Geyer, Thomas Cangro was a non-finisher. We saw him spearing off into the gravel. Wow, what a way to finish a race. It really looked like advantage Cass Havercourt for a while. Then it looked like advantage Ariel Levy. But it takes a brave man to bet against Flint Schuring, and it is a 4th win in 5 races for the Dutch driver for Schumacher CLRT. What can these drivers do to stop the man in black and gold as he stops in the number 1 position? Boy, did he have to work for that. Flint Schuring now into the pit lane, and out of the car he'll come with everything stacked against him. He took that win. He receives the congratulations from Larry Tenforder, the most successful man in the history of Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany, and his team. Still, you won the race. That's what he says. You might have got 5 seconds, but you did what you had to do to negate that penalty. Brilliant. Flint Schuring, the driver. Oh, bless him. And, well, there we go. Ariel Levy, he knew that Cass Havercourt had surrendered that 2nd place and really been a team player. You see Ariel Levy just picking up the sign and putting the 3rd in front of his car because that's what he felt as though he deserved, and a proper good sportsmanship from Ariel Levy, and I have to say good sportsmanship and good teamwork from Cass Havercourt as well, giving way to Ariel Levy to give him the best possible opportunity to win the race, and certainly second place will be valuable points. That's certainly more points than he would have got for third place. 4 more points. So yeah, brilliant stuff. What a race. Okay, I can see Piers down there, so I think he's going to have a quick word with our race winner. That was good, wasn't it, Piers?
Hey, that was dramatic, wasn't it? And Flynn, you came out on top, but you made life difficult for yourself.
Yeah, apparently I rolled a bit at the start, made it a bit more difficult throughout the race. But the car was so good and the pace was really good, so I managed to pull out a gap. And I think it was just enough. I don't know how much it was, but really great to win it again.
Yeah, very, very close it was. At one point with a couple of laps to go, you were like 4.9 seconds ahead coming over the line. But yeah, the pace that you showed in qualifying, you could continue to the end of the race.
Yeah, the pace since this morning has been amazing. Really good step from yesterday, so really happy with it.
Flynn, congratulations on another win in the championship, retaining a championship lead. I'm going to go and grab a word with our second or third place drivers. So start with Ariel Levy. Ariel finishing second on the road, but I saw you a little gesture there moving the boards around.
Yeah, I mean, everyone saw that I was third, and Cas helped me in the last few laps to get one more position. So first of all, thank you so much for Cas. Also, congratulations for Flynn. He's just super fast this weekend. Yeah, I think besides this, I think I had an okay race. According to my pace, I think I made my job, I guess. Yeah, and I have one more race, and we'll see what I can do there.
Ariel, of course, you're going to be pushing Flynn all the way, I'm sure. We've got another race later on today. We'll see you go for the win in that one. And our driver that was third on the road currently has the number 2 in front of his car. Cass, you're joining us again. You joined us this time last year. You won this race. This time, third, but second, but third. It's still, how are you feeling?
Yeah, quite okay. I mean, the pace was not there to win. Flint was a bit quicker, but yeah, it is what it is. I mean, speed was good. It was still quite good, I think. And yeah, after some points, we had the discussion. Of course, Ariel is here for the championship. I'm not, so I mean, I swapped the places for him to get some points. So I think it was overall good, quite a good race.
Do you think that if you hadn't have let Ariel through, you could have stayed within 5 seconds and taken the victory?
Well, I was not. I didn't know he had 5 seconds, so that was the problem. So. If I knew, maybe I could have kept in the gap, but yeah, it is what it is.
Hey, Cass, another podium. You've joined us once again. I'm sure you'll be very happy with that. We'll catch these drivers once again on the podium, but before that, Brian's going to run us through the highlights of what was another brilliant race in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division.
It certainly was, wasn't it? Thank you, Piers. And interesting, Cass did not know that there was that 5-second time penalty hanging over the race leader, and maybe it would have been different. But really entertaining stuff, and a real show of good teamwork and comradeship amongst the drivers as well. But they are going to be scratching their heads, because what are they going to do to stop Flint Schuring? He has made it now 4 wins out of 5 races. Let's take a look at some of the highlights of what was a very entertaining round 5 for the Sport Division, Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Big crowd gathering on the terraces, and the big crowd witnessed what was classed as a false start for Flint Schuring. Quite hard to see from that camera angle, but it was one that was going to give him a 5-second time penalty, both he and his teammate Chester Kiefer. So both cars with a 5-second time penalty as a result of that start. It was a fairly, say chaotic, but certainly dramatic opening lap. A lot of elbows out racing, bits of blue smoke rising into the air, but it was Thomas Cangro who went spinning off into the gravel trap, becoming stranded, bringing out a safety car, and it meant that the field was closed up nose to tail once again. Very tough day so far for Thomas Cangro, but we got back underway once again, and it was Flint Schuring who just steadily opened up the gap over second place Cass Havercourt. Chester Kiefer was trying to come back at Sid Smith and hanging it around the outside. Ariel Levy not knowing which car to race that was behind him, just trying to break clear of both of them. Sid Smith getting bundled out of the way. Henry Chuamala locking up a wheel into the corner and leaving a gap on the inside that's filled by Nick Ho. There was Jelte Hoffner also smoking the tyres, also Draker Janssen. Lots of drivers struggling with the track limits here today. And it was Karen Gayar as well, who was in the wars, and we saw her getting turned around. Matthias Ferreira and Sasha Norden, that was quite a battle. It went on for some time. Sasha Norden finding a route past the gold and white car, And there was Alex Ryman, Draker Janssen. Both of them were the ones that attracted the attention of the stewards. Finally, Sasha Norden thought he'd got past James Wallace, but Wallace was having none of it, coming back on the inside. The two cars running neck and neck. Sasha Norden eventually finding the route past to take that position, the 6th place in the race. Sasha Norden showing what a fighter he is. This was Charles Visser, along with Mace Muller, also fighting for position, and Karen Geyer in the background, taking advantage, getting her elbows out and getting stuck in for the Iron Dames. Great to have her here in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. This was the moment where I think the stewards might have got involved. It was Draker Janssen, Alex Ryman, exploring the outer reaches of the circuit. There was a bit of sunshine there. The rain was in the air, but it held off. Flint Schuring, though, with that 5-second time penalty hanging over him. Cass Havercourt in 2nd place at that point was the net leader, but he was doing very much the team thing and allowing Ariel Levy to close in on him. Draker Janssen and Mace Muller once again running side by side, and that was the moment where Karen Geyer lost the back end, the car spinning around. She was able to rejoin, but at the back of the pack, coming home in 26th place. Then it was the big choreographed move as Ariel Levy was allowed through by Cass Havercourt. Draker Janssen and Mace Muller still swapping paintwork, bouncing off each other. Draker Janssen going off onto the grass. I didn't see that one when it was live, and was able to rejoin, but doing well to keep that pointing in the right direction. At the front, Flint Schuring was able to extend the gap at the front and had a 6.13 gap over Ariel Levy. It meant that the 5-second time penalty counted for nothing. He still held on to the lead. 2nd across the line, Ariel Levy. 3rd with Cass Havercourt, but Ariel very much recognising and acknowledging that it was Cass Havercourt who allowed him past. Right, we're ready for the podium. Back down to Piers.
Brilliant, thank you, Brian. What a brilliant race we had as the first race of the weekend. And the first podium, we will have the overall classification in the sport division. And in 3rd place, the number 2 from the Netherlands, Cass Havercourt. Cass driving for GP Elite. And his teammate in 2nd place from Israel, Ariel Levy. But our eventual winner, after overcoming a 5-second penalty for a jump start, the number 99 from the Netherlands, Flint Schuring. Congratulations, Flint, driving for the Schumacher CLRT team. And we will now have the Dutch national anthem. Congratulations to Flint for winning the race. We'll now have the trophies handed out by series manager Lars Plato. In 3rd place, it was Cass Havercourt taking another podium in the championship. 1st race this season in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. 2nd place, of course, Ariel Levy. Many podiums. Champion last year in 2024. Looking to take the championship off Flint if he absolutely can. But it's going to be hard if Flint continues the way he is going. And the eventual winning trophy to Flint Schuring. A brilliant drive. He'll hope that he can get across off the line cleaner next time. He raises the trophy aloft to the applause of the team. We'll just have a photo opportunity. All 3 drivers on the top step of the podium now, looking to the photographer across the way. A brilliant first race. Round number 7 of the number 5 of the championship. That was the overall. Cass decided he might spray it. Save that for later, Cass. Yeah, we've still got another race to go. Next up, we will have the rookie classification podium. Rookie drivers are the young drivers who are starting their racing career, and once we get the podium ready, we will have those drivers. we're going to start the rookie podium with the number 69 from the Netherlands, Milan Marchak. Milan driving for Team Red Ant. Second place on the rookie podium, the number 27 from Brazil, Matias Ferreira. Matias driving for Team Target. And our winner once again in the rookie classification, the number 88, Chester Kiefer. Chester driving for the Schumacher CLRT team, so Schumacher having a good day. And we will now have the Luxembourg national anthem for Chester. Congratulations to all three drivers on the podium. Third place, once again, Milan Marchak. Only his second race weekend in cars, I believe, so to get a podium, very, very impressive. Second place, Matias Ferreira. Been on the podium a number of times in rookies this season, and another rookie win, along with some overall podiums for Chester Kiefer. The top three presented their trophies. Now an opportunity for photos. Do you guys want to get together on the top step of the podium so you can get a photo together? I'm sure we'll be seeing these faces in motorsport many, many times on podiums in the future for years to come. That rounds out the first podium ceremony for the sport division. Well, of course, we'll have one more later on after race number 2, but before then, we are going to be looking forward to the first club division race, and we've had some brilliant races this season so far. That will be in just a few minutes' time, so don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to Circuito Ricardo Tormo here in Valencia for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe 2025. We've just seen the Sport Division race, and what a race that was. It had a bit of everything, including controversy. But now it's time for the Club Division to take to the stage, and very, very shortly those cars will leave their garages in the pit lane and will make their way round to the grid. Weather conditions here in Valencia, they are changeable, it has to be said. As seems to have become the case in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, the weather does like to follow us around, and I'm told there are some drops of rain in the air. There was certainly a little bit before the podium ceremony from the last race. It's stopped for the moment. Piers, who is a great commentator, presenter in the pit lane, he's a great racing driver, but he's also a meteorologist in his spare time, and he says it's feeling mild but humid, and that's beautiful if you're going to go for a walk. Not so beautiful if you want a dry track for racing, and particularly those at the front end of the grid will want to get away at the front and get away nice and cleanly. We saw the qualifying this morning, and we saw what we thought was going to be the grid forming up for this afternoon's race, but there have been some changes, and the most significant of those is that the driver who set the fastest time, the driver who had qualified on pole position, Angelo Fontana, well, the S1 racing car has failed scrutineering. It means that Fontana has been disqualified from qualifying. He can take part in the race, but he's going to have to do so from the very back of the grid. It is a roles reverse, because the driver who started from the back in both races last time out in Estoril was Philip Wills. It is now Fontana who starts from the back, and Wills who starts from pole position in this race. He inherits that position, and Alexander Dobik starts alongside him on the front row. Now, I have to say, for my money, Alexander Dobik been one of the real stars who's always kind of there or thereabouts. The other driver who is very much making the headlines, and he was certainly making them in qualifying this morning, Andre Fernandez. He's trying to recover from a bout of the flu. That hasn't helped him. It didn't help him as he was about to claim that pole position this morning, and out of the final corner, lost the back end of the Veloso Motorsport car. He ended up in the gravel trap. Fortunately, he kept it out of the barrier, but it does mean that P5 is the best that he can start from in this race. In fact, it is his starting position for this race. You can see the cars coming out onto the track at the moment. It is round 5 of an 8-round season for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division 2025. We have 2 races this afternoon. This is round 5 we're getting ready for, and then round 6 will be the last race of the afternoon. Within the division, we have 2 categories. We have the AM drivers, which has to be said, makes up the majority. The AM drivers are drivers who are aged 40 years or older with no professional motor racing background. But we also have a couple of GT4 cars. There's one just coming out of the pits there on this screen that you can see. And they are Porsche Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport cars. There's 2 of those, and they are running for the GT4 Championship. So in the overall championship, it is Philip Wills who leads Angelo Fontana by 26 points, and he will be rubbing his hands together at the moment, because Fontana is going to have to do all the work to come through the field. If he wants to close that 26 gap up, he's going to need to get in front of Philip Wills, and with Wills on pole position, that is going to be a tall order. You have heard already that Javier Ripoll Jr. is not here this weekend. His wife is expecting a baby, and we just say best wishes to Javier Ripoll Jr. As I said earlier, there are not many things in life that are more important than racing, but I think that probably is one of them, and hopefully they're watching us, and they may have more important things to think about, but if they are watching, we wish them all the best. Look forward to seeing Javier Ripoll Jr. back in Barcelona. But it does mean that the championship at the moment, very much a 2-horse race, with Philip Wills leading Angelo Fontana by those 26 points. Further back in championship, it's Reinhold Kran, who is some 79 points back. He's fourth in the championship, ahead of Evgeny Leonov, who's not racing this weekend either. In the AM standings, it's very much the same story. Wills from Fontana, from Ripoll Jr., from Kran. In the GT4 championship, it's David von Rosen, who leads Patrick Cunha by 20 points. And that is a fight that will go all the way to the wire, I dare say. So at the moment, the cars are now just out on the grid, and very, very shortly we'll be throwing down to Piers, who will hopefully grab a word with few of the drivers. One of the things we will keep an eye on, though, is track limits, as we see our new pole sitter, Pit Wills, coming through to claim that position. And we need to be very careful because track limits have been an issue. Right, it's time to head back down to the grid with Piers.
Thank you very much, Brian. Yes, we're down on the grid. Pole position, Philip Wills is here. We just saw him come into shot, and on the outside of the front row, we have Alexander Dobik, a different looking grid than what we expected after the lap times were in from qualifying, but that's due to a few changes. Unfortunately, our provisional pole sitter, Angelo Fontana, had a technical infringement, which means that he is starting at the back of the grid, but that's going to be entertaining to watch, which promotes, as we mentioned a moment ago, this man, our championship leader, Philip Wills, to pole position. Philip, can we have a quick word? Yeah. Philip, an unexpected pole position, but you'll take it nonetheless.
Yeah, I find it, although a little bit a shame for the battle, because I saw that Fontana and Fernandez were also quick, so it would be a great battle. But of course, yeah, if you start in pole position, I had in the last, it was always red flags, and I was doing green, and Fernandez, it cost a red flag. Of course. Because otherwise I had a better lap, so it could be possible that I get my pole position on a normal way, but so I'm happy that we are now here. We'll see how it goes.
Well, we saw you come through the field, of course, last time out in Estoril, so I'm sure you'll be seeing with Andre Fernandez in fifth place, just 2 cars back, and then Angelo potentially in your mirrors, maybe towards the end of the race.
Yeah, let's hope that it gets a good fight. I will fight for it and see that we go for the win, of course.
Philip, congratulations on a pole position after a tricky session. Alexander Dobik starting in second place for Hideka. Very easy to spot, although it might be a little more tricky considering we've got 2 luminous, I'll go with that, luminous yellow cars on the front row. Then on the inside of row 2, Reinhold Kran starts in P3. Reinhold comes into this round 4th in the overall championship. I'm going to grab a quick word with Reinhold if he's okay. Reinhold, can we have a quick chat? Brilliant, amazing. Reinhold, coming into this round 4th in the championship, a good qualifying for yourself, starting P3. What can you do in this race?
I think I just have to drive my own race and stick to my tasks and just focus on myself, and I think I'll hopefully have a good result.
Of course, and stick to your tasks. What are your tasks for this race? What were you thinking?
My tasks are to stay in the moment and just hit each corner the way I'm supposed to, and when the opportunity comes for an overtake, I'll take it, but not to worry about it, just stick to each corner and execute.
Very stoic. Every journey starts with a single step and, one by one. Reinhold, leave you to it there. That's a good approach, isn't it? These drivers, some drivers are looking for the race, some drivers are getting involved, but others just one corner at a time, one race by race. Outside of row 2, Tobias Vasquez. I haven't actually spoken to Tobias. Are we okay to have a quick chat, Tobias? Tobias, are we okay to chat in English?
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit. Tobias, P4 on the grid. Are you looking forward to the race?
Yeah, I hope for a good race. Qualifying was a bit hard for me. We had a gearbox failure, and then I had to quit the qualifying. So I'm looking forward to Podium.
Yeah, absolutely. Good luck in the race. Thank you very much for chatting to us. We'll see how you get on. Good job by the team to get that car ready. Again, another very distinctive car. We've got some amazing liveries in the club division here. Look at that, the detail, and that's amazing. The team doing a great job with their Tobias Vasquez, racing for the K. Kramat Racing team. Andre Fernandez, the driver that was looking like he could have been on pole position, then he was second, then he was promoted to pole position after Angelo Fontana's, of course, technical infringement, but unfortunately, due to causing the red flag, he is down. I say down, it's in 5th place. It's not exactly terrible, is it? But we'll see him fighting up the field. He's got the pace certainly to be in the top 2 or 3 drivers. So keep an eye on that bright green machine for Veloso Motorsport there. Lee Mole. Actually, let's go and grab a word with Lee Mole for Team Parker Racing. Lee, it's actually been pretty consistent in testing so far, and looking forward to another one. Lee, starting 6th on the grid. Of course, these 2x2 rolling starts keep the pack nice and close together. What's the first lap going to look like from your perspective?
Absolutely no idea. Just hopefully stay in the same place, maybe try and gain one, but we'll wait and see. I didn't race here last year, so this is, every corner will be new for me. So
I was about to ask that. We didn't see you here last year, but have you raced on this circuit before?
No, this is my first weekend at this circuit. It's fantastic as well.
Yeah, I'm hearing from a lot of the drivers, it's quite physical out here.
It is. It's quite a technical circuit as well. The corners just seem to go on forever. So it's difficult to get a good lap. I think I'm quite quick on the circuit that I drive. Unfortunately, it's not the same circuit as a lot of these other guys are driving at the moment. But
brilliant, amazing to see you so relaxed and witty as always. Lee, thank you so much for chatting to us. That's brilliant. He's brilliant. Oh, I love to hear the how relaxed some of these drivers are. You know, it's interesting the psychology. Different drivers like to be very focused. Other drivers like Lee, they're happy to make a joke and a quip in the car right before the race. Then on where are we now? We're 7th on the grid, so inside of the 4th row. Jan-Jaap van Roon joining us once again, coming back into the championship after taking a short break. He wasn't with us in Estoril, but was with us at Portimao. And then Carsten Kramer, sorry, I've been corrected on my pronunciation. Team owner and racer. He's starting in 8th position. Then 9th on the inside of the 5th row of the grid, Eric Wagner. We'll jump in and have a quick word with Eric, so I'm just getting in the way of the shot. Eric had a good qualifying session inside the top 10. I've got 2 minutes left, so I think I'm all right to have a quick word with Eric. Eric, inside the top 10 in qualifying, you must be pretty happy with that. What are you thinking about ahead of this race?
Have fun and get some passes. Should be a good race.
Absolutely, it's going to keep the grid close together. Of course, we've seen the times are still pretty close. You've got your teammates this weekend as well, so that's surely that's helping as well.
Absolutely, it's going to be a lot of fun. Should be a great practice for me.
Brilliant, Eric. Well done on a good qualifying. We'll see how you get on in the race. Talking of those teammates, Corrado Costa is rejoining us in the championship in a very similar Enrico Fulgenzi livery. Easy to spot on circuit. Those cars always turned out very well. Corrado joined us last year, and this is the first time he's racing in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe this season. Moving further down the grid, David Harrison, 11th place on the inside of row 6. Harry's given us a thumbs up. We've spoken to Harry quite a few times this season, so maybe we'll grab a word with him later on, but we'll pass by. Then Ernst Inderbitzin starting in 12th. Our first of our GT4s, Patrick Kuhnhaar. Patrick is the leading GT4. Of course, the car's slightly different. Unfortunately, only 2 of these cars this weekend. Patrick, can we have a quick word in English? No, we're saying no, that's okay. We'll leave him to get ready for the race. And I'll grab one last word with Ajit Kumar with Red Ant Racing. Quick word, Ajit, are you looking forward to the race?
Very much looking forward to the race.
Brilliant. Sorry, Ajit, we've got to go. I'm being told to leave the grid, so that's it. We've got to go racing. Brian, over to you.
Thank you, Piers. Good job. Stand in front of a mirror and say fluorescent 15 times. Ajit Kumar, how laid back does he sound as he gets ready for this race? We are really looking forward to this, and we're going to have one eye on Philip Wills and Alexander Dobic at the front, and Reinhold Kran, who'll be looking to improve that championship position. Also, we'll have an eye on Andre Fernandez as he fights his way through from that 5th place. But we're also going to have an eye on Angelo Fontana from the very back of the pack. Can he emulate the performance of Philip Wills from last time out at Estoril and get his way back into a points or even a podium position? Well, we're going to find out in just a few moments, because the safety car is now moving. These cars are about to start their rolling lap. The cars that are bar 2 Porsche 911 GT3 Cup cars based on the 992 generation. The only difference between these and the last cars is they are allowed ABS. And it is Philippe Wills on pole position with Alexander Dobic alongside. Reinhold Kran and Tobias Vasquez Garcia on row 2 ahead of Andre Fernandez with that grid penalty, and Lee Mole from Great Britain. Then Jaap van Roon and Carsten Kramer line up on row 4. On row 5, Eric Wagner and Corrado Costa ahead of David Harrison and Ernst Inderbitzin. The leading GT4 runner, Patrick Kuhnhaar, is 13th with Ajit Kumar for company. And then Jorge Rodriguez and Michael McInerney lines up alongside him. 17th on the grid, Marabi Mekva-Bishvili a little bit off the pace, having some problems in quali this morning. And then Tobias Wagner lines up 18th with Angelo Fontana with all the work to do from 19th place on the grid. So just repeat, yes, these cars do have ABS, unlike the Sport division, but apart from that and the two GT4s, they are identical. The other difference between this and the race that you might have seen preceding this one is that it is a rolling start as opposed to a standing start. So cars at the moment following the safety car on their formation lap, generating the heat in the tyres and into the brakes. And you can see Alexander Dobic weaving. And I do agree, the front row of the cars could be a bit confusing. Very similar liveries. We'll try not to get those mixed up. It's Proton Huber competition on pole position with Hadeka Racing alongside Lap Time Performance and Kay Kramer Racing on the second row. The cars will very shortly get into a grid formation on this circuit, which is 4.005 kilometers around with 14 turns, 9 to the left and 5 to the right. And those of you who are very observant will have noticed that unlike many circuits, we run here in an anti-clockwise direction, which does all sorts of weird things to the driver's necks, so I am told. So they're up into turn 12 at the moment. The instruction has been given to grid up, and soon they will be side by side. The safety car will peel off into the pit lane, and in just a few moments we will be ready for 30 minutes plus 1 lap of racing. The driver that's at the front when that period of time is over will be the winner. At the moment, championship leader Philip Wills in the box seats to extend his championship lead. Alexander Dobic dropping back a bit there, but now pulls up alongside. Out onto the pit straight they come. The safety car peels off into the pit lane. It's looking all good, all tidy. We're ready to go racing. Round 5, Porsche Sprint Challenge, Southern Europe Sprint Division. It's a drag race into turn 1, but Philip Wills has the racing line. Alexander Dobic around the outside on turn 1, but he can't get it slowed down. He goes deep. He leaves the gap on the inside. Philip Wills coming through as well. Also Reinhold Kran in there as well. Keep an eye on Lee Mole. He's there fighting as well. Also Carsten Kramer in there as well. Everybody jostling for position. The opening lap, a great opportunity to make up places, a great opportunity to throw it all away. At the moment, Reinhold Kran around the outside of Alexander Dobic. A fairly audacious challenge from Dobic, but it didn't pay off, and he drops down into third place, into the clutches of Lee Mole and Carsten Kramer in there as well. But there's our race leader, Philip Wills. He looks to have got a good gap on second place while they were scrapping for positions. It's allowed him to break clear, but look at this fight for second place. Keep an eye on Reinhold Kran, Tobias Vasquez Garcia in there as well. So here come our race leaders through turns 9, 10 and 11. Still fighting for those positions, but good start from Carsten Kramer through into the leading positions. Also Andre Fernandez in there as well. Taken to the dirt, Tobias Vasquez Garcia holding it all together. He regathers it, but has fallen back into the clutches of Eric Wagner. He said, we're going to be picking off a few places. Well, that's exactly what he's planning to do. There is Angelo Fontana. He's already passed a handful of cars, more than a handful. Angelo Fontana, as they cross the line. Let's have a look, see where he is from 19th on the grid. Angelo Fontana up to 13th, so he's passed 6 cars in 1 lap. He's trying to make that just a little bit more. At the moment, Philip Wills leading the way. Reinhold Kran in second place. Alexander Dobic, Carsten Kramer in 4th place, ahead of Lee Mole. The teammate of Carsten Kramer in the other of the Kramer cars is Tobias Vasquez Garcia, now fighting back after a moment of going wide. Jaap van Room there as well in the 1-2-7. Lee Mole in that 5th place, looking a little bit vulnerable to Andre Fernandez, the man with the bit between his teeth, the man who's struggling a little bit with flu-like conditions today. David Harrison to the inside of car 127 as well. That's Jaap van Room in the 127 car, but everybody settling down around towards turn 8 they come, and in towards turn 9. Our race leader, Philip Wills, but now the 24 car of Corrado Costa, we welcome him back to this series, taking a position away from David Harrison. That will be for 10th place. And David Harrison looking solid, but he now is going to have his attention preoccupied because Angelo Fontana, from the very back of the pack in a lap in 3/4, is almost into the top 10. He's in 12th place at the moment. You can see 10th place just ahead of him. You can see the onboard in the picture of what it looks like. Angelo Fontana fighting his way through the pack. What a stunning move from him as he comes through. Remember, he had that pole position for this race taken away due to a technical issue in scrutineering, and he's having to fight his way from the very back of the pack. His main championship rival, Philip Wills, leads 4th in the championship. Reinhold Kran by 9/10 of a second. Across the line they come. Alexander Dobik, front row starter, in 3rd place. Tried to make the move, almost got it to pay off for the lead, but couldn't make it stick, and now down into 3rd place. The picture that is on the left-hand side of the screen is Angelo Fontana, and you can see him picking off one car at a time. At the moment, he's with Corrado Costa in the number 24 car, so Fontana up to 11th place already. Eric Wagner in 8th place with Jaap van Roon for company. Behind him is this battle that we're witnessing now. It is Angelo Fontana trying to fight his way through from the back of the pack. Jaap van Roon and Steven Wagner running wheel to wheel into the corner. Van Roon looked to have the racing line, but Eric Wagner with the more momentum around the outside. Fastest lap of the race currently to Philip Wills. He has a clear track in front of him at the moment, and he's able to stretch his legs. Andre Fernandez, the quickest of anybody in Sector 1 though, so he's setting purple times in that 6th place. It means that he is going to be closing in on Lee Mole, that 4/10 of a second gap, just coming down slightly now. You just saw Ajit Kumar flashing through your screen. He's in 18th place, so he fighting forwards as well. Here comes our race leader once again across the line. 1.7 seconds is the gap between 1st and 2nd. Philip Wills will know that Angelo Fontana will be pushing his way as hard as he can through the pack. Wills will want to extend that gap as much as possible, because if we get a safety car and all the gaps close up, suddenly Angelo Fontana will be very close to him. There is Andre Fernandez into 5th place. We're riding on board with him now in the picture on the left-hand side. Andre Fernandez in that 5th place. Karsten Kramer just ahead of him. He's leaving Lee Mole behind in 6th place. So Lee Mole down to 6th place, having been relegated by Andre Fernandez, who is hustling that car across the curbs. The back end sliding out. He needs to be very careful here. He needs to make sure that emotion doesn't overcome judgment here as he fights his way forwards. The same could be said for Angelo Fontana as he now challenges Corrado Costa once again for that 10th place, trying to make it into the top 10 with a little over 6 minutes of this race gone. We've still got 23 3/4 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. Of course, the further forwards that Angelo Fontana goes, then in theory, the tougher the battles are going to get with the quickest cars at the front. Felipe Wills proving that as he sets the fastest lap of 1:36.756. This is the view from Angelo Fontana. It is all caution thrown out the window, thrown to the wind on board with Fontana, pushing his way forwards in 11th place at the moment. Our leading GT4 driver, Patrick Kuhnhar, in 13th place. Jorge Rodriguez is 14th and 1.2 seconds behind him. So we may well have a battle for the GT4 lead before too long as well. To the inside, Jaap van Roon having a little look at Corrado Costa. Behind them, Angelo Fontana in that 11th place. There's Lee Mole, the 56 car, under pressure from Tobias Vasquez Garcia. This is for 6th place. And over the K. Kramer racing cars, fighting for that position. And Lee Mole in the 56 car for Team Parker Racing, now with his mirrors full of that beautiful gold and black car, looking to find a route past. Vasquez sees a gap on the inside, but Lee Mole with the late braking keeps it on the outside line. There's Reinhold Kran. He's in 2nd place in the 233 car. Philip Wills in control, but 1.126 is now the gap between 1st and 2nd. So can Reinhold Kran now start to nibble that gap down? We're going to find out, because Andre Fernandez, 9/10 of a second, well, was the gap between himself and Karsten Kramer, but you can see on your screens that has closed up now. So Andre Fernandez looking for 4th place, potentially a podium position. He's got 22 minutes plus 1 lap of this race remaining. On board with Angelo Fontana once again, and he, up ahead of him, sees Corrado Costa. There is Fontana. Gap on the inside. Costa shuts the door in front of him. His teammate just ahead of him, Eric Wagner in the 23 car, 23 and 24, both cars running for Enrico Fulgenzi Racing. Out along the pit straight, up ahead of them, Lee Moll. Tobias Vasquez Garcia in that 7th place, has a little look into turn 1, just showing himself in the mirrors. Fontana still in that 11th place after a big charge from the back of the pack. Now it's getting tough. Corrado Costa proving to be a tough customer to get past. Eric Wagner there as well. Fontana having to have a bit of patience before he makes his challenge. He looks to the outside. He needs the tyres to last to the end of this race as well. He can't take too much out of him. Now he's got Corrado Costa. So it's up a position for Angelo Fontana. Next up, Eric Wagner in that 9th place. So how quickly can he get past Eric Wagner? The number 23 car going deep into the corner. Fontana following on a similar line. Out they come towards turns 8 and 9. There is Eric Wagner, the 23 car, in 9th place. 10th place, Angelo Fontana. Looking very rapid, looking quick, but can he get past the 23 car? You get the feeling it could be only a matter of time, because Fontana, man on a mission for S1 Racing. He looks to the inside briefly, ducks back in behind the 23 car. 20.25 minutes remaining, plus 1 lap in this round 5 of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe 2025 Club Division. Wagner taking a fairly central line into the corner. Out onto the pit straight we come once again. Up ahead, the 1-2-2 car, Carsten Kramer, now with Andre Fernandez. Pushing hard from behind, looking for that route past. The green car of Andre Fernandez in 5th place. He moves to the outside on the corner. The outside will become the inside. Has Andre Fernandez done enough to seal it off? No, it hasn't. So it's still Carsten Kramer at the moment in the 9th place. Again, a challenge coming from Andre Fernandez. Headlights beaming through. Potentially rain in the air. You could see Fernandez just ducking to a different line into the corner. Still Kramer has 4th place covered off. All of this is allowing Alexander Dobic just to break clear, some 3.6 seconds ahead. 4th place is what we're looking at. And for 5th place behind and 6th place, Lee Moll, Tobias Vasquez Garcia. Had a look to the inside. Lee Moll goes deep into the corner. Vasquez Garcia able to take a slightly tighter line, but not able to take advantage of it. Behind them, Jaap van Room, Angelo Fontana in that 9th place. A little bit of contact between Andre Fernandez and Carsten Kramer. Saw the back end just stepping out of the Kramer car. This is for 4th place on board with Andre Fernandez. You can see the picture-in-picture on the left-hand side of your screen. You can see how hard Andre Fernandez is having to fight. Remember, he's not feeling 100% today. He's fighting the flu. He had a tough qualifying session, but he's doing a great job as he challenges for that 4th place, picking up a slipstream along the pit straight. Will he be able to make a move into turn 1? He has a little look to the outside. He ducks to the inside into turn 1. Has he got the position? Kramer tries to shut the door, but still holds on, sweeps around the outside. Fernandez once again in that 5th place. He's not giving up, trying to go round the outside in turn 2, but still Kramer holding on to that 4th place. Fontana now the fastest man on the track. The gap between 1st and 2nd is 1.4 seconds. So Philip Wills has got a good lead, but he's not clearing off with it. Andre Fernandez in that 5th place. Lee Moll just behind. Fontana in that 9th place. Track limits warnings have been given to Jorge Rodriguez. So once again, Carsten Kramer with the 917 car, breathing down his neck. Andre Fernandez just dropping back a little in that 5th place, allowing things to cool down briefly behind Lee Moll. Now has Jaap van Room, because Van Room looks to have got past Tobias Vasquez Garcia. No, Vasquez Garcia has got past Lee Moll. So Tobias Vasquez Garcia has moved up a position and is now closing in on Andre Fernandez. So that is why Lee Mole has fallen back into the clutches of Jaap van Room. And look who's behind them. Angelo Fontana in that 9th place, still looking to push his way forward. We've still got 17 minutes plus 1 lap remaining of this race. Angelo Fontana to the inside, making his move on Jaap van Room for 8th place. They run along the pit straight at the front of that queue. It is Karsten Kramer, then Andre Fernandez, then Tobias Vasquez Garcia, then Lee Mole, then Angelo Fontana, who's up into 8th place. He's dispatched Jaap van Room. So, Angelo Fontana in the 8th place. There is Karsten Kramer defending, but now Andre Fernandez sees the gap, posts the green machine into that gap, and he's up into 4th place. Next up the line is Alexander Dobic. So all of the championship contenders all running together towards the front. Angelo Fontana, the only one who's got to find his way forwards, but now Lee Mole, how long can he hold off the number 80, the orange and black Angelo Fontana car? The FL next to his name indicates he has the fastest lap. Jaap van Room in 9th place, fighting back on Angelo Fontana. So it's not all done and dusted yet. Fontana with the dilemma. If he makes the challenge on Lee Mole and it doesn't stick, he may well let Jaap van Room through and pass to steal the position back again. Still, Fontana not giving in, not backing out of it. Lee Mole, 7th place at the moment. The car's lined up behind. Lee Mole taking the perfect line through the corner. The 56 car holding it all together. Up around turn 13, they will come, picking up the speed in towards turn 14. And then it'll be a good exit from there onto the pit straight. Will give an opportunity to Fontana to pick up a slipstream. Can he do that along the pit straight? Up front is Reinhold Kran, who is in 2nd place. Alexander Dobic in 3rd. On board with Angelo Fontana, you can see that in the picture. You can see trying to pull on all the experience that he has to get past Lee Mole. Still, Philip Wills, 1.684 at the front, looking pretty comfortable. Reinhold Kran will move up the championship standings, but will not close in on Philip Wills if the race finishes now. Then Alexander Dobic, Andre Fernandez, Karsten Kramer, Tobias Vasquez Garcia, then this battle. Lee Mole in 7th place, Angelo Fontana for Est1 Racing. Still with Jaap van Room behind him in the 127 car for MDM Motorsport. The 3 cars running absolutely as one. 7th, 8th, 9th, running together on the track. Philip Wills with a clear track in front of him still. Fontana taking a tighter line around the corner. Still not able to make a challenge for position at this time. Heading in towards turn 12, they come. So Lee Mole doing exactly what he needs to do to hold on to that 7th place. He had a 4th place last time out at Estoril. 7th place would be valuable points. Fontana from the absolute back of the pack in 8th place at the moment, but now Jaap van Room putting the pressure back onto Angelo Fontana. That is giving Lee Mole a little bit of breathing room, because Lee Mole can break clear of Angelo Fontana if Fontana is having to defend from the car that's flashing the lights heading into turn 1, the car of Jaap van Room. Into turn 1 they come, once again the 4th gear corner, and then up towards turn 2, up to about 205 kilometers an hour. From 4th gear down to 2nd around turn 2. Then into turn 3, a corner that is taken flat out in 3rd gear, up to 4th, then back down to 3rd for the right-hander, which is turn 4, taken at about 105 kilometers an hour in 3rd gear. And turn 5, also 3rd gear corner. And then it's out towards turn 6, up to about 170 kilometers an hour in 4th gear. As we look at Patrick Kuhnhaar, the leader in the GT4 race. He is ahead of Jorge Rodriguez, his main rival. But Rodriguez behind him on the track, but there is a gap between them. The gap is about 4.4 seconds. So Kuhnhaar leading the way in the GT4 race. Just 2 Porsche Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport cars in this race. We've got a yellow flag at turns 6 and turn 8, and that is for Corrado Costa. Well, he's able to turn it around and manages to avoid any collision. There was a car that took avoiding action in the background, but Corrado Costa able to rejoin. But a bit of a moment there, dropping him back down the pack. Looking down the pit straight. This is 4th place, Andre Fernandez. He's clear at the moment of Carsten Kramer. Tobias Vasquez Garcia to the inside into turn 1. Ducks back in behind. Now the fastest car on the track is Andre Fernandez. He steals the fastest lap of the race. Andre Fernandez in 4th place. He picked up a penalty for bringing up a red flag in qualifying this morning, but he's fighting back up into 4th place at the moment. Carsten Kramer doing a good job holding off Tobias Vasquez Garcia too. So Philip Wills holding on at the front. 1.358 is the gap over Reinhold Kran. Alexander Dobic in 3rd place. So there is the 1-2-2. Carsten Kramer in 5th place. Tobias Vasquez Garcia still scratching his head, trying to find out how he's going to get past the red, white and black car just ahead of him. Taking a wider line through the corner. Ahead of them is the driver that has the fastest lap, the green car, 917, Andre Fernandez. Coming into this race, Wills had that 26-point lead over Angelo Fontana. At the moment, Angelo Fontana in 8th place. He's not going to get the points haul that he needs. Certainly not to close in on the lead. Andre Fernandez, 4th place, fastest man on the track. There's Angelo, we're on board with him again. And the picture on the left-hand side of your screen, out along the pit straight. Once again, in the draft, heading in towards turn 1. Now, is there going to be a challenge for position? For 5th place to the inside, Tobias Vasquez Garcia makes it look quite easy. Can he get it slowed down? Carsten Kramer coming back to fight him to the inside. Is Kramer on the inside? He had the position briefly, but now Tobias Vasquez Garcia relegated back down to that 6th place. Car 23, a 5-second time penalty. So, Adrian Fernandez has a 5-second time penalty awarded for forcing another car off the track. So Andre Fernandez in that 4th place has been awarded a 5-second time penalty for forcing another car off the track. That is a disaster for his championship campaign. He's currently in 4th place, but now has a 5-second time penalty. The stewards have intervened. That will drop him back down the order. And also a 5-second time penalty for Eric Wagner, car 23. But Adrian Fernandez, a 5-second time penalty, the 4th place car for forcing another car off the track. Meanwhile, Angelo Fontana has caught up with Lee Mold in 7th place. So Angelo Fontana still pushing his way forwards through the pack, fighting for 7th place. Angelo Fontana putting the heat on to car number 7. But high drama for 4th place, Andre Fernandez with that time penalty. No such promise for Philip Wills, still leading the way. There is Fernandez coming along the pit straight. Then behind him, Tobias Vasquez Garcia, who has got the better of Carsten Kramer once again into turn 1. This time, Vasquez Garcia has it signed, sealed and delivered. Carsten Kramer down into 6th place. Then Lee Mole, then Angelo Fontana. They've broken clear of Jan Jaap van Roon. A little over 8 1/4 minutes remaining of this race, plus the 1 lap. There is Lee Mole in 7th place. Behind him, how much longer can he hold off Angelo Fontana? The answer is not much longer. The number 80 car passing him for that position, and contact going spinning. Lee Mole after Jan Jaap van Roon getting into the back of him. He's able to rejoin, but he drops down the order. So contact from Jan Jaap van Roon. And it is Lee Mole who goes spinning. And Lee Mole down in that 9th place at the moment. Angelo Fontana taking advantage of all of that up into 7th place. So Angelo Fontana from the very back of the pack. To remind you, the car in 4th place will have a 5-second time penalty added. At the moment, he's well clear of Tobias Vasquez Garcia. So if he can keep that gap, it may be that Andre Fernandez will hold on to that position. He has 6.4 seconds over Tobias Vasquez Garcia, 4.62. So at the moment, if Andre Fernandez can carry on putting in those fastest laps, that 5-second time penalty will count for nothing. So Andre Fernandez in that 4th place with that time penalty, in a good position to hold on to it despite that penalty, but getting onto the podium now looking like something of a tall order. There is Angelo Fontana in 7th place, having fought his way through the pack. Jan Jaap van Roon behind him, then Lee Mole. After that contact, David Harrison, Marabi Mekbabishvili in 11th place from the back of the pack. Good job from him, the leading GT4 driver. Patrick Kuhnhaar in 15th place, but Angelo Fontana in 7th place. Now, how much can he do about Carsten Kramer up ahead of him? You can see the gap between the two. Philip Wills has extended his lead to a little over 2 seconds over Reinhold Kran. So 1st and 2nd looking pretty solid. Then a gap back to Alexander Dobic. Then a big gap back to Andre Fernandez. Fernandez ahead of Tobias Vasquez Garcia. The gap was between the two of them 4.538 last time around. So if the race finished now, Andre Fernandez would be relegated a position as a result of that 5-second time penalty. Briefly riding on board with Philip Wills. A nice open track in front of him. It's been a pretty boring race for him. That's exactly what he wanted coming into this. He wanted to extend his championship lead over Angelo Fontana. He had 26 points heading into this race. If things finish as they are now, that gap will be increased. Into turn 1 we come once again. Less than 5.5 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. There is Andre Fernandez, well ahead of Tobias Vasquez Garcia. What was the gap between himself and Vasquez Garcia? The gap 3.787. So he's not doing enough to hold on to the position. So with a 5-second time penalty, as things stand at the moment, Andre Fernandez will be relegated down a position if the race finishes as they are now. Alexander Dobic, very solid in the number 33 car. We've got a yellow flag at turn 2. I heard the tyres squealing. I think somebody's had a bit of a moment in at turn 2. Alexander Dobic in the 33 car. Now, can he do something? And there's the 127, Jaap van Roon. So Jan Jaap van Roon was the car that has gone spinning on turn 2. He's able to rejoin, but that's going to drop him further down the back. This is the fight for 2nd place. Reinhold Kran, Alexander Dobic, challenging for position, having started on the front row of this grid, made a fairly audacious challenge for the lead, almost made it stick, dropped back down into 3rd place, now fighting his way back through, looking for that 2nd place. His best result so far was a 6th place at the season opener in Portimao, so if things remain as they are, Alexander Dobic will be picking up his best ever finish in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, and a podium is a good finish. But Andre Fernandez in that 4th place. Now, what is going to be the gap between Fernandez and Tobias Vasquez Garcia when they cross the line this time around? It was 3.787, and it has come down. So Tobias Vasquez Garcia has closed in to just 3.149. So things remain as they are now. The 5-second time penalty applied to Andre Fernandez will drop him down a position at the end of this race and will promote Tobias Vasquez Garcia up the position. This is the fight for 2nd place with less than 3.5 minutes remaining. Reinhold Kran in 2nd, Alexander Dobic. Up ahead of then, Philip Wills, doing just enough. 2.18, keeping that gap, nothing too dramatic, not taking too much out of the car, not taking too much out of the tyres. We've got a yellow flag at turn 1, so somebody else has had a moment in at turn 1, and it is Eric Wagner who rejoins, having had a moment. The leader in the GT4 race, Patrick Kuhnhaar, in 15th overall. 2nd in the GT4, Jorge Rodriguez in 18th place. So this is the fight for 2nd. Reinhold Kran has held on to that position for much of the race. Can he do it for the next 2 3/4 minutes plus 1 lap? Philip Wills looking to have everything under control. Alexander Dobic looking for his first ever podium, and a 2nd place would be true reward for all the efforts. But Reinhold Kran just hitting all the breaking points, hitting all the apexes at the moment. Out along the pit straight they come. The back marking, Michael McInerney just ahead of them. out across the line. Here's our race leader, Philip Wills. Next up, Reinhold Kran, then Alexander Dobic, then Andre Fernandez with that time penalty. Just behind him, Tobias Vasquez Garcia. The fastest man on the track is Tobias Vasquez Garcia. Another yellow flag. This is at turn 5 this time, so someone else having a moment. Not our race leaders though. So Philip Wills with that gap, keeping it under control. Can Alexander Dobic do anything about Reinhold Kran in the last minute 3/4 of this race? There's Eric Wagner just parked up at the side of the track. So the car has cried enough, and that'll be causing a yellow flag in that area. There's first, second and third running very much together. Angelo Fontana in 7th place and into the gravel trap. That is Karsten Kramer. So after such a strong performance, the 1-2-2 car stranded in the gravel trap. Now this may well bring out a caution with 1.25 minutes remaining. Can we keep this race going? So dropping out of the running, Karsten Kramer after such a strong showing. Philip Wills challenging McInerney, who is a back marker, to get his way past. 57 car, very, very cooperative, getting out of the way, allowing the race leaders through, not delaying the lead battle. 52 seconds plus 1 lap remaining, so it's going to be this lap plus 1 more. 2 more laps remaining of this race. Here comes first, second and third. The back marking McInerney. Look at Alexander Dobic. Looking to the inside of Reinhold Kran, just showing himself. Ducks back in behind in that 3rd place. He's got 2 laps to try and find a route past, but he's not going to be able to do it because the full course yellow is out for the stranded car. The cars are now instructed to reduce their speed to 80 kilometers an hour, strictly no overtaking. The full course yellow for the stranded car out on track. Safety, very, very important. Karsten Kramer out in the gravel trap, and it's meant that the caution is out on this race. And with the clock ticking down, it's going to be the end of the race. We're not going to get back to green flag now. Let's have another look here. So what happened now? Was it Angelo Fontana who got into the back of Karsten Kramer? So we see on the replay, Angelo Fontana and Karsten Kramer getting together. The result is Kramer into the gravel trap, and the stewards will be taking a look at that. But at the moment, as things stand, Angelo Fontana from the back of the pack up to 6th place. The car's strictly no overtaking, sticking to 80 kilometers an hour. I'm looking to see where they are, up at turn 8 at the moment. So I don't think we're going to get back into green flag racing on this. I think this is going to end under a yellow flag because we've got cars that have got to be moved. I may be wrong, but Philip Wills would be very happy if things remained exactly as they are. Reinhold Kran in the 2-3-3 car. His best finish up until now was a 5th place in the season opener at Portimao. So looking down the pit straight at the moment. And it's a full course yellow, looking painfully slow. And there's Patrick Kuhnhart leading the way in the GT4 race. Ernst Inderbitzen just ahead of him. Ajit Kumar in the number 28 car. So our race leader out of turn 14 at the moment. Out onto the pit straight, Philip Wills, with Reinhold Kran behind him and Alexander Dobic. And out across the line he will come. Just keeping to that 80 kilometers an hour. And it'll be 1 more lap to go. And it's going to be the slowest last lap that you will ever see at 80 kilometers an hour last lap. Can have another replay here of what occurred as the cars head into turn 1. Let's just take another look at this. On board with Angelo Fontana, right, you could see just getting into the back of Karsten Kramer. He didn't even have a gap, and I get the feeling the stewards may want to get involved in that one. And Angelo Fontana's 6th place, very much subject to confirmation. We're on to the last lap of the race as a result of that incident that saw Carsten Kramer's car stranded in the gravel trap. There it is. So we're on to the last lap of the race. Philip Wills cannot be overtaken under a full course yellow, so all he's got to do is make sure the car holds together, and he brings it home. Reinhold Kran with 2nd place will be his best ever finish. Alexander Dobic with a 3rd place, certainly his best finish too. Andre Fernandez in 4th place. And then Tobias Vazquez Garcia. Slightly anticlimactic end to what has been a thrilling race, but safety is very, very important. And we have had confirmation the race will obviously finish under the full course yellow. On the last lap, we're not going to get back to green flag. So there is Philip Wills. He came into this with a 26-point lead over Angelo Fontana. Well, that is certainly going to be extended, because even if things remain as they are, he'll pick up 25 points. And if Angelo Fontana is able to keep hold of the 6th place, he'll pick up 10 points. So a 15-point advantage. According to my very dodgy maths, that's about 41-point gap between 1st and 2nd. So it will be a healthy lead in the championship, whichever way. But Angelo Fontana may well find that the stewards want to get involved in looking at that incident that brought out this full course yellow. But there, at 80 kilometers an hour, which is quite quick when you're driving it, but looking at it on a racetrack looks incredibly slow. Out of turn 14, he will come out onto the pit straight. It's going to be a win in round 5 of the season. It is the 2nd win of the season for Philip Wills. Did everything right, held it together. It was a lights to flag victory. 2nd across the line, Reinhold Kran will have done his championship chances no harm whatsoever, ahead of Alexander Dobic, the 1, 2, 3. Then that is the backmarking Michael McInerney. And then Andre Fernandez, who crosses the line in 4th place, ahead of Tobias Vazquez Garcia. But to remind you that Andre Fernandez has that 5-second time penalty that will be added onto his time, and that is going to relegate him down. I'm just looking, and in fact, Tobias Vazquez Garcia had dropped, according to the timing screen, some 26 seconds back from Andre Fernandez. I was wondering if that's a glitch. But I think Andre Fernandez may well hold on to that 4th place despite the 5-second time penalty. That really is subject to confirmation. But yeah, I think that for whatever reason, Tobias Vazquez Garcia, during the full course yellow, has dropped back. So despite the 5-second time penalty, I think Andre Fernandez is going to hold on to that 4th place. On board with Angelo Fontana, who of course did earn the pole position for this race and had it stripped away after a technical disqualification from quali this morning and had to start from the back. Did a sterling job fighting his way back through to 6th place, but getting together with Carsten Kramer, bringing out the full course yellow, and the stewards will be taking a look at that. It has just been noted at the moment, but they will investigate that after the race. So good job from Philip Wills, keeping out of the controversy. Just had a couple of back markers to get past, but apart from that, a fairly lonely race, which was kind of what he needed after an Estoril that was way too lively by his standards. And he too came from the back of the pack to get 4th place and a 2nd. So Philip Wills leads the championship. He's had a 2nd, a 1st, a 4th, a 2nd and a 1st. Consistency is what wins championships in any kind of racing, and here in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, Philip Wills, not sure what his plans are for 2025. We're hoping we're going to see him in another series once this one has finished, because indeed summer wins are made in the winter, and he has really got himself up to speed here at Circuito Ricardo Tormo in Valencia. And there is the unofficial result, very much subject to confirmation. Philip Wills for Proton Huber competition ahead of Reinhold Kran, Alexander Dobic, Andre Fernandez, Tobias Vasquez Garcia, Angelo Fontana, subject to confirmation in 6th place ahead of Lee Mole. Solid job for David Harrison, up to 8th place after a fairly lively quali this morning, so he'll be happy with that. Marabi Mekvabishvili, another one coming through the pack ahead of Jan Jaap van Roon, who had way more excitement than he wanted in that race, running out the top 10. Corrado Costa in 11th ahead of Tobias Wiedner. And then Patrick Kuhnhar, who wins in the GT4 category ahead of Ajit Kumar, 14th place, so valuable points for him. Ernst Inderbitzen is 15th, Jorge Rodriguez in the GT4 category in 16th, Michael McInerney in 17th place, a lap down, and then we saw Karsten Kramer and Eric Wagner both as non-finishers. And that was round 5 of a Porsche Sprint Challenge, Southern Europe Club Division. Of course, we get to do it all again later on this afternoon for round 6. There is Philip Wills receiving congratulations. I think it's Alexander. No, it's not. That's Reinhold Kran. There's Alexander Dobic. That will feel like a race win to him, I should think, after such a hard-fought battle. And almost at one point had the car in the lead. Clearly enjoyed that.
Good job, Alex.
Receiving congratulations from the team, from friends, from family. And everyone at Hadeka Racing. That really is a great job. Up until now, his best result had been a 6th place. But challenging the leaders. And I can see Piers down there. He's got Philip Wills with him. So let's throw down to Piers down in the pit lane.
Thanks, Brian. Yeah, brilliant race there from Philip Wills. I would say lights to flag victory, but you were challenged hard on the first lap.
Yeah, it was. I had to go quite deep to get the pace because I saw I could not get farther away, and after 15 minutes, I think, oh my God, it's getting very heavy with the tires and everything. But I managed to keep the pace, so I'm very happy that we won this one. So let's go for the next one.
Second win this season, 4th podium in 5 races. You're building an excellent championship challenge.
Yeah, it is a dream that comes through, living the dream. I say also to my mental coach, it's a nice passion, a nice experience, a lot of fun here. We laugh a lot, so we make a lot of fun also. So I'm happy, that's all. So let's go on to fight more.
Absolutely, one more race today. We'll let you go and celebrate with the team, and I'll grab our 2nd place driver, Reinhold Kran, who's just over here. Reinhold, are we okay to have a quick word? That'd be brilliant. Reinhold finishing in 2nd place on the road in the end. Reinhold, talk to us about that. 2nd place, that was a great race from yourself.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun race. It was a good battle up front. I was really happy with my result there. So yeah, it was a lot of fun for sure.
Not too far off our eventual winner and championship leader, Philip Wills, but also you had a lot of pressure from behind from this man here.
Yeah, I was watching my mirrors a few times, and I had to just like put that out of my mind and just go for the front guy. And he made a couple of mistakes there, and I tried to catch him, and I was pretty close, but then it was back and forth, and it was just a seesaw battle. It was a lot of fun.
It looked a lot of fun out there, and you said on the grid you were just going to concentrate on your own race, and clearly that paid off, not making any mistakes to allow Alexander to come through in 2nd place.
Yeah, that was great. I mean, the start, he went a little bit wide, so I just like pushed through, and I was fortunate it kind of worked out for me. It was a really good battle and a lot of fun.
Amazing. Congratulations on a podium in the championship. And our 3rd place driver, Alexander, come on in. There's the handshake between them. Alexander, come this side, please. Okay. I know English isn't your strongest, but how do you feel after your first podium?
I'm enjoying it. First podium was very nice. And I enjoyed it all the race. I'm fighting with the same man when I'm fighting first time with him in Portimao for position 5, but now it was very interesting.
Amazing, great drive, and the team celebrated, cheering you on. It must feel good.
Yeah, Hadeka Racing, the best team.
Amazing, Hadeka.
Very nice.
Congratulations, see you on the podium in a moment, and I'm going to grab a word with our GT4 winner, who I think was Patrick Kuhnhar. Patrick? In your own language? You can in your own language if you prefer, but how do you feel you won winning GT4?
Ok. Foi uma corrida no início gira, no meio dos 911 todos. A partir daí ganhei um bocadinho de distância ao Joca e foi manter e andávamos a experimentar coisas no carro para ver durante a próxima época, a testar algumas situações de repartidor de trabalhos, etc. Mas foi uma corrida gira, depois foi só andar e testar.
Congratulations. We'll see you on the podium in just a moment, but Brian's going to run you through the highlights of what was another brilliant race in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe in the club division this time.
Thank you, Piers. That was a very interesting race. As with the sport division, lots of controversy, lots of drama. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from this round 5 of the season. So it was a good, clean start, and Alexander Dobic fancied a chance at the lead. He pulled alongside Philip Wills into turn 1, but couldn't quite get it slowed down enough. Philip Wills knew that he had the racing line, but it was a nose in front for Alexander Dobic, eventually running wide and having to yield that position. But Reinhold Kram was in there as well. Also, Lee Mole was looking very strong at the start of this race and carried on being strong for the rest of it. Andre Fernandez having to fight his way back after a grid penalty, and he and Tobias Vasquez Garcia spent some time side by side. Then it was the turn of Eric Wagner to get alongside Vasquez Garcia. Also involved in there, Jan Jaap van Roon. He was in the wars all along. Corrado Costa, another driver who fighting his way forwards, but David Harrison looking very strong. Our eyes were on Angelo Fontana, the driver who started stone last, was coming back through the pack. This was Eric Wagner and Jan Jaap van Roon also fighting hard. Along the pit straight, Andre Fernandez and Lee Mole slipstreaming in towards turn 1. For a moment, like Lee Mole was going to make a challenge, didn't it? But Andre Fernandez cementing that position in P4. But he was to pick up a 5-second time penalty for forcing another car off the track. But Andre Fernandez, the man with a bit between his teeth, Karsten Kramer, another driver who was involved in the controversies, and that was where Fernandez did make a bit of contact with the Kramer car. Then Eric Wagner getting it all a little bit wrong. He takes to the runoff area, but is able to keep it going. Patrick Kuhnhaar leading the way in the GT4 race, and he continued, as did the 24 of Corrado Costa, having a little pirouette at the side of the track, but keeping out of the barriers, so no damage done. The positions were being fought for, and those were teammates going side by side for K. Kramer Racing, Tobias Vasquez Garcia, Karsten Kramer. Karsten coming out on top in that instance. Meanwhile, Angelo Fontana and Lee Mole were getting closer. This was going to be one of the controversial points of the race, though, because Karsten Kramer had caught up with Angelo Fontana. Fontana making his way past Lee Mole, but then Jan Jaap van Roon in there as well. Corrado Costa and the number 8 of Tobias Viedner, they were fighting for positions. Ajit Kumar, he was one of the popular drivers in the traffic, with Ernst Ingebrigtsen in there. Jorge Rodriguez, another driver we saw in shot. At the front, Philip Wills leading the way from Reinhold Kran. It was going to stay that way all the way to the flag, but there was still some more controversy to come. Alexander Dobic in third place. Eric Wagner, those two Enrico Fulgenzi racing cars, both having problems with keeping it pointing in the right direction, I think, during this race. And Wagner finally parking it up at the side of the track. Fontana had caught up with Karsten Kramer, and this was the moment that's going to be replayed several times over as Karsten Kramer goes off into the gravel trap, bringing out a full course yellow. The stewards taking a look at that as the two cars made contact. So the checkered flag came out with the cars under full course yellow. It was a win for Philip Wills, Reinhold Kran, Alexander Dobic. That was your 1, 2, 3. And Patrick Kuhnhaar winning in the GT4 race. The cars came into the pit lane and the championship lead extended for Philip Wills. There's Reinhold Kran. Didn't have much of a gap to get through to the second place board, did he? It was an entertaining race for the club division, and that concluded round 5. We're going to have round 6 a little later on this afternoon. We'll try and get our act together in time for that one. Right, let's head back down to the podium where Piers Pryor will be waiting for us.
Thank you very much, Brian. Yes, that is the first race this weekend in the club division. And the first podium we're going to have is the overall AM classification. And in third place, it will be the number 33 from the Ukraine, Alexander Dobik. Congratulations, Alexander. His first podium in the championship this season. And the team, Hideko Racing, cheering him on. Second place, the number 233 from Canada, Reinhold Kran. Congratulations, Reinhold. Reinhold racing for lap time performance, but our eventual winner nearly lights the flag victory, but a very dominant display from the number 912 from Belgium, Philip Wills. His second race win this season, 4th podium out of the 5 races we've had so far, and our championship leader extending his championship challenge. And we will now have the Belgian national anthem. Congratulations to all 3 drivers retrieving their trophies now. First up, third place, Alexander Dobik. Brilliant, brilliant drive for him, applying pressure to Reinhold Kran for a good portion of the middle of the race. Second place, it was Canadian driver Reinhold Kran for lap time performance. And our eventual winner, Philip Wills, serial winner in this championship now. His consistency is extending his championship lead, and he raises a trophy above his head. Clearly very, very happy. We know how hard he works for that. And we'll have a moment now to come together on the podium. Gentlemen, can we come together on the podium for a photo on the top step? That would be great for the photo over there. Eyes over towards the photography. And to seal this moment in history, there we go, our top 3 in the amateur classification at round number 5 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe 2025 in the AM classification. Alexander, we'll see you later in the race. Of course, don't forget we still have one more club race to come later on. But before we go on to that, of course, we have the GT4 classification first. The GT4 is, of course, racing in the Cayman GT4. And in second place, we will be in a moment having Patrick Kuna from Veloso Motorsport. Second place from Patrick in the GT4 classification. Oh, I've got to say, Jorge Rodriguez is second place. Sorry. You guys can fight it out amongst us. So Jorge Rodriguez, second place in GT4. I was getting myself confused there. Apologies, everyone. And our winner, Patrick Kuna, in first place, also for Veloso Motorsport. Congratulations, Patrick. Just 2 drivers at the moment in the GT4 classification. Which one is it? I don't know. And we will now have the Portuguese national anthem. Both of our podium drivers are Portuguese, so that was a national anthem for the both of them. We now have the trophy presentation. Second place, just to clarify, that is second place for Jorge Rodriguez, and our first place, Patrick Kuna. Hopefully we'll be having plenty more GT4s coming in the future. Do you guys want to get together on the podium, just on the top step together for a photo opportunity, showing off the trophies, the fruits of your labour? Great job, guys. Thank you very much. And of course, a reminder, they will be back out again in just over half an hour's time, 40 minutes time or so, because we will have the second club division race coming up later on. But next up, Sport Division, round number 6, race 2 this weekend. That'll be in just a few moments' time. Don't go anywhere.
round 6 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe 2025. We are getting ready for Sport Division round 6 to commence their final race of the day. Then after this, we'll have one more race for the Club Division as well. If you were with us earlier, you would have seen that Flint Schuring took the top step of the podium despite having a 5-second time penalty awarded for a jump start. You'd have seen Cass Havercourt and Ariel Levy fighting for second and third place, and Cass Havercourt finally giving up that position for Ariel Levy, who came home in second place. It's meant that Ariel Levy certainly stays well in contention in the championship hunt, but Flint Schuring has been able to stretch his legs at the top of the points standings. By my calculations, he has an 11-point gap over Ariel Levy in that second place. So still plenty to go. Of course, 25 points are paid up for a race win, and the points pay all the way down to 15th place. But Ariel Levy once again will be starting behind Flint Schuring in this race. So he's got all the work to do. And certainly listening to Cass Havercourt, he was just saying we did not have the pace to match the Schumacher CLRT cars. Really feeling as though the Team GP Elite cars were not as quick. And of course, the cars are all identical, but the setup on them can be quite different. So Ariel Levy has got a fairly steep mountain to climb in this race once again. He'll be starting from P4. Once again, it'll be Flint Schuring on pole position. Cass Havercourt once again alongside him. And Ariel Levy will be very hopeful that Havercourt can beat Flint Schuring into turn 1 and maybe back him into the rest of the pack. The driver that is planning to spoil all of their plans starts in P3. And that is Sid Smith in the number 55 Team Parker racing car. So he's going to be right there in the middle of the action. Chester Kiefer, another who picked up 5 seconds penalty for jumping the start in the previous race, starts in P5 ahead of Mateus Ferreira, who, by my reckoning, just seems to get quicker and quicker in the target competition car. He's starting in 6th place. His best finish so far has been a 7th place. That was at Estoril last time out. But you just get the feeling it's not going to be long before we see Mateus Ferreira standing on the podium. And a P6 starting, well, he only needs the cars in front to start fighting each other and raveling up with each other, and he could be in that position. Sasha Norden will certainly be hoping for that in P7. And keep an eye on James Wallace in 8th place. He was looking very quick in the previous race, as indeed was Joe Warhurst. And Norden, Wallace and Warhurst all in Proton Huber competition cars, which says a lot about the preparation of the cars. They're also evenly matched in lap times in qualifying. Rounding out the top 10, Nathan Sharp for target competition. It's great to have Nathan on the grid. Mentioned him briefly in the first race. He's somebody who we've seen racing in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany this year, which is a very, very tough championship. Target competition, they know how to prepare a car. The Italian team are very, very quick, and Nathan Sharp will certainly be looking to draw on their experience as he starts from that 10th place starting position. Ahead of him, Joe Warhurst, to remind you, this is his first weekend racing in a Carrera Cup. He won the GT4 category here a couple of years ago, and is going to be competing in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany this year, and this is a great way to get up to speed for that. So lots to fight for. Our leading rookie driver, the leader of the Rookie Championship, the driver who has won 5 out of 5 rookie races this year, is Chester Kiefer, starting in that P5. Our leading Pro-Am driver is the championship leader in the Pro-Ams, Henry Chuamala. He starts in 15th place. His nearest challenger, Anthony Imperato in car number 19, starting all the way down in 27th. So Anthony Imperato, he's got quite a lot of work to do from back there to find his way up. He is currently second in the points standings. Coming into this weekend, he was 6 points clear 6 points behind Henry Chuamala. And after that race, that gap has changed to 9 points. So Henry Chuamala starting to break clear at the top of the Pro-Am standings. Right, let's head back down to the grid where Piers Pryor is waiting for us.
Brian, thank you very much. Yes, everyone lining up on the grid. We have our second place driver once again, Cass Havercourt. He's on the grid. We spoke to Cass before the previous race. I'm hoping to grab a word with Flint, our eventual winner in that first race. Flint, as you know, made it very hard for himself. Of course, getting a 5-second penalty right here, actually. This is the pole position marker, and he was rolling slightly, I believe, on the grid. So when the cars must be stationary and inside the boxes when the lights go out, and I think he was just ever so slightly rolling. But hey, you know, if you've got the pace to pull away a 5-second gap, then it doesn't matter. But I'm sure he would have preferred to do it without the stress. But let's go and have a word with Ariel Levy, who was our champion last season. Currently second in the championship at the moment, I believe. He was let through by Cass Havercourt, came second in that previous race. He moved the boards around in the Parc Ferme area to show gratitude for Cass's sporting manoeuvre to allow him through to get the championship points. Could we have a quick word, Ariel?
Yeah, of course.
P3 on the grid.
No, P4.
P4, I'm getting confused. My left and my right is not my strong point. P4 on the grid. Of course, you managed to get a podium in that last one, second place. I'm sure you're going to be hoping to try and get another podium out there. Do you think the win is possible today?
Well, if the win was not possible, I would not be here. So, of course, that's my goal.
Absolutely. And what do you think you need to do to get that win in this second race this weekend?
Well, first of all, of course, there's the start. It's super important, of course. And then I guess all of us are tweaking a bit the car each session, and I did the same, and hopefully I made the right choice and I'll be faster than everyone.
What is the tweaking that you're doing with the team? Is it to get the balance right? Is it just to get more out-and-out performance? What are you looking for?
In general, especially with the new tires, we're struggling a bit this weekend. But I don't have a single specific weakness or something. It's just looking for a bit higher performance ceiling.
Ariel, we'll see if that changes work. A nice wave to all his fans. Of course, Ariel, an Israeli driver, so coming a long way to race in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Ariel starting in 4th place on the grid. You know, we're not used to seeing him start that far down, which is praise indeed, isn't it, really? I'm hoping to grab a word with Matthias Ferreira here, who is starting in 6th place on the grid for target competition. A good qualifying for him. He's one of our rookie drivers, along with the driver just to our right there. That's Chester Kiefer, our current championship leader in the rookies. And this is the battle on row number 3 between Kiefer and Ferreira. Let's grab a word with Matthias. Matthias, can we have a quick chat? Matthias starting 6th on the grid. Sorry about that. I'll let you just grabbing the tape for the starts. Matthias, a good qualifying from yourself, a good race in that previous one as well. What can you do in this one?
Yeah, as you said, it was a good qualifying, finished P6. I will try to fight for the rookie win because P1 in rookie starting on my side is P5, so I will do my best and let's see where we end up.
Absolutely, and it seems like you've taken a step forward this weekend, I think. Where do you think that pace has come from?
Yeah, I think it was just getting more laps, you know, because it's just my 3rd race in the car. And yeah, not a lot of testing, so as more laps I do, I just get more used to the car, you know, so I think it was just the experience, you know.
Brilliant. Well, Matthias, we'll let you get on with that, and also I'll let you get the piece of tape on the wall for the start. If we actually have a look, I'll show what happens here. So the drivers, they have a piece of tape that the team stick on the barrier just to the left. So the driver basically sits in the position in the grid, looks left, and then will line this piece of tape up with something in the car that's solid so that they can make sure that they are in exactly the right position on their grid. Because it's very, very hard to see the white lines that are on the circuit. Of course, pretty much goes out of vision as soon as you get anywhere near it in the cockpit. The driver sits so low in the car with centre of mass, centre of gravity being so important. They want to sit as low as possible, basically only just being able to see where they're going. But let's move further down the grid. We had Sasha Norden starting once again in 7th place. 8th place is James Wallace, who we spoke to last time, and then Joe Warhurst in 9th. I had a look at the entries when I come into this weekend, and we've got a lot of drivers, 3 drivers, British drivers for Proton Huber competition. It seems like the rule at Proton Huber competition is if you want to be a British driver racing in their team, your first name has to start with J, because we've got James, Joe and Josh. So that was quite entertaining. James Wallace starting there. James in is that 8th place, 9th place. Joe Warhurst, who's doing very well considering his relative lack of experience in these 911 Cup cars. And then Josh Stanton actually starting down in, what's that, 18th place. But we're going to go on a word with Nathan Schapp. Nathan, you're starting in, where are you, 10th place. Pretty good qualifying for your first outing here in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. What are you hoping to get out of this race?
I mean, the only reason we come here is to win. So even though I'm starting in 10th, I still trust and have the confidence. The team did a good job and I will do a good job, and we go forward.
We go for the win. We know that we've seen shuffling, we've seen overtaking at this circuit, so I'm looking forward to seeing what you can do in this one. What's your best chance of a win in this one?
In what way do you mean?
How can you get the win? What do you need to do?
Well, for sure, a good start, and in this track it can be a bit tricky to overtake, so you have to do it where the driver won't expect it.
Well, we'll look forward to seeing some unexpected moves. Nathan, a new driver to the Championship Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe this weekend. Number 32 is Robin Knudsen. He's joining us once again. He was with us last season, but it's his first race this season in Championship. Robin, can I jump in for a quick word in English? Is that okay? Brilliant. Robin, welcome back to the Championship. Good to have you here. I'm seeing some tape on your steering wheel here. It says straight to then go in.
Yeah, just some reminder on what to do.
What to do? Was that to do with your driving technique, or is it in racing, or what's going on with that?
Yeah, exactly. Bit of driving technique. Sometimes when I'm in the race, there's a lot of things going on. Sometimes I just need to relax and focus on what I've been working on.
Absolutely, but good to have you back in the Championship. Why are you joining us again? Is it all preparation for the season ahead? You want to get involved in the Championship again?
Yeah, it's a good series. A lot of very good drivers, high competitive. So yeah, it's a nice track as well and good organisers, so it's always good to be back and do some laps before the season gets going.
Robin, great to see you on the grid once again. We'll look forward to seeing some good results. We know you've had good results in the past. We quicken these cars. We'll look forward to seeing you potentially inside the top 10. Robin Knudsen there driving in this championship in the nice grey car, NGT Racing, all grey. And again, is only driver in that team this weekend. We've got Rodrigo Almeida. Can we have a quick word, Rodrigo? Amazing, Rodrigo Almeida. Rodrigo, we're starting in 12th place. At times you've been, really, really fast. Were you happy with qualifying?
Yeah, it was a new track for us, so we keep improving during all the weekend. We just practiced on Friday, so it was quite short time, but it was a good one. We're always improving during the race, quali and practice, so yeah, we're quite happy.
Absolutely, and in the race, what do you think you can do from here?
Yeah, we'll try to achieve a top 10 and improve myself as in the Cup car.
Amazing. Well, Rodrigo, we'll let you get ready for the race, and I'm being told that I better get myself out of the way because it's time to go racing. So, Brian, over to you.
Thank you, Piers. Good job as always. Always good to hear from these drivers. Nice to hear from Rodrigo Almeida, the only driver from Mozambique to have ever featured in this series, as far as I'm aware. And 4th place in Portimao, still looking to improve on that. Right, we're looking down at the grid at the moment. You can hear the engines are running, and there is that air of tension in the air as we get ready to start the formation lap in just a few moments. As with the previous race, it will be a standing start, and as with all races in the sport division, no ABS on these Porsche 911 GT3 Cup cars. It's all about the driver's control and so much talent. Anybody who can be in the top 10 in a racing series such as this really is worth their weight, because there are so many good drivers, and the best of them in quali is championship leader Flint Schering. He has Cass Havercourt once again. It's a replay of the previous race on the front row. Sid Smith and Ariel Levy line up on row 2 with Chester Kiefer, the highest qualifying rookie once again, with Matthias Ferreira alongside him. Sasha Norden and James Wallace are on row 4 of the grid. Row 5, Joe Warhurst and Nathan Sharp. Then Robin Knudsen and Rodrigo Almeida, Jelter Hofner and Domas Radonis are next up. And then Henry Tuamala, the pole sitter in the Pro-Am category, has Milan Marchak for company. 17th on the grid, it's Nick Ho. He had a tough time in the previous race today with Josh Stanton for company. Thomas Kangro, another driver who was in the wars earlier, with Jonas Greif for company. Alex Ryman and Draker Janssen line up alongside each other on the next row. And then 23rd and 24th is Mace Muller and Charles Visser, who line up alongside each other. And then it is Karen Gaillard in 25th with Luciano Martinet and Anthony Imperato, who is the 27th and final runner on the grid. So the cars now on their formation lap, once again getting those tyres into the window of temperature, the operating window that they need them to be. And Flint Schuring will be weaving hard, braking, just trying to get the heat into the Michelin slick tyres, the tyres that have no tread on them. They are smooth tyres. It's all about generating the heat so the surface of the tyre melts onto the tarmac. But if you overheat them during the race, if you push too hard, they will go off the edge of the cliff and you will lose the grip. So really important to get the cars and the tyres into the window so you've got the grip that you need when you go tearing into turn 1 at the start of the race. And that is why the cars are weaving at the moment, doing all the hard work, making sure that everything is up to temperature. So this is the sweeping turn 13 and 14. A sweeping corner. It starts in 4th gear and they build up to 5th gear, 210 kilometers an hour before this second gear, turn 14, taking at about 85 kilometers an hour, that leads out onto the pit straight. And getting this corner right sets them up to potentially be able to make a overtaking opportunity out on the pit straight. So mastering that corner is fairly critical. We look at the start grid, and as with all races, it is 30 minutes of timed racing plus an additional lap once the clock strikes 0. Cars lining up on the grid, and Flint Schuring has done a good job not getting to the grid too quickly, allowing the tyres to cool down. The rest of the pack now getting into position, and the yellow flag will shortly turn to a green flag in theory, and then we will be ready to go. We're getting close to the end of the season. By this time next week, we will be getting ready to declare the champion. But at the moment, our focus is on Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe 2025 Sport Division. Round 6 is go. A very, very good start from further back from Sasha Norden. We couldn't see the lights. We don't know if that was a bit too good, but look at this, a drag race into turn 1. Cass Havercourt with the line into turn 1. It's Cass Havercourt just smoking the tyre slightly, but he's beaten Flint Schuring off the line. But Schuring now coming back in, Chester Kiefer in there as well. Havercourt with a massive lock up into the corner, and Flint Schuring back into that lead position. Ariel Levy has jumped Sid Smith. He's up into 3rd place. He'll want to get past Cass Havercourt as soon as possible. You heard the interview with him earlier, but now Sid Smith coming back on the inside of Ariel Levy. In the background, Matias Ferreira as well, but Cass Havercourt with flat spots on those tyres. And now Flint Schuring in the lead, locks up a wheel into turn 11 as well. The puff of blue smoke into the air, but he's got that lead fairly solid. Look at Matias Ferreira alongside Sid Smith, challenging for position. It looks like Sasha Norden is up there as well. A very quick start for Sasha Norden. He looks to the inside of Sid Smith. The rest of the cars coming through. And that is Josh Stanton coming to a stop out on turn 8. He's able to rejoin. Doesn't look like he's got any damage, but a lot of drama on the opening lap of this race. It's Flint Schuring who has the lead. Cass Havercourt had the job done, but couldn't get it slowed down. He locked the wheel and he's back into 2nd place. Now he has his teammate Ariel Levy breathing down his neck. Now will he be cooperative in letting Levy pass to get past Flint Schuring, or will he decide that he wants the silverware himself? Matias Ferreira has got past Chester Kiefer and is now the leading rookie. Matias Ferreira leading the way in the rookie race. He said he felt confident of moving forwards. Sid Smith behind him, then Sasha Norden. A very, very eager start from Sasha Norden, but I don't see any indications it was a jump. So maybe just very quick on the reactions. But now Cass Havercourt in 2nd place. Ariel Levy, the Israeli driver, challenging him for that position. They are teammates. We saw in the previous race that Cass Havercourt was very generous in allowing Ariel Levy to get past. He may not be so in this race, but at the moment, Flint Schuring 1.3 seconds clear in the lead. There's Flint Schuring in the black and gold car. Cass Havercourt in the orange, black and white car. Ariel Levy in the blue, orange and white car. Behind them, the leading rookie driver, Mateus Ferreira, then Sid Smith and Sasha Norden up to 6th place. The driver who has won every rookie race so far this season, Chester Kiefer, second in the rookies. Is this going to be the race where his record comes to an end? He's got a lot of work to do because Ferreira is well clear of him at the moment. But we've got 27 minutes plus 1 lap remaining of this race for him to do something about that. Flint Schuring carrying on very much as he's left off. He's won every race this year bar one. He wants to keep that record going, and he's in the strongest position to do that. Cass Havercourt, who won 2 out of 4 races at 50% return rate last year in this very series, in 2nd place. But he said, we don't have the pace for the Schumacher CLRT cars. In 2nd place and 3rd is the Team GP Elite cars. So the lap completes again. Across the line they come. Flint Schuring with a 1.468 gap over Cass Havercourt. There's Chester Kiefer. Sasha Norden ahead of him in 6th place. Can Chester Kiefer, in another of the rapid Schumacher CLRT cars, find a route past? There's Robin Knutson in 9th place. Ahead of him, James Wallace, who has been quick all day. Cass Havercourt going fairly wide on the corner. Remember, track limits very much under investigation by drivers. So many drivers under investigation by the stewards. So many drivers have exceeded track limits over the last couple of days. The drivers must keep it between the white lines. Right, we have notification. The start is under investigation. Now, I did think that Sasha Norden was quite quick going. We couldn't see the lights from our vantage point, but the race stewards will have a look at that. And if there was any hint of a jump start, they will get involved. Cass Havercourt, 2nd place, 1.468 behind Flint Schuring, seemingly not got the pace to do anything about the leader. He's going to have to hope that Flint Schuring runs into some kind of trouble at the moment. There is James Wallace in 8th place, Robin Knutson. We heard from him earlier on the grid. Rodrigo Almeida's made it up into 10th place. Nathan Sharp in 11th. Joe Warhurst down into 12th place. Then it's Milan Marchak. Behind him, Henry Tuamala is the leading Pro-Am runner. Flint Schuring, the fastest man on the track, as confirmed by the pink FL graphic on your screen. But we've got plenty of time to go yet for things to change. Looking down into turn 1 at the moment. The roar of these cars is absolutely deafening. Robin Knutson to the inside of James and Wallace. The 2 cars running absolutely wheel to wheel with Knutson with a nose in front. Into the corner they come. Is Knutson going to make it in front? No, he can't, because the inside becomes the outside, and James Wallace is able to wrestle that position back again, so he remains in that 8th place. But he's got Robin Knutson and Rodrigo Almeida and also Nathan Sharp queued up just behind them. Nathan Sharp looking very rapid in the target competition car. Certainly seems to be suiting his style very well as he challenges to the cars in front. At the moment, at the front of that queue, in 8th place, James Wallace, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th, all running together on the circuit. Ensuring with a 1.8 second gap at the front. But our focus on this, the closest battle on track at the moment. James Wallace doesn't look like he has the kind of pace he had in the first race today. Robin Knutson looking impatient behind him in the NGT Racing all-silver car. Rodrigo Almeida has been something of a sensation in this series this year. Queued up behind Robin Knutson. And Nathan Sharp, the driver from the Netherlands, behind them as well. Look at this snake of cars coming in towards turn 1. James Wallace having dropped back from Chester Kiefer a little bit. So start procedure under investigation. I've seen no other messages apart from that. So I'm going to keep one eye on that in case there is any penalty incoming. Nothing that I can see at the moment. So everything as it should be at this moment in time. Joe Warhurst and Marchak running together, and it is Milan Marchak who wrestles through on the inside of Joe Warhurst. Warhurst having to submit that position, and that is for 12th place. So Joe Warhurst relegated down into 13th, but he's not done yet, is he? Fighting back on Milan Marchak. The young drivers going wheel to wheel here at the circuit Valencia, the circuit Ricardo Tormo. Robin Knutsen in 9th place, Rodrigo Almeida in 10th. This is for 9th place, Rodrigo Almeida putting the heat on, the number 32 car just ahead of him. Draker Janssen, in the meantime, has found a route past Henry Tuamala, so he's moving his way forwards from a fairly lowly starting position. Track limits warning being given to Josh Stanton in car number 95. So the stewards taking a look at that as we look at Rodrigo Almeida in the FAC Autotech car. Right, here comes Ariel Levy in that 3rd place. We've got a yellow flag in turns 11 and 12. So somebody's had a moment towards the end of the lap, and it's Josh Stanton certainly making all the headlines that he doesn't want to make. The car across the track there at the moment. Hopefully he can get that one going before the rest of the pack come round. There's Sid Smith in 5th place, having started in 3rd. So he's been heading the wrong way down through the pack. The Stanton looks like he's got moving. So the track is clear now on that corner. But Sid Smith in 5th place, he'll be frustrated by that. The 3rd place qualifying was his best in a while. He's been looking solid. He's been at the top of the timesheets in all the practice and free practice sessions. He's been either at the top or somewhere near the top in all of the sessions, and he'll be frustrated to have been shuffled down the order into 5th place ahead of him. And Matias Ferreira leading the rookie way. And that is the first time that we've had somebody other than Chester Kiefer leading the rookie race. So Flint Schuring in control at the front. Cass Havercourt not making life quite as easy for Ariel Levy. That's your 1, 2, 3. Matias Ferreira in the gold and white car in 4th place, leading for the rookies. Sid Smith homing in on the 27 car. Behind him, Sasha Norden in 6th place. There comes our race leader across the line. 1.511. So Flint Schuring stretching his legs. Cass Havercourt breaking clear of Ariel Levy. So if he is going to let Levy through, it would involve an element of deceleration, because he's broken clear of the Israeli driver. You can see the view on board with Cass Havercourt with the picture on the left-hand side of your screen. You can see how hard he's working, trying to pick up all the apexes exactly right, hitting all the braking points. Matias Ferreira with Sid Smith still following him all the way through. Here is Matias Ferreira in a solid 4th place, looking for his best finish in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, in a solid position. 1/3 of the race now gone, another 2/3 still to go. Henry Tuamala still leading in the Pro-Ams. Matias Ferreira, the rookie leader. It's been all the way of Chester Kiefer up until now, but he's down in 7th place. He's got Sid Smith and Sasha Norden between him and his main rival, Matias Ferreira. Mace Muller 3rd in the rookies, down in 22nd place overall. Ahead, beg your pardon, it's Milan Marchak who's 3rd. Jelta Hoffner is 4th, and then Mace Muller in 5th place in the rookie race. So 3rd in the rookies, down in 12th place is Milan Marchak. In the number 69 Red Ant Racing car. So there is our rookie leader, Matias Ferreira. Chester Kiefer in 7th place. He's had a perfect score so far, a clean sheet this year. He's won every single rookie race. Matias Ferreira looking to break that streak. Flint Schuring has won all bar one race this year, leading the way again. The only other race winner this year has been Ariel Levy. He was leading the championship when we left Portimao, but Flint Schuring jumped to the top of the points in Estoril and has extended the gap at the top in every race since then. There's Nick Ho and Thomas Cangro running towards the back. Cangro in 21st place to the inside, and Nick Ho. These are two drivers who have been racing each other all of last year in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux. Just ahead of them is Alex Ryman, another driver from the Benelux series. But Nico not enjoying the kind of pace and the results that he had at Estoril, where he had a couple of fifth places, but seems to be scrapping a little bit towards the back. And there, Mace Muller in the very brightly coloured orange and green car. Behind Mace Muller, Charles Visser. But they're fighting for positions outside of the points at the moment. So Flint Schuring looking solid. Cass Havercourt well clear of Ariel Levy. Then Matthias Ferreira. Not too much changing at the moment, but we're not at the halfway point yet. It could all change in the blink of an eye. Fastest man on the track is still Flint Schuring. The start was under investigation. I've seen nothing else to indicate that there was anything wrong at this point. Out along the pit straight once again. And in towards turn one we come. Sid Smith. Sasha Norden in the 21 car. 6th place. Sasha, whose best finish of the season so far has been a 2nd place at the season opener. He's had 3 6th places in a row. Would like to improve on that in this race. Behind him, Chester Kiefer getting shuffled down the order in 7th place. Overtaking, not so easy here, but Milan Marchak has the advantage over Nathan Sharp. Marchak up into 10th place, Nathan Sharp down to 11th. Joe Warhurst recovering in 12th place. Then it's Rodrigo Almeida, Domas Redonis. Big lock up there, Matthias Ferreira into the corner. You saw the smoke rising up into the air. Now that is going to offer a bit of hope to Sid Smith, because Matthias Ferreira was looking very, very rapid, but that is going to be a very big flat spot on the tyres of the target competition car, the gold and white Porsche, ahead of Sid Smith. And you saw the smoke rising up into the air. That's going to cause vibrations. Here's your first place, Flint Schuring. Now, Cass Havercourt, 1.405. So I think Cass Havercourt now starting to try and wind in Flint Schuring. Sasha Norden starting to look impatient behind Sid Smith. So we might have settled down for a bit, but you get the feeling that we might be in for a few changes before too long. Sasha Norden just showing himself on the inside of Sid Smith. Hustling it across the curbs. Ahead of them, Matthias Ferreira. After that lock-up, doesn't seem to have lost too much pace at the moment. The last lap for Matthias Ferreira, 1:35.209, so quite a bit slower than the race leaders. There's Ariel Levy going very wide, Ferreira going wide, Sid Smith as well, Sasha Norden. It all feels very tense at the moment. Nothing changing quite yet, but it's all to play for. We've still got 14.5 minutes remaining. The back end of Sid Smith's car just drifting slightly. That's how hard he's pushing it. Hustling the throttle through the corner. Sasha Norden has closed in on him though. He can see that the car in front may be lacking a bit of grip at the back of the car. Has Sid Smith taken too much out of the tyres in the early stages of this race and in qualifying? Is Sasha Norden winding himself up for an attack on the number 55 car. He's got 14 minutes still to come. A little puff of smoke there. I think that was from Sid Smith locking up, taking a much deeper line into the corner. Out onto the pit straight. Sid Smith goes to defend. Sasha Norden picking up a slipstream along the pit straight. He's going to move to the outside. Is he going to challenge Sid Smith into turn one? Who is going to break the latest into turn one? They're running absolutely side by side. Sid Smith has the line, but he knows the pressure is on from Sasha Norden. He goes deep into the corner. Out towards turn two they come. 4th gear, 205 kilometres an hour, then down to 2nd gear, 80 kilometres an hour, then back on the power around to turn 3, taken almost flat out. Sid Smith will be aware that the red and white car of Sasha Norden is tracking his every move. You could see Sasha Norden just going a little bit wide, kicking up a little bit of dust. It doesn't drop him back too far. Ahead of them, Matthias Ferreira also there as well. A 5-second time penalty has been awarded to car 59, Joe Warhurst, and also to car 47 and car 17. So that is Alex Ryman and Draker Janssen. So that's just flashed up on the screen. A 5-second time penalty for those cars. In fact, I've got a whole list of them coming up now with time penalties. 59.18 as well, Rodrigo Almeida. So we've got a number of time penalties that have been flashing up. Now, whether that's to do with the start or not, or whether that's track limits, I will find out in a bit. But we have some time penalties coming up. I'll wait for confirmation on that. But with 12.5 minutes remaining, the stewards are starting to intervene on this race. Right, coming now, number 18, it was a false start. So it was Rodrigo Almeida, and it might have been him rather than Sasha Norden, who looked a little bit quick out of the blocks. It was certainly one of the red and white cars. But Almeida with a 5-second time penalty for a false start. Right, let's have a look here. So 5-second time penalty for Draker Janssen, Alex Ryman. A warning for Jelte Hofner. A 5-second time penalty again for Josh Stanton. A 5-second time penalty, track limits for Joe Warhurst in 59. A warning for Henry Tuamala. And a warning for Sid Smith for track limits. Boy, we've got our work keeping on top of this one, haven't we? So the stewards starting to dish out the time limits, the time penalties. Sid Smith will be aware that he's got a warning for track limits. And Sasha Norden may well be aware of that as well. He'll want to push Sid Smith as hard as he can, because 5th place starting to look very much in reach for Sasha Norden. Just poking his nose to the inside once again into turn 8, and around to turn 9 they come. Still Sid Smith very much in front in the green and white car in that position in 5th place. But Sasha Norden starting to look impatient. We're getting to the final third of the race. Within about a minute, we're going to be in the final third. Sasha Norden now starting to flash the lights, doing what he can to throw the concentration of Sid Smith. We just saw them pulling alongside each other. Sasha Norden on the inside, side by side through the corner. Sasha Norden has the line, he gets it slowed down, and Sid Smith is relegated down into 6th place. Across the line we come. Flint Schuring has responded to Cass Havercourt. 1.7 second gap. A 5-second time penalty has now been awarded to Charles Visser as well. That is for track limit issues. But our leading 3 of 4 cars, no issues there. Flint Schuring leading the way. Cass Havercourt, Ariel Levy, another lockup. Sasha Norden pushing hard into the corner. Sid Smith is not done yet. He's not rolling over and playing dead, is he? He wants that 5th place back. Sasha Norden having to drive with one eye on the mirrors and one eye in front. Matthias Ferreira is well clear up the road, about 1.7 seconds clear. So Norden suddenly starting to look vulnerable himself. In the background, Chesterkeeper having a relatively quiet race by his standards in 7th place. James Wallace there as well. Into the last 10 minutes of this race, plus 1 lap. We're looking at Sasha Norden. Now he's broken clear of Sid Smith in that 5th place. So starting to leave Sid Smith behind just a little. Are there going to be any more penalties to come? The stewards have been looking at track limits. Henry Tuamala is the latest to receive a warning. To remind you, a number of drivers have received penalties for exceeding track limits. Rodrigo Almeida was the last one that I could see, but none of the cars in the top 6, 7, 8 I can see. In fact, in the top 10 have got penalties, but those certainly further back have picked up penalties. Flint Schuring currently in control. Looks to be keeping it on the track as well, leading by 1.467. Cass Havercourt in 2nd place, clear of his teammate, Ariel Levy. Havercourt looking for the 2nd step of the podium. Ariel Levy, who led the championship after Portimao, seeing the championship slipping away a little. He is the defending champion in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. We've got the rest of this race, then 2 more next week in the Circuit de Catalunya in Barcelona, and then it will be championship decided. So a 5-second time penalty for car 18, Rodrigo Almeida, and a 5-second time penalty for Jelte Hofner as well. This is for track limits. I'm just looking to see if that is the first time penalty for Rodrigo Almeida, or whether that is a second one. But he's down in 14th place, so it's going to drop him out of the points whichever way you look at it. and Jelter Hoffner as well. He's in 17th place. He'll be gutted about that. So a 5-second time penalty for him as well for exceeding track limits. We said coming into this weekend that track limits were going to be an issue, and that has proven to be the case. We don't want to see races decided in the stewards box, but it's really important that the stewards keep this absolutely fair, that drivers do not gain an advantage by running wide off the track. At the moment, the golden white car, Matheus Ferreira in 4th place, leading the way in the rookie race, looking to become the first rookie this year that is not Chester Kiefer to win in the rookie category. Right, Rodrigo Almeida, of course, was the jump start, wasn't it? That was the other 5-second time penalty. So yes, it's 10 seconds on Rodrigo Almeida. That's the total time penalty that he's going to get. That's going to move him well out of the points. Of course, he was the car that was very quick out of the blocks. Right, Jelter Hoffner in the 919 has Draker Janssen for company into turn 1. And Janssen is going to take away from him P16. He's already lost it, courtesy of the stewards getting involved. Now, car 4, Jonas Greif also getting involved. So Jelter Hoffner relegated even further down the order. When you add the 5 seconds on, he's going to be quite a long way down, and certainly out of the points in the overall race, although he will score points in the rookie race. That is at the moment being led by Matheus Ferreira, who is the leading rookie. Second in the rookies is Chester Kiefer. Third in the rookies, the very rapid Milan Marchak, another of the drivers who just seems to get quicker and quicker with every race. Draker Janssen in the number 17 car, holding on to that position, but he's not had the kind of weekend that he had hoped for, with Bink sponsoring him, his dog on the side of the door. But Draker Janssen, a long way down in 17th place. So another time penalty has now been awarded to Jelter Hoffner. So another 5-second time penalty for exceeding track limits. So 919 is going to be somewhere near the absolute back of the order when this race is done, which is a real shame because he has looked so quick. Cas Havercourt has reeled in Flint Schuring a little. 1.247 is the gap, but we're running out of time for a challenge at the front. 5 3/4 minutes plus 1 lap remaining for Flint Schuring. Cas Havercourt in second, Ariel Levy in third. Here is Jelter Hoffner, really just racing for glory at the moment. Draker Janssen keeping an eye on him in the mirror and making sure that he doesn't see the gap in towards turn 1. Hoffner dropping back behind once again. Jonas Greif there. There's Alex Ryman, Thomas Cangro. They feel like they've been glued together all weekend long. They're fighting over the dregs of this race. 19th and 20th place. Nick Ho there as well. All three of these drivers had raced each other throughout last year in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux. And look at Thomas Cangro hustling the car around the corner, a little bit of drifting. Nick Ho not close enough to take advantage of it. Josh Stanton with another time penalty. Nick Ho goes spinning. So another spin for Nick Ho and another 5-second time penalty for Josh Stanton. So the order that they cross the line is not going to be the order that we see at the end in the official confirmation, because there's an awful lot of time penalties to be dished out. But as far as I know, everyone in the top 10 is safe at the moment. Flint Schuring with a 1.289 gap lead over Cas Havercourt. Ariel Levy some 6 seconds back and seemingly out of contention for a race win today. Matheus Ferreira leading for the rookies in 4th place, 2.8 seconds back from Ariel Levy. Sasha Norden not settling for 4th place. Fancies ruining Matheus Ferreira's day and getting that 4th place away. Sid Smith is in 6th place. Then Chester Kiefer, James Wallace, Robin Knutson and Milan Marchak. There is the 2nd place. Cas Havercourt, 1.289. Looks to me like he is winding in Flint Schuring, but with 3 3/4 minutes remaining, time potentially running out. Flint Schuring, we're wanting to make sure he's got some grip in the last couple of laps of this race. Look at Cas Havercourt smoking the tyre into the corner. That is not going to do his pace any good at all. It shows you how hard he is trying to catch the leader. Visually, it looks like he's closing in, but that lockup will not have done his pace any favours at all. Flint Schuring had a 1.289 gap in the lead at the start of the previous lap. We'll see what it is when he crosses the line next time around, but the lockup for Cas Havercourt will not have done him any favours. Look how hard Cas Havercourt is pushing. It was 1.289 between first and second. They crossed the line and it's now 2.8, so that lockup harming Cas Havercourt, dropping him back into the clutches of Ariel Levy in third place. Matthias Ferreira too far back to capitalise on anything that might be happening in front of him, but Flint Schuring now 2 minutes and 40 seconds plus 1 lap away from what looks like potentially another win. Another 5-second time penalty for Rodrigo Almeida for track limits, so that'll be his third penalty. 1 for a jump start, 2 for track limits, so it's going to be 15 seconds added on to car 18. Rodrigo Almeida is down in 14th place at the moment, but his afternoon is absolutely ruined as 15 seconds added onto his time will drop him to near on the very back of the pack. There is Matthias Ferreira in 4th place. Sasha Norden with 2 minutes remaining. Has he got anything that he can bring to the table to steal that 4th place away? Matthias Ferreira might not want to risk his rookie win. He may well decide that discretion is the better part of valour and allow Sasha Norden to get past if he can get close enough to challenge. As we ride on board with Jutta Hoffner in the picture at the side of your screen, you can see how hard everybody is pushing. There may only be a minute and a half left, plus 1 lap of round 6, but everybody fighting for every last point. Flint Schuring, a relatively lonely race out in front once again. Cas Havercourt now too far back. The gap has dropped to 6.674. So Cas Havercourt clearly having a bad lap. I'm looking at his last lap and he was nearly 3.8 seconds slower than Flint Schuring on the previous lap. So you get the feeling that Cas Havercourt's tyres are starting to cry no more and he's starting to fall back into the clutches of Ariel Levy. Or is he going to allow Ariel Levy past to give him the points in the championship hunt? We look at the 85 car once again, Karen Gaillard as she is further back. She down in the lower reaches of the point standing. She's in 24th place overall. Sasha Norden once again in 5th place. 38, 37, 36 seconds remaining of timed racing. Flint Schuring up at turn 8 and 9 at the moment. So if the clock strikes 0 before he gets back to the line, it will be just 1 more lap of racing. Matthias Ferreira locking up as well. That's an opportunity for Sasha Norden. He goes deep into the corner. Norden now onto the back bumper. He will see how hard Matthias Ferreira is pushing. Ferreira looks like he's got a problem. Look how much he's locking up into the corner. Is it pressure or is there an issue with the car? We got a yellow flag at turn 1, but Sasha Norden closing in on that 4th place. Sid Smith closing in on both of them. Matthias Ferreira gathers it all up, points it in the right direction. Across the line comes Flint Schuring now to start what will be the last lap of the race. But Matthias Ferreira in 4th place will be thinking about the win in the rookie category. He does not want to throw it all away, fighting with Sasha Norden. His main rival is the black and gold car in the background. That is Chester Kiefer. And Ariel Levy is past Cas Havercourt for 2nd place. Did Cas let him go or did I get past because Cas had a problem? But once again, Ariel Levy up into 2nd place, minimising the damage in the championship hunt. Sasha Norden is not done yet with 5th place. Matthias Ferreira in that 4th place, leading in the rookies. He's just got to hold it all together for what remains of this lap because Flint Schuring is on the final lap of the race. He's up in turn 7 at the moment. 2nd place, Ariel Levy. Cas Havercourt in 3rd. It looks like that is done and dusted, but the battle for 4th is by no means over. Flint Schuring into turn 9 and around to turn 10 for the very last time today, and then round into turn 11. And then it'll be just a couple more corners before he will see that checkered flag. He has utterly dominated proceedings here in qualifying this morning, in the first race this afternoon, in this race as well. Flint Schuring making it another clean sweep. He heads into turn 14 for the very last time. He will move out onto the pit straight. He will see the checkered flag in front of him. It's going to be another win for Flint Schuring. win number 5 out of 6 races in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, flashing the headlights as he crosses the line. Second place, Ariel Levy, a good points haul, keeping Flint Schuring inside. Cass Havercourt potentially being the team player, and crossing the line in 4th place for a win in the rookie category. Matthias Ferreira holding off Sasha Norden for that 4th place. Then Sid Smith in 6th place ahead of Chester Keefer. For the first time this season, he will not stand on the top step of the podium in the rookie category. Then it's James Wallace in 8th place. 3rd in the rookies, Milan Marchak. Nathan Sharp finishing in the top 10. The rest of the cars now coming across the line. It's going to be a win in the Pro-Am race for Henry Tuamala. He's in 15th place overall. 2nd in the Pro-Ams will go to Anthony Imperato. But what a dominating performance from Flint Schuring. Dominant form in the Schumacher CLRT car. The rest of the cars now coming across the line to receive that checkered flag. A number of drivers with penalties to be added. Jonas Greif was the latest one, who's had a 5-second time penalty for track limits. Also Thomas Cangro. Those have all popped up in the last few moments of this race. So a lot of juggling to do, but as far as I can tell, and I'm busy scrolling back up through the screen, I don't think anybody in the top 10 has any time penalties that I'm aware of. So certainly the top 10 is what we see on the screen, but it is all subject to confirmation. Flint Schuring with an 8.8 second lead over Ariel Levy. Cass Havercourt very much being a team player in 3rd place, ahead of Matthias Ferreira with the win in the rookies, ahead of Sasha Norden. Sid Smith in 6th place, and Chester Keefer 2nd in the rookies, 7th overall. James Wallace in 8th, 9 Milan Marchak, and then Nathan Sharp rounding out the top 10. Joe Warhurst, remember he's got a time penalty. Domas Radonis, Robin Knutson, Rodrigo Almeida with a time penalty that's probably going to be added up in hours at the end of this one. Then we have Henry Tuamala, who won in the Pro-Am race ahead of Hjalte Hofner, another one with lots of time penalties to be added on. Then Draker Janssen, Jonas Greif with time penalties, Alex Ryman, Thomas Cangro, Charles Visser, Mace Muller, all these drivers with penalties hanging over them. Anthony Imperato in 23rd ahead of Nick Ho. Luciano Martinez coming home in 25th ahead of Karen Gaillard. Josh Stanton, who had a fairly lively afternoon, bringing up the rear of the field. A lot of penalties to be added, but nothing that's going to change the podium that I can see. Boy, what a race that was. And the stewards playing as big a part in it as Cass Havercourt, Flint Schuring, or Ariel Levy, I would say. But track limits are track limits, and we've said it before. If there were brick walls around the outside of the circuit, you wouldn't drive out there. You know, you have to respect the boundaries of the circuit, and that's what the stewards are saying. You have to respect the boundaries. If you were to go wide and there was a barrier there, then you'd be out of the race. So it's only right that they do stay on top of it. And they really have had their work cut out, as we see Cass Havercourt climbing from his car. Team GP Elite preparing that car for him. It has been very much GP Elite versus Schumacher CLRT in the championship this year so far. But we've still got 2 more races to go. Next weekend, Barcelona at the Circuit de Catalunya, when our champion will be crowned. Will it be Flint Schuring, the rookie champion of Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany? Will he add to his list of honours the title of champion of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe? Or will Ariel Levy be able to dig deep and defend that championship that he won last year? Once again, chatting to team and coaches. And I can see that Piers Pry has Flint with him. So down to Piers Pry in the pit lane.
Thank you very much, Brian. Another good race there, and another good race for Flint Schuring. Flint, that was probably a lot less stressful than the previous one. Although saying that, Cass was chasing you down.
Yeah, Cass was definitely putting some pressure on me. I don't know what happened the last few laps for him, but then he fell away a bit. But yeah, I think it was like 25 minutes of constant pressure. I think 1 or 2 seconds difference, but he made me work hard for it.
Yeah, it didn't look like you had quite the pace advantage you had in the first race, or were you just managing the car?
Yeah, I think Cas was a bit quicker this race than the race before, but I think compared to like the rest of the field, we were still quite ahead. So
You two were pretty much in a different league. Did you make any changes to the car or your driving in between the sessions, or did you just send it again?
There was not much time in between to change anything, so it was pretty much the same plan as before.
Brilliant. Well, Flint, extending your championship lead, another win. It's going pretty well so far.
Yeah, it's definitely going well so far. Still 1 round to go, but it's looking good.
Absolutely. Well, we'll see you in Barcelona, of course, and we'll see you on the podium in a moment, but I'll let you go and celebrate with the team as we grab Ariel Levy, our second place driver. Ariel, sorry to interrupt. You're right to grab another word. Just come this side for me, please. Ariel, another second place. I can see in your face a little bit of frustration.
Yeah, it's frustration and also I'm tired, you know, but it's mainly frustration. I was not fast enough the whole weekend and I don't have the answer yet, so I have to work hard, I guess.
Yes, but of course, you know, the competitor in you, you're disappointed and you've come away with 2 second places, so you know things are not terrible.
Well, I'm here to win, not to finish second, you know. Second, of course, it's a nice position, but it's not the win, and I'm not here to finish second. So
absolutely, said like a true racer, but you'll come back stronger than ever, I'm sure, in Barcelona.
Well, I'll do my best for sure.
Absolutely. Well, we'll see you then. Ariel Levy, second place in the race and third place on the road. Come on in, Cass. You were in the middle part of that race. I was thinking Cass is relentless in this one. Your lap times were metronomic. You were chipping away. It was about a 10th a lap, I think, on our eventual winner, Flint, but you couldn't quite get there.
Yeah, I got a small flat spot, I think, after T2, which is quite sad. I mean, but it is what it is. And after that, the speed was still good, but I sometimes found the flat spot again, and I was looking up and more. But yeah, it is what it is. I mean, the speed was good, and again for the team, Ariel P2, it's good for the points for them.
Yeah, of course. So I assume you let Ariel pass. There's no issue with the car.
Yeah, no issue with the car.
Yeah. But you know the margins are so fine because you were chipping away, and then just the last 5 minutes wasn't quite there.
Yeah, I mean, I got one lock up, and after that, I was like, I'm not gonna. It's gonna be a very difficult one to overtake him. So I mean, it is what it is.
What did you change anything between race 1 and race 2? Because it felt like the tides of pace. You know, Flint had the pace in race 1, and I think you were slightly faster in this one.
Yeah, I mean, like in the first one, also like after, I think 15 minutes after the race, I thought, well, it's going to be difficult to overtake him because the gap was quite big. So I slowed down after that to let Ariel overtake. But now, I mean, we didn't really change a lot. The car just felt quite nice right now, and I think we showed that we had good speed. So that's good.
Absolutely. Will we be seeing you back in Barcelona?
Sadly not, but it is what it is.
Sadly not, but thank you very much. Great to have you on the grid once again. We'll have a look back at some of the best moments from that race with Brian Oliver.
Thank you, Piers, and that was a very dramatic race. Once again, every race we have in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe is dramatic, as we are about to see as we now look at some of the highlights from round 6 of the Sport Division. So it was a good, clean start for our front runners, and it was a drag race into the first corner. Cass Havercourt, the quickest out of the blocks, but he locked it all up into that first corner, going deep. Flint Schuring just holding it all together and allowing Cass to just go deep and come through on the inside and to take that position away. Ariel Levy certainly put the pressure on to Cass Havercourt as well at the start of the race. Sid Smith getting shuffled down the order, firstly by Matthias Ferreira. Josh Stanton continuing what has been a fairly lively weekend for him, and we saw his car pointing in the wrong direction. But as is always the way with Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, nobody is just settling for the position they're in, fighting even at the very back of the pack. And towards the back of the pack, Jonas Greif and Nick Ho were going wheel to wheel. Nobody's here to make up the numbers. They're all looking to improve what they're doing. And that was Josh Stanton doing a little bit of rallycross, and Luciano Martinez might have had something to do with that. Robin Knutson was challenging hard and been looking very quick as he's made his debut this season in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. And James Wallace, another first-timer. A lot of drivers locking up. We had a number of lockups, and maybe a lot of that to do with track limits, because track limits were the issue and was the issue that has been raging on, and was certainly so many time penalties awarded. Joe Warhurst in the number 59 car was one of the drivers who received a time penalty. Josh Stanton spent more time with the racetrack going around him rather than him going around the racetrack. There was another lockup. This time it was Nick Ho into the runoff area but there were so many time penalties that were added because the drivers were fighting so hard to keep it in the white lines, which might explain the plumes of blue smoke as they locked up Alex Ryman, Nick Ho, Thomas Cangro in there, 3 drivers who are fighting each other hard. There was Nathan Sharp, follow the sheep in treble 3 as Milan Marchak, the youngest driver in the field, I do believe. Matías Ferreira had some monumental lockups towards the end of the race. I should think those tyres were shaped like 50 pence pieces, and the vibrations would have been shaking his fillings out if he had any. There was a lovely view down into turn 1, some great camera work from our team. Nick Ho and Alex Ryman, they've been fighting each other all day long, haven't they? And Thomas Cangro in there as well. But Nick Ho, another of the drivers locking up, another going deep and leaving himself vulnerable. This was a great battle, wasn't it? Sasha Norden and Sid Smith, they were fighting for position. It would go the way of Sasha Norden in the end. More lockups, more blue smoke. There was the driver who gets the award for the most penalties, Rodrigo Almeida in number 18. He got one for jumping the start and numerous for track limits as well. Sasha Norden finally did get that route pass. It was Drager Janssen getting very defensive with Jelte Hofner in the 919 car. Janssen just bided his time, then ducked back onto the inside. Thomas Cangro is drifting. That's what he should be doing today. But a little bit too much drifting for Nick Ho, and the car pointing in the wrong direction. Fortunately, everybody kept out of the way. Karen Gaillard and Anthony Imperato towards the back of the pack as well. Another lockup, one of many. Going to be a lot of square rubber available for souvenirs after this event. Matías Ferreira, well, he did well to take the rookie win. Despite all of that, he did well to hold off Sasha Norden because, as already mentioned, those tyres were very flat-spotted indeed. And 2 cars getting together, that's something that a team boss would not want to see, the 2 NGT racing cars. Now, in fact, Milan Marchak and Red Ant Racing, they're both silver, so an easy mistake to make, but they got together. And Robin Knudsen and Milan Marchak very much in the wars. Right down to the podium now, where Piers Pryor is waiting for us.
Yes, thank you very much, Brian. We are about to have the podium for round 6 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe in the sports classification. We'll start with our 3rd place driver, the number 2 from the Netherlands, Cas Havercourt. Congratulations, Cas. 2 podiums in the 2 races he's done this season in the championship. In 2nd place, the number 25 from Israel, Ariel Levy. 2nd place, both drivers driving for Team GP Elite. But they could not beat the number 99, the driver from the Netherlands, Flint Schuring. Brilliant driving from Flint Schuring today. Hasn't put pretty much a foot wrong other than his first manoeuvre in the first race. But we will now have the Dutch national anthem. Congratulations to our podium drivers. Trophies being handed out as the drivers don their Michelin hats. 3rd place, Cas Havercourt. 2nd place will be Ariel Levy, whose championship lead, as it was in Estoril, is now slipping away, and the championship leader and winner of both rounds in Valencia. Flint Schuring extends his championship lead. It's going to take a monumental effort for Ariel Levy to overcome that, but I'm sure he'll give it his best go. And we'll now have all 3 drivers together on the top step of the podium for their photo. And that is the last racing we will have in the sports division today. We still have the club race round 6 to come, so hopefully we'll have in a moment, once the photos are done, some celebration via the method of champagne. Congratulations to our podium drivers overall in the round number 6 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Classification. You guys, you can relax, celebrate, but you can't go too hard because we're racing again in just a few days' time. So that was our overall classification. We will have the rookie podium up in just a moment. The rookie classification has been pretty much dominated by Schumacher CLRT this season with Chester Kiefer. But potentially we have a new winner in the rookie classification. We'll get to that in just a moment, because before then, we have our third place driver, the number 69 from the Netherlands, Milan Marchak. Congratulations, Milan is only, again, I believe only his second race weekend, so picking up trophies going to be good for his CV. Racing for Red Ant Racing. Second place, the current leader in the championship from Luxembourg, Chester Kiefer. Chester on the podium once again, but not taking the win, which is unfamiliar territory for him in the rookie category, because in this race, round 6, it was the number 27 from Brazil, Matias Ferreira. Congratulations, Matias. His first win in the rookie classification in this championship. Brilliant, brilliant driving. He was soaking up a lot of pressure in that race, well up there in terms of the overall classification as well. But we will now have the Brazilian national anthem. Congratulations to our podium drivers in the rookie classification, the sport division. It was third place, Milan Marchak getting his third place trophy, his second trophy of the weekend. Chester Kiefer, second place, the first number 2 he's got this season. He'll be looking to change that back to a number 1 in Barcelona in just a week's time. But then our winner, Matias Ferreira, I'm sure he'll treasure this one and be looking for more overall podiums. Raises the trophy aloft. A great drive from Matias Ferreira to take the win for target competition. Brilliant, brilliant driving from all 3 of these young racers. And that concludes our trophy presentation and podium for the rookie division. And they are welcome in just a moment's time to celebrate with the champagne, should they wish. Here we go, champagne. I'm going to take a step back. That's good, just as good at spraying champagne as they are at driving. Wonderful. Great job, guys. Congratulations. That is the podium ceremony done for the sport division for round number 6. All that's left to come today is round number 6 of the club division, which will be with you in just a few moments.
We've enjoyed 3 fantastic races this afternoon in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe 2025 here at Circuito Ricardo Tormo in Valencia. But we've still got one more race to go. The 4th race of the day. It is the 2nd race of the day for the club division, round 6 of the championship. And if you were watching earlier, you would have seen Philip Wills winning from pole position. He had a fairly quiet race. Not so much can be said for Angelo Fontana. He had originally qualified in pole position. He had been disqualified from qualifying due to a technical infringement and had to fight his way through the pack. The last time we spoke, Angelo Fontana had recorded a 6th place finish in his S1 racing car, having fought his way through the pack. But since then, the stewards have got involved. We did see him making contact with Karsten Kramer, and they have awarded Angelo Fontana a 10-second time penalty from the previous race. He's got it all to do in this race again as well, because he's going to be starting from the back, having been disqualified from qualifying this morning. It looked so hopeful when he started today, but again, starting the 2nd race from stone last. It's exactly what Philippe Wills did last weekend, and he came through to finish 2nd. So it's certainly possible, but it hasn't done his championship chances any good. A perfect race for Philip Wills, and just to rub salt into the wounds, he starts from pole position in this race today, this afternoon as well, the 2nd race of the day in the club division. So a lot of work to do for Angelo Fontana. I say start in pole position. I'm just seeing on my timing screen Andre Fernandez being shown as pole position. So I beg your pardon there. Philip Wills was starting on the front row. Andre Fernandez starting in pole position. He had a lively qualifying. We saw him pointing in the wrong direction at the end of the qualifying session, having spun out. Was looking good for potentially a pole position in the first race, but lost it in the final corner. Andre, who's not feeling 100% this weekend, but clearly doing a good job. So correct that. It is Fernandez who starts in pole position for this race. Philip Wills will be starting alongside him on the front row. Reinhold Kran and Alexander Dobek will start on the 2nd row. Both of them, they have been very, very quick, and they were both looking spectacular in the previous race. Both of them looking like they'd won a race with the celebrations at the end of that. And a win is not out of the question. 2nd row, a good position to potentially move forwards. It's looking good to be another entertaining race. Hopefully this one we can finish under green flag conditions. In the GT4 category, Patrick Cunha starts in 12th position, so he's the leading GT4 runner. Jorge Rodriguez is the other of the GT4 cars. He starts in 15th position. All of the cars, apart from those 2, are, of course, the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup cars based on the 992 generation. And then we have the 2 Porsche Cayman GT4 RS Club Sports who are fighting for the GT4 Championship. And it's all part of the wonderful Porsche pyramid where they take drivers as customers, and motorsport driving events like the driving school, the Porsche driving school, and other club sport events. Then we have events such as this, the One Make series that are contested with 911 GT3 Cup cars. We've got the Sprint Challenges, the Carrera Cups, the Mobile One Super Cup, various GT3 challenges. Next up on the pyramid, we see cars in IMSA, in the World Endurance Championship. Then the top of the pyramid, the hypercar, the LMP1. They are the creme de la creme. And we see drivers coming through the ranks. We've seen it so many times in the past. We're seeing it at the moment. The brother of the driver that has just won once again in the main division, the sport division of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Flint Scheuring, his brother Maurice Scheuring, of course, went on to win Le Mans 24-hour race, the GT3 category, and is going to be starting in DTM this year. We've seen Bastian Boos coming through the Porsche pyramid as a Porsche junior. Thomas Preining, a DTM champion. He has come through on the Porsche pyramid. It's a great structure that Porsche have, and it promotes talent. It brings people from grassroots level and brings them up through the ranks. And we've seen that young drivers from 16 years old upwards, and we've seen it already in the sport division today. Now it's the turn of the drivers who are perhaps a little older, the AM category, the drivers who are 40 years plus. They have no professional motor racing background, but very much racers in their own right. Very, very quick, and they entertain us as well. And the AM category is the main category that we're going to be watching in this race, apart from the two GT4 drivers. And it will be guaranteed entertainment all the way. And one of the big talking points is going to be Angelo Fontana as he tries to work his way up through the pack. Andre Fernandez and Philip Wills on the front row. That's going to be a very interesting drag race into turn one. Piers Pry is down on the grid. It's his final grid walk of the day. Over to you, Piers.
Hey, time flies when you're having fun, doesn't it, Brian? But yes, we're here for the final grid walk of the Valencia weekend. Ricardo Tormo here, round 6 of the club division. And as you mentioned just a moment ago, Andre Fernandez on pole. It's been a dramatic day for pretty much everyone at the front of the field in the club division. Andre, of course, causing a red flag in qualifying, losing his fastest lap, but his second fastest lap fast enough for a pole in this race. Can I jump in and have a quick word, Andre? Andre, you've had a busy weekend so far, haven't you? But starting in the best possible position for the last race of the day, what are you planning to do in this one?
And I plan to finish the race clear, and get P1 at least, or maybe just be up in the end, and clean the race, and let's see, and finish the Saturday on top. I don't know. Let's try.
Andre, good luck in this. I'll let our race director come and have a word to make sure that the rolling starts are absolutely perfect. Of course, we had a couple of issues with the rolling starts at our first round in Portsmouth. They were a little bit better in Estoril, but that's we want to make sure that the race starts safely, cleanly, and everything goes well. Outside of the front row, our championship leader, Philip Wills, he is starting in second place in that yellow highlighted car, not to be confused with the driver directly behind him, which is the Herdecka racing car of Alexander Dobic, who took his first podium in the race earlier on today. Reinhold Kran starting in third place inside of the second row. We grabbed a word with Reinhold before that previous race, so we'll wander on past him. They are flapping the doors to get as much cool air in the cars as possible. You can definitely feel the heat in the cars. When I put my hand in and interview these drivers, you can feel the warmth radiating from the brakes, the engine. Of course, these are full racing machines. There's no insulation or anything of that kind in these cars. When I grab a word with one of our drivers in a moment, we'll maybe have a look inside the car and see what it actually is like. But they're quite hostile environments, actually, very noisy, very hot in the cars, which is part of the challenge, I suppose, of being a racing driver. Eric Wagner on the outside of row number 4. He's starting 8th position. 7th alongside him, Carsten Kremer. He is for the K Kremer Racing team. We saw him getting involved in the racing there. Let's grab a word with David Harrison in the number 151. He's starting in 9th place inside the top 10. It's been a good weekend for him so far. Can I jump in? Yeah, sure. Is that all right? Harry, inside the top 10 once again. It's looked like it was good fun out there in the first one. What can you do in this one?
Try a bit harder. Better lap times, string it all together. Yeah, and try to work a bit harder to stay with the guys in front.
Yes. So not much to do then?
No, not much.
Not alongside driving the car and anything like that?
Yeah, no, exactly. Not much to do, but that's what you're here for, right? So work hard, try hard.
Absolutely. If we're okay, we'd like to poke the camera in and show what everyone what it looks like inside. You can see you've got basically roll cages, you've got restraints for the arms and everything inside the cars, and the Porsche dash, which is very, very snazzy, I must say indeed. But yeah, that's what the drivers have got to work with. Yeah, exactly. Sort of very visceral environment in the cars. I mean, I'm sure a lot of you at home watching would love to be behind the wheel of one of these, as would I, but hey, we have the pleasure of watching and listening to them because they do sound excellent. Tobias Vasquez on the outside here. He's in Tobias Vasquez Garcia in 11th place. Patrick Kuhner, our winner in the GT4s in that previous race earlier on today, starting in 12th overall. Ernst Indebitsin in 13th place on the inside of row number 7. And then Ajit Kumar. I'll grab a word with Ajit because we got cut short in that previous one because I had to leave the grid. I think we're a bit earlier this time. Ajit,
how are you?
I'm great, thank you. Thank you for asking. I don't often get asked how I am when I've got the microphones. I appreciate that. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty well. Extremely happy with my progress. But a big hello to all motorsport lovers, both back home and in Europe and world over, following this series. It's a wonderful series to be a part of.
Amazing. I came over because partly to apologise. We got cut a little bit short that last time. I was told I had to leave the grid. How was the first race for you, and what can you do in this one?
Now trying to get to battle with the pack ahead. I mean, initially just trying to put some decent lap times, and now starting to push my race pace, and hopefully by the end of this year try and be somewhere mid-pack or in the front order.
Absolutely, and we've seen progress from yourself this season already. You've definitely moved forward in the grid.
Thank you so much, and a big thanks to Team Redant, Matthew, my teammate. They've been very helpful in every way possible, and to everyone in the series. I mean, they've been so welcoming. So, I mean, really appreciate their help.
Ajit, good luck in the race. Thank you very much for taking time to chat to us. We'll leave you for your preparations. Of course, Ajit racing for Red Ant, racing with Ajit Kumar Racing, of course. For those of you who don't know who Ajit is, he's a very, very famous actor out in Asia and India. If you do support and you're watching because of Ajit Kumar, I think now is the time to put a message in the chat, which is just to the side of me here. You know, just let us know that you're watching. We've got Jorge Rodriguez, who was second in the GT4 in that previous race. He is starting in 15th place. 16th on the outside of row number 8 is I'm going to get this wrong. Michael McInerney. He's a new driver to this series. We haven't actually had a chance to catch up with him quite yet. I don't know if we've got time. I think we'd better leave the grid now, otherwise I'm going to get told off once again. So for the final time this weekend, Brian, over to you. Club Division race coming right up.
Thank you so much, Piers. Great job. McInerney, I've been practicing that one as well. And like the Ajit Kumar fans need any encouragement to spam the chat. Really good to have them here. I know that Ajit brings an awful lot of new fans to Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, some who have not actually witnessed motor racing before, and you are very welcome. We hope you are going to love what you see and become addicts like the rest of us are. We're all petrol heads around here. We love the racing, and Porsche Sprint Challenge provides us with absolutely spectacular racing. The tension once again begins to rise as the cars are on the grid. We're fairly optimistic that the rain will hold off. It has been there or thereabouts, threatening all day long, but at the moment it's looking dry. The track looks dry, and we are getting ready for what will be a rolling start. So once again, unlike the Sport Division, which was a standing start, this will be a rolling start. The cars will come out of the final corner, turn 14. In theory, side by side, they are required to pass through their grid boxes to receive the green light, and then it will be 30 minutes plus 1 lap of racing. And it will be a drag race into the first corner. Andre Fernandez and Philip Wills. Philip Wills with a fairly healthy championship lead. And he was leading Angelo Fontana by 26 points coming into this weekend. And Fontana's misfortunes and a win from pole position for Philip Wills will have not done that any harm at all. Third place, Javier Ripoll Jr., of course, is not here this weekend, so there will be no points scored by him. So certainly Philip Wills doing his championship hopes no harm whatsoever. Right, safety car is rolling. We are on the rolling lap for this, the final race of the afternoon, and Andre Fernandez will once again be on a pole position with Philip Wills alongside him. Reinhold Kran and Alexander Dobik will occupy row 2. Behind them, Jan-Jaap van Roon. He was in the battles in the previous race, as was Lee Mole from P6. Then it's Karsten Kramer with Eric Wagner for company. 9th on the grid, David Harrison having a great weekend, his best of the year by some distance. And he has Corrado Costa for company. Tobias Vasquez Garcia is alongside the pole sitter in the GT4 race, Patrick Cunard, P12, very good in that car. And they are ahead of Ernst Instebitsen and Ajit Kumar. Then Jorge Rodriguez, the other of the GT4 runners, has Michael McInerney for company in P16. 17th, Marabi Mekvabishvili. He made good progress progress in the last race to come through the pack. Tobias Weidner is 18th, and Angelo Fontana, having been disqualified from qualifying with all the hard work to do again, this time he will be very eager to not attract the attention of the stewards. And whilst we're talking about the attention of the stewards, you'd need a piece of toilet paper to list the number of drivers who picked up penalties for track limit infringements in the last race in the sport division. The stewards got very, very heavily involved, and we're sincerely hoping that won't be the case here, that the drivers keep it within the limits that have been specified and that we don't have races decided in the stewards box. I know the drivers have been reminded of this. We want to see good, fair racing, and let's hope that track limits are kept off the agenda sheet, let's put it that way, and that the drivers don't start picking up penalties. For Philip Wills, he'll have the championship very much in mind. Andre Fernandez, well, he's fighting back up through the points, but Wills really does have a healthy lead. Reinhold Kran and Alexander Dobic, they are going for glory. You just know it. They want the top step of the podium, and they're going to be gunning for that. We're into turn 13, around to turn 14 in just a few moments. Then the cars will appear out on the pit straight. What a majestic sight. A full field of Porsche 911 and GT4 and GT3 cars all together, ready to start this race. It will be 30 minutes plus 1 lap of racing ahead of us. And it will be Andre Fernandez who leads them across the line, but will he lead them out of turn 1? We are about to find out as round 6 of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division gets ready to go. The clock is ticking, the cars fan out, and they head along the straight. Fernandez looks to have his nose in front. Important for Wills, he doesn't get into trouble. He's got a championship to think of here. Fernandez leading the way into turn 1. A nice clean start from everybody. Couple of cars going wide in turn 1. Now flat out into turn 2. Then the heavy braking on the inside. Reinhold Kran looks like he's got that second place fairly well sewn up at the moment. Positions to be lost and gained on this opening lap. But Andre Fernandez, he has checked out in the lead of this race. Reinhold Kran into second place. Alexander Dobic also there as well, and that's Ajit Kunar, who is pointing in the wrong direction. Also Tobias Weidner as well. So Ajit Kumar has had a spin. There's been contact in that corner, the driver that we heard of on the grid at the beginning, and that's in at turns 5. We've got that happening. Also there in the wars, Michael McInerney. So few drivers not making it around the first lap. Now let's hope that Ajit Kumar can rejoin this race and continue. But clearly he has been in the wars, and he is going to have to rejoin at the back of the pack if he can get going. Rest of the cars continuing at the front. Andre Fernandez leading, Reinhold Kran, Philip Wills dropping back into third place. Alexander Dobic there as well. The rest of them just filing through. There's Angelo Fontana, who's just fighting his way back up from the very back of the pack. We'll see how far he's made it when they cross the start-finish line. We get an official reader. I think he has passed about 3 cars. So he started 19th, out across the line they come. I reckon he's going to be about 16th, 15th, 16th, something like that from the absolute back of the pack. The cars now crossing the line and registering their times. 15th it is for Angelo Fontana. So starting to make his progress from the very, very back. Now, I don't know where. Now, I can see Ajit Kumar is moving. So all the people that are watching in India, he is back on track. He's around at turn 13 at the moment. So hopefully he'll be able to continue in this race, albeit in last place. The other end of the pack, Andre Fernandez with a 1 second lead over Reinhold Kran. Philip Wills thinking of the bigger picture, I expect, with Alexander Dobic behind there. Keep an eye on Karsten Kreimer as well. He is in 5th place at a Jan Jaap van Room. But Karsten Kreimer in that 5th place was looking very eager, but coming under pressure behind that is Jan Jaap van Room. And once again, Tobias Vasquez Garcia proving how quick he is in 7th place. Behind him is Lee Mole in 8th, then Eric Wagner in 9th, David Harrison rounding out the top 10. So pleased to say Ajit Kumar has not peeled off into the pit, so he is still out on track. So he continues in this race probably not going to finish on the podium as we ride on board with Philip Wills. You can see the view on board. You can see how hard he is having to work. Thinking of the bigger picture, we have 26 3/4 minutes plus 1 lap of this race. Important that you've got rubber and grip at the end as Tobias Vasquez Garcia muscles his way past at Jan Jaap van Roon. So that will be for 6th place. Out along the pit straight we come once again, and a gap of nearly 2 seconds between first and second. Andre Fernandez certainly wanting to make up for lost time after what for him was a disappointing first race. I mean, a P4, pretty good by any standards, but he was hoping for a podium on that one. He's certainly in a good position now to do that. Reinhold Kran and Alexander Dobic with Philip Wills in there as well. They are continuing their battle from the previous race. And Philip Wills we're on board with again on the left-hand side of your screen as he looks on. In 14th place, Patrick Cunha has Jorge Rodriguez just behind him. So the GT4 race very much alive and kicking as well. So everybody keeping it all together now on this lap in round 6. We've got no other major changes. Angelo Fontana up to P12. So he's worked his way past Patrick Cunha, Marabi Mekvabishvili and Jorge Rodriguez. So he continues his march forwards now. Philip Wills starting to think about 2nd place. So he puts the pressure onto Reinhold Kran, just showing himself in the mirrors. Not a challenge at the moment, but maybe just pushing Reinhold Kran, forcing him to push a little harder than he might want to maybe use up a little bit of rubber, to maybe make a bit of a mistake. Just keeping that pressure on. Out onto the pit straight. Here comes our race leader once again, Andre Fernandez. The gap of 1.9 seconds is now up to 2.8. So Fernandez really showing some incredible pace. The fastest lap of the race as confirmed by the pink graphic on your screen. Reinhold Kran, no such comfort. He's got Philip Wills breathing down his neck. Those are the podium positions at the moment. Alexander Dobic has now come under pressure and been passed by Tobias Vasquez Garcia. So Vasquez Garcia up into 4th place. He has proven how quick he is all day long. He's a driver who races almost exclusively at the Nürburgring and on the Nordschleife. So this is a very different discipline from him, but is certainly transferring his skills well as he moves up into 4th place, relegating Alexander Dobic down into 5th. Angelo Fontana up to P12 from absolute stone last. Philip Wills still putting the pressure onto Reinhold Kran. He's got 24 minutes to do something about it and to chase after Andre Fernandez. But at the risk of repeating myself, Philip Wills cannot afford a non-finish here. The championship lead that he enjoys is not massive, and a DNF would change that completely. And look who's rushing to join them. Tobias Vasquez Garcia in that 4th place. By my reckoning, looking pretty good to be challenging for the podium positions. The fight for 2nd place is now a 3-car battle because Vasquez Garcia has rushed to join them. So you have Reinhold Kran, Philip Wills, Tobias Vasquez Garcia and Alexander Dobic also in there as well. Just checking for any track limit infringements. Nothing at the moment, so that's good news. But Reinhold Kran driving very much distracted with the bright yellow and black car behind him of Philip Wills. The championship leader does not want to take risks, but needs every point he can get because it'll be this time next week at Circuit de Catalunya in Barcelona that the champion will be crowned, and he wants his name to be the one that is on that trophy. Tobias Vasquez Garcia wants the silverware. He'll probably be thinking a lot less about championship points and more about getting on the podium, and Philip Wills will be aware of that. Reinhold Kran in the championship hunt as well, with Javier Ripoll Jr. not being here. Reinhold Kran will be moving up in the championship standings, taking a very different line through the corner. Into turn 8 they come. On board with Philip Wills, getting nice and close, not too close. Doesn't want to make contact. Reinhold Kran, though, occupying the racing line, just making that Porsche as wide as he needs to. Philip Wills wants to try and get past, but in so doing doesn't want to open the door to Tobias Vasquez Garcia. If he challenges on the outside and leaves a gap and it doesn't stick, then he's going to lose a position. We had a brief yellow flag for a moment. That has now gone back in, so clearly somebody has had a moment. I think it might have been Michael McInerney, who is quite a long way back. So there was a contact from Angelo Fontana on Corrado Costa, and that is something that might well have attracted the attention of the steward. So Corrado Costa feeling the full force of Angelo Fontana. Costa down in 14th place, and let's have another look here, see what happened. Angelo Fontana to the inside. And now, was there contact from Fontana, or did Corrado Costa just get out there onto the curbing, lose traction and lose the back end? Fontana will be hoping very much the stewards don't get involved for the second race running. He's in 12th place at the moment. Remember, he picked up a 10-second time penalty in the previous race today. He does not need that. He is second in the championship at the moment, but his main rival, Philip Wills, in third place. Reinhold Kran just ahead of him, but Tobias Vasquez Garcia looking to ruin their party as he closes on Philip Wills. The three cars running very much as one. This is the fight for second place. Meanwhile, Andre Fernandez has checked out, 3.69 seconds up ahead. He's up at turn 12 at the moment. The rest of the cars fighting over second. Kran, Wills, Vasquez Garcia, Alexander Dobic running together, then a gap back to Karsten Kramer. There is second place, Reinhold Kran taking a deeper line into the corner. That is a gap. Philip Wills plunges into that gap but has to back out of it. Out onto the pit straight they come once again. A little bit of weaving from Philip Wills. Is he going to try and line him up into turn 1? We've got a yellow flag out of turn 11 and 12. To the inside, Philip Wills has a little look, ducks back into line, doesn't allow Tobias Vasquez Garcia to take any position away. The yellow flag has now just cleared on turns 11 and 12. Now look at this. Tobias Vasquez Garcia on Philip Wills. He fancies finding a route past the championship leader. This is the last of the podium positions. Wills going deep into the corner. Tobias Vasquez Garcia in fourth place at the moment in the gold and black car. Just keeping it tidy. In the background, Alexander Dobic has just dropped back a little, but as I say that, he now just suddenly closes in, and that was the problem. We've got a full course yellow because Eric Wagner is into the barrier. It doesn't look as though it's going to be anything too major to get him moved, but full course yellow means everybody has to reduce their speed to 80 kilometers an hour. Now, in theory, the gaps should remain the same as everybody lifts off at the same time. So Andre Fernandez should be able to protect his gap of 3.892 seconds. But as we have often seen this season, a safety car may well be deployed. And in fact, it is. The safety car is out. So all the gaps will close up, and all that hard work Andre Fernandez is going to be for nothing in terms of the gap, because everybody is going to be on his tail. We've got a replay of what might have occurred here. So let's have a look on board with Andre Fontana onto the inside of the 24 car, Corrado Costa. There was a gap, he backed out of it, and this is the problem. When you're starting so far back, you're going to be involved in all of this drama. Now there's a gap again on the inside of Corrado Costa, and that is where Costa went spinning. And certainly you get the feeling Fontana would argue that he had that and that Costa shut the door on him, and that is why he went spinning. There is the safety car that is out on track, so he will pick up the leader, Andre Fernandez, and that lovely gap that he built up will reduce to nothing. He will still have the lead, of course, but he now will be vulnerable to Reinhold Kran, Philip Wills, and Tobias Vasquez Garcia behind. And I have to say, Vasquez Garcia has been looking, of that lot, possibly the quickest, with the exception of Andre Fernandez, who really has the Veloso Motorsport Porsche very dialed in. As long as he's got the rubber to fight, attack and defend in the 917 car. Looking like he's in the box seats at the moment, but still plenty of time to go in this race. 17 minutes and 10 seconds. Safety car out on track at the moment, but I don't think it's going to be for very long. I think we're going to be back under green flag conditions before too long. The driver's weaving to keep the heat into the tyres. As soon as you reduce it down to 80 kilometers an hour, the temperature starts to drop. The pressures start to go down as well. So the driver's working hard, not just tootling around, killing time. They're keeping the cars in the window. Right, safety car is in on this lap. So in a few moments, the lights will go out on the safety car. Andre Fernandez will become the de facto safety car. He will control the pace of the field. He will want to back them up so that he doesn't catch the safety car, and then he will want to be accelerating. He'll want to catch Reinhold Kran napping if he can. He'll want Kran to be on the brake at about the same time that he's hitting the accelerator, thereby opening up a gap at the front. Kran will see this as an opportunity, as indeed will Philip Wills, to try and jump those two cars in front and get into the lead of this race. But keep an eye on Tobias Vasquez Garcia in that fourth place. Lights are off on the safety car. That's your confirmation. Keep an eye on Garcia in that fourth place, because I get the feeling he is not done yet. Angelo Fontana there as well. No doubt under investigation, but perhaps in a slightly safer territory than he was in the previous round. Right, Fernandez now has control of the race. His only rule, he must not catch the safety car. It's his decision when to hit the accelerator. Looks like he has hit that accelerator. He's done well out of turn 14. Reinhold Kran not close enough to challenge into turn 1, but Philip Wills thinks he is close enough to challenge for that second place. To the inside of the 233 car goes Philip Wills, giving him the squeeze on the exit of turn 1. It's all going to be decided on turn 2. Wills has the faster line, under braking. Wills is up into second place. Reinhold Kran now under pressure from Tobias Vasquez Garcia as well, who relegates Kran yet another position. Alexander Dobik is going to try and do exactly the same. So Reinhold Kran, having been running in second place for so long, as the race reaches the second half, now being shuffled down the order, the rest of the cars coming through. A little puff of smoke. I think that was Philip Wills, who might have had a little lock up into the corner. We've got a yellow flag at turn 5, so somebody's had a bit of drama there. But Philip Wills under pressure from Tobias Vasquez Garcia. It's a brave man who stands in the way of 1-2-1 at the moment, because he is a man on a mission, and Philip Wills may well find himself shuffled back down the order. It's Ajit Kumar. He's into the gravel trap, I'm afraid. So Ajit Kumar, we believe, is into the gravel trap. That is going to bring out a full course yellow. So Ajit Kumar bringing out another caution here with 14 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. So I don't know where that is. That is out on turn 4 and 5, I think, that Kumar is. So once again, full course yellow. And I think we may well find the safety car coming out. In fact, out between turns 11 and 12, that Ajit Kumar is into the gravel trap. So everything slows back down to 80 kilometers an hour, and safety car now rejoins the track. So a fairly disjointed race. But in all of that, Reinhold Kran has been the one who has lost out in that restart. He has been moved down the order. Philip Wills finding the route past. Now, how much of a risk is Philip Wills going to take to get to the front of this race? And if he does challenge Andre Fernandez when this gets going, will Tobias Vasquez Garcia see this as his big opportunity to get into second place? Angelo Fontana, who came into today, I would remind you, second in the championship. He's made it up to 9th from the back, so he's in the points. If things finish as they are now, we've got a red flag, so the race is being stopped. So the clock will stop, so clearly there may well be further issues with Ajit Kumar. It may be that there's damage to the barrier. If that is the case, we might need some barrier repairs. So there's a car pointing in the wrong direction, may well have been involved in that as well. That's Michael McInerney. You can see there's a fair bit of damage, and there is Ajit Kumar's car. So he is in the gravel trap. So the stewards have decided to throw a red flag. Let's have a look here. Kumar, McInerney getting together, and a rollover. Ajit Kumar rolling the car, and that is high drama indeed. So the two cars getting together, and Ajit Kumar's car doing a complete rollover. He lands back on his wheels. Well, that explains why we've got a red flag. The cars are built very safely, so no need to worry there. But the stewards will want to, and the medical crew will want to just make sure that Ajit Kumar is all well. A rollover, you don't often see those in Porsche Cup racing, but getting together with Michael McInerney and a big flip for Ajit Kumar. That is why the clock has stopped. That is why we have a red flag. The cars will be brought back probably into the pit lane. And we're pleased to say that Ajit Kumar is out of the car. So good news for all of his supporters. And there are many, many Ajit Kumar supporters. I know that, many thousands who are watching this and supporting their man. So he is out of the car and he will just go to the medical centre for a checkup. But the two cars just getting together, I would say very much a racing incident. But that has brought out the red flag. So Ajit Kumar, he's all good. He's out of the car, so no panicking there. But certainly his race has come to a premature end. And that is also the case for Michael McInerney. A lot of damage on that car as well. The cars will be brought back into the pit lane. We'll bring on the potter's wheel and wait for news on when we can get this restarted. And of course, this is very difficult for the drivers. Of course, you've been building yourself up all day. You've got the adrenaline running. You've been trying to get the nutrition and the hydration. And you're suddenly in the rhythm, and then the red flag comes out and you've got to come back to a stop. And it looks like they're going to yes, they're going to go back into the pit lane. So you have to come back to a stop, and suddenly you've got all that adrenaline pumping, and all the rhythm has gone. Right, well, that, I believe, is Michael McInerney going back on the moped, going back to the pit. So good to know that he's all okay as well. And just to repeat, yes, we have had a rollover involving Ajit Kumar, but he is out of the car, just going for a checkup at the medical centre. The car probably going to need more than a checkup to have that one ready for next weekend at the Circuit de Catalunya. And Ajit, no doubt, will be back in Barcelona next weekend for another 2 races in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, the club division. You can see the cars are now lining up at the end of the pit lane. There's not a lot of work that can be done on the cars by the crews. Drivers can get out, take a comfort break. We all need one of those once in a while. So they will line up there. Of course, the tyres and everything will cool down once again. And the drivers will then have to use the lap out of the pits to get them back up into operating window. The clock has stopped at 12 minutes and 58 seconds. So we should see that clock start ticking again once the cars are rolling. We have confirmation that the race will resume. So there will be a resumption at some point or the other. But we'll get any news that we can prior to that. I believe that Piers is down there and is going to try and have a chat to a few people as well, just to give everybody a break. 5:10 local time is the anticipated restart. So I don't think he's going to have much time to get a chat, because that is at about 3.5 minutes, I think. So I think Piers is down there, but I don't think he's going to have very long. I can see him there. Hi, Piers. I'm waving at you. You should be waving at me, really. So he stood there at the end of the pit lane. Right. Oh, thank you for the wave. Right. Over to you, Piers. What you got for us?
Cheers, Brian. Yeah, I thought we've got a couple of minutes, so I'll get some mid-race reaction from the drivers. Philip Wheels, a brilliant move to get up in second place. He's currently having a word with his driver coach. Can I jump and have a quick word, Tobias? Can we have a quick chat? Quick moment? Tobias, a good race so far, up to third place. It's going to be a short end to the race. What can you do?
Yeah, I'm out here hoping the speed is it's longer there at me, and I hope I can gain 1 or 2 positions.
1 or 2 would mean the win?
Yeah, for sure. I'm here to win.
How is it out there on circuit? What's it like to race so close?
Please?
It's very close out on circuit. You know, it's the racing must be good fun.
Yeah, it's really fun. It's such a great racetrack, and my colleagues forward are so cool. Yeah, it's great racing here.
Brilliant. Well, we'll see how you get on, Tobias. That's brilliant to chat to Tobias. Reinhold Kran was in second place at the start of the race. Brilliant racing, but just got shuffled down a couple of positions. Alexander Dobic still looming large. This is going to bring everyone together, of course, nose to tail during the race. I think we've got, how long have we got left? A couple minutes. So we'll grab a word with one more driver. Let's wander on further down the grid. Let's grab a word with Angelo Fontana, who was our pole-sitting driver, but then unfortunately, of course, having to start both races at the back of the grid after an unfortunate issue with the car. Are we allowed to grab a quick word with Angelo? Well, I'll let him talk to the engineers just for one moment, finish what he wants to talk about, and then I'll jump in if he's happy to have a chat. Are we happy to have a chat, Angelo? Angelo, of course, unfortunate starting down the back of the grid after what was a strong qualifying, but you're making a lot of moves out there. It looks good fun.
Yeah, I'm trying my best to come forward, but so many cars this time, not like Estoril.
not like Estoril, but you've got, of course, another red flag, a short end to the race, but it's brought everyone close together again. Can we see you move further forward?
Yeah, and I have an opportunity to get to the podium, I think.
Well, you heard it here first. Angelo, we look forward to that. Angelo Fontana reckoning he gets an opportunity at a podium here. I think it's probably time I hand back up to Brian so that I don't get run over very shortly.
Thank you, Piers. Yeah, David, please. That would be very, very embarrassing. Yes, well, some great stuff there. So, Angelo Fontana thinks he can get it on the podium. Well, he's in a good position, and I said it last time, I say it again. Sometimes you need a little bit of red mist to get you fired up to get your way through the pack. Of course, he is in what is commonly known as the carbon fibre zone at the moment, i.e. mid-pack. But if he can keep out of trouble, a podium is not out of the question. But I would say the person to watch is Tobias Vasquez Garcia. He's got his eyes on the top step of the podium. Remember, Andre Fernandez and Philip Wills have a bigger picture to think of. They've got a championship to think of. They need the points. They cannot afford a DNF. One DNF could ruin the entire season. Tobias Vasquez Garcia is here for the glory. He's here for the silverware. He will be throwing caution to the wind to try and get past. So keep an eye on the black and gold car currently in third place. The driver in that car looking to entertain us all as once again the clock ticks down and the safety car gets moving. So we're going to have a lap behind the safety car just to get the heat into the tyres and into the brakes. Andre Fernandez may feel the full force of a K. Kramer car in his rearview mirror. At the moment, the Proton Huber competition car, Philip Wills, in second place, is a rear gunner. And Andre Fernandez in the very rapid Velosa motorsport car, and they certainly prepare the cars well there. Reinhold Kran for lap time performance, he's in fourth place, and Hideko Racing in fifth place. Great to see such a wide spectrum of teams here taking part in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe this year, certainly bringing a lot of colour and a lot of action, and really enjoying what they bring to us. So the race is back underway. You can see the clock is ticking, but we are behind the safety car for this lap. We'd expect the safety car to come in next time around. If you've just joined us, we had a dramatic incident where Ajit Kumar got together with Michael McInerney. We saw Ajit Kumar rolling a Porsche, something you don't see very often. It takes a lot of work to get one of those on its roof in the gravel trap. Pleased to say that all drivers are okay. It brought out a red flag. Cars had to return to the pit lane. The debris has been cleared up, and we are now back underway. Once the safety car is back into the pits, we will be back racing, and I get the feeling there's going to be a lot of drivers pushing forward. So we've got two that we've spoken to. We've got Fontana down in ninth. We've got Vasquez Garcia in third place, and all are going to be pushing forwards, looking to move up through the order. Andre Fernandez is going to be making that green Porsche the widest Porsche in the whole of Spain as he tries to hold on to that lead position. Philip Wills will be nervous. He knows his championship lead is healthy at the moment, but it won't be if he finishes this race in a gravel trap. The lights are off on the safety car. The cars are up at turn 12. We are getting ready to once again resume racing. The clock is ticking as we approach the final third of this race, the last race of the weekend. Race 6 of an 8th race season for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division. And Andre Fernandez now has control of the pack. He backs them up and then he hits the accelerator. Does exactly what he needs to do out of turn 14 onto the pit straight. Right, here we go in towards turn 1. Are we going to see any challenges while they're bunched up? Potentially from Tobias Vasquez Garcia. Looks to the outside of Philip Wills. He said he fancies the win of this race. Now, as long as Philip Wills is having to defend, it's allowing Andre Fernandez to break clear. Vasquez Garcia to the outside into turn 2. Philip Wills trying to put the car both on the inside and the outside line. Vasquez Garcia now under pressure from Reinhold Kran, trying to come back, having been shuffled down through the pack. Angelo Fontana there as well, challenging just a little bit further back. Still very much in the same order at the moment. Lee Mold is the driver ahead of Angelo Fontana. The single file, Tobias Vasquez Garcia going a little wide, bumping over the curbs. A little bit of dirt thrown up into the air. Alexander Dobic challenging Reinhold Kran for that 4th place. Andre Fernandez breaking clear while he can. Philip Wills driving with his eyes on the mirrors. He's got the 1-2-1 car all over him like the cheap suits. 1, 2, 3 running together. A challenge for position further back, and that is Carsten Kramer coming through as well. So Carsten Kramer trying to challenge for positions. Here comes our race leader, Andre Fernandez. There is Philip Wills, nothing between these drivers and cars. Angelo Fontana into 8th place at the moment. Jan-Jaap van Roon, so Fontana trying to push forwards. Jan-Jaap van Roon in 7th place, just ahead of him. Fontana said he could finish on the podium. He's got 8 3/4 minutes plus 1 lap to do something about the position he is in. Out along the pit straight, we come once again in towards turn 1. Still, Andre Fernandez leading the way. He's not breaking clear of Philip Wills. It is just 0.4 of a second between 1st and 2nd place. Fontana picks off another car. He's up into 7th place. Next up the road, Alexander Dobic will be ahead of him. Fontana breaking clear of Jan-Jaap van Roon. Nemo just behind them as well, but Fontana said he could finish on the podium. Can he do it? With 8 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. We're riding on board with him at the moment. You can see how hard he is fighting, how hard he is concentrating, fighting the wheel at every corner, trying to get the number 80 S1 racing car to the end of the race in a podium position. Still Fernandez at the front, holding off Philip Wills. The leader in the GT4 category, still Patrick Cunha in 13th place, but he's got Jorge Rodriguez just behind him. We've got one eye on that as well. 7.5 minutes remaining of this race. No big changes at the moment, with the exception of Angelo Fontana pushing his way through. You can see how hard he is fighting as the back end of the car slides around the corner. Here's Philip Wills, still holding off Tobias Vasquez Garcia. In that 2nd place, Philip Wills holding on to the position. Andre Fernandez just breaking clear a little from this battle for 2nd place. Philip Wills looks as though he's struggling for grip into turn 14. The car going deep into the corner. Out along the pit straight we come once again in towards turn 1. This is tense. 7 minutes plus 1 lap remaining into turn 1. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, clear of 4th place Reinhold Kran at the moment. Then Alexander Dobic. Then Carsten Kramer, then Angelo Fontana from the back of the pack. Fontana, you just know, is going to make a challenge sometime soon. He goes to the outside. Kramer has the faster racing line covered off. The incident that we saw with Ajit Kumar to be investigated after the race. No advantage of doing it now. Angelo Fontana challenging still for position. 1-2-2, Carsten Kramer holding on to that 6th place, but for how long? Fontana knows he needs to get the points for the championship. He cannot afford to be cautious. He needs every single point that he can get. At the front, Andre Fernandez looks to be under control. Philip Wills still holding off Tobias Vasquez Garcia. Fontana to the inside of the corner they come, tucking back behind. That is in towards turn 10. And then round turn 11. And then towards turn 12 they will come. Still, things remaining as they are. Alexander Dobic has moved his way forwards on Carsten Kramer. Now Angelo Fontana putting the pressure on as well. He looks to the inside, then to the outside. Is there going to be a gap as they come into turn 13 and 14? Is he going to be able to find his way past that car? They're going to come out onto the pit straight. They'll want to get a good exit from this corner, then pick up a slipstream. Along past the pits they come. Here comes our race leader. But look at this fight further back. Angelo Fontana, side by side, along past the pits they come. And it's Angelo Fontana who has his nose in front in towards turn 1. Fontana moving up into 6th place. Still got another 3 places to go if he wants to get onto the podium. Meanwhile, Andre Fernandez just turning up the wick a little with 5 minutes remaining. The fastest lap of the race belongs to Andre Fernandez. He looks to have it under control. 0.8 of a second ahead of Philip Wills in 2nd place. Tobias Vasquez Garcia, has he got anything else up his sleeve? 0.3 of a second back from Philip Wills. And still, the charge from Angelo Fontana as he pushes his way forwards. We're riding on board with Philip Wills. In the graphic on the left-hand side of your screen, you can see how much he is focusing. It's allowing Andre Fernandez to break clear while he is defending as much as he can. A track limits warning has been awarded to car 56, Lee Mole, so he is under investigation by the stewards. He's had a warning. He cannot exceed track limits anymore, otherwise he will pick up a time penalty. We're looking again at the 1-2-1, the 3rd place car. He's not done yet, is he? 4 minutes and 10 seconds plus 1 lap remaining. Tobias Vasquez Garcia, he reckoned a win was not out of the question. Andre Fernandez, though, breaking clear of this battle for 2nd place. But can Tobias Vasquez Garcia move up a position on the podium? Can he relegate Philip Wills? Philip Wills needs all the points he can get. 3 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. Here come the leaders. Here comes Andre Fernandez. The gap is up to 1.4 seconds. While Philip Wills is defending that 2nd place, it's allowing the leader to break clear. Again, a challenge to the inside, to the outside. It's turn 1, out of turn 1, up towards turn 2. Once again, absolute flat out, then heavy braking. The 2nd gear corner, a gap on the inside. Philip Wills has the momentum around the outside into turn 3. Then down towards turn 4. 3.25 minutes remaining of this race. Tobias Vasquez Garcia still looking to get that position, and that is a car going wide. That is Jorge Rodriguez going very wide out of the corner. He drops back in, but that's allowed Patrick Coonhard to break clear. It's allowed Corrado Costa to get in between him and his rival. So the GT4 race very much in favour of Patrick Coonhard once again. Coonhard in the red and white car, but now it is Corrado Costa who tries to pressure for position. Coonhard not really in a fight with the 24 car. That is a Porsche 718 Cayman against the GT3 Porsche 911. His big occupation is keeping Jorge Rodriguez behind him. And Philip Wills' big attention is on holding on to that 2nd place. Again, Tobias Vasquez Garcia in 3rd place. Angelo Fontana now the fastest man on the track with a fastest lap. But time is running out. 2 minutes and 20 seconds of this race remaining. Andre Fernandez has a comfortable gap at the front. It was 1.438 last time across the line. It's now 1.785, so he continues to stretch his legs. 2nd place may well be as far forwards as Philip Wills is going to be able to get. And it is Tobias Vasquez Garcia who will want to demote him a position further. The 2 cars running together. What else has Vasquez Garcia got up his sleeve that he can do to get past Philip Wills? You can see on board with Angelo Fontana, a view from the inside, a view from the outside. He's in 6th place. Alexander Dobic is ahead of him in 5th place. So he could catch up with him, but can he get past with 1.5 minutes remaining? A podium position now starting to look a little less likely for Angelo Fontana, but he still could pick up valuable points here. Alexander Dobic in the number 33 car, just ahead of him. Dobic, who finished the last race in 3rd position on the podium, his first ever podium in this series. Now with Angelo Fontana bearing down on him. Fontana going very deep into the corner, leaving the braking as late as he dare. We're into the final minute of the race, plus 1 lap. Our race leader is up at turn 12, so I reckon we are going to get a couple more laps left of this race. Look at this for 2nd place. Philip Wills fighting with the wheel, on board with him. He has to focus on what's in front. He can't be looking at what's behind. Into turn 13, they will come in just a few moments, and then into 14, out onto the pit straight they come once again. Is there going to be a challenge for second place? Picking up a slipstream. Angelo Fontana with another fastest lap into turn 1. Garcia looks to the inside, tucks back behind Wills. Second place remains very much as it was at the moment. Vasquez Garcia in that third place, braking late, trying to distract Philip Wills. Wills not one for making mistakes, holding it all together. Reinhold Kran in fourth place, Alexander Dobic behind him, then Angelo Fontana pushing his way through as best he can. The clock is about to strike 0. It will be what remains of this lap, plus one more, so about a lap and a half of this race remaining. Philip Wills is going to have to draw on everything that he has to keep it all together, to not allow Tobias Vasquez Garcia past. Vasquez Garcia, who desperately wants to move his way further up on the podium. He's in a podium position at the moment, but second place, teasingly close. The race leader just ahead of them by about 2 seconds. The 1, 2, 3, flashing through your picture. There is your race leader going through the top of your picture. This is the fight for second place. Patrick Cunha about 0.2 of a second ahead of Jorge Rodriguez in the GT4 race. But our attention very much on this, the podium race. Fourth place not over yet either. We have Reinhold Kran, Alexander Dobic, Angelo Fontana from the back of the pack, putting the pressure on both of them, maybe fancying a shot at fourth place in the dying moments of this race. Out onto the pit straight we come once again to start the very last lap of the race, the last lap of the afternoon. Andre Fernandez has it all under control at the moment. He just needs to complete the final 4 kilometers of the Valencia circuit. But all the other positions very much up for grabs. Alexander Dobic just showing his nose to the side of Reinhold Kran. Angelo Fontana a little bit too far back to take advantage, but now Fontana launches his attack as Alexander Dobic attacks Reinhold Kran. Fontana will try and attack Dobic. So, second place once again. We're looking at so many battles here. It's raging on here at Circuito Ricardo Tormo in Valencia. The final lap of the race, the final lap of the afternoon in round 6 of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division. Here comes our race leader. He just has to complete the second half of this lap and all is done and dusted. Andre Fernandez in the lead, but second place still very much up for grabs. Philip Wills goes deep into the corner. Tobias Vasquez Garcia leaving as braking as late as he dare, but still he can't get past. Wills holding on to that second place. Vasquez Garcia still in that third place behind them. Reinhold Kran, Angelo Fontana has got past Alexander Dobic. Dobic's down into 6th place, so Fontana up into 5th place. Our race leader now into the final corner. Andre Fernandez holding it all together. He started from pole position and now he rounds the final turn. He'll see the checkered flag in front of him. It will be a lights-to flag victory for Andre Fernandez. Philip Wills is going to hold off Tobias Vasquez Garcia for second place. Immense pressure. Now, somebody's had a moment in the background. I just saw somebody darting off across the line, and it's Alexander Dobic. After all that hard work, into the gravel trap. Angelo Fontana into 5th place. Reinhold Kran in 4th. Then Jan Jaap van Roon promoted up to 6th, ahead of Karsten Kramer. And then Lee Mole in 8th place, Marabi Mekbabishvili from the back of the pack, and another solid drive from David Harrison rounding out the top 10. But what a shame for Alexander Dobic, losing it on the very last corner and into the gravel trap. And a win in the GT4 category because Jorge Rodriguez has beaten Patrick Cunha on the last lap of the race. Jorge Rodriguez beats Patrick Cunha across the line to take the win in the GT4 category. So clearly a very dramatic last lap for Patrick Cunha as well. We saw that Jorge Rodriguez was with him all the way, but nicking that position in the final stages of the final lap to win in the GT4 category. Drama all the way through this race. We had everything, including a red flag, safety cars, you name it, we had it. But it's Andre Fernandez who kept his nose clean, turning a pole position into a victory ahead of championship leader Philip Wills, who's done exactly what he needed to do to extend his lead at the top of the championship. Tobias Vasquez Garcia in 3rd place, threw everything that he had at Felipe Wills for that 2nd place, but it wasn't going to be any better than 3rd. Reinhold Kran Angelo Fontana from the very back into 5th place ahead of Jan-Jaap van Roon. Karsten Kramer in 7th place ahead of Lee Mole, Marabi Mekvabishvili and David Harrison. Tobias Weidner coming home in 11th ahead of Corrado Costa, who was in the wars as well. Ernst Inderbitzen in 13th, and a win in the GT4 category for Jorge Rodriguez ahead of his main rival Patrick Cunha. Alexander Dobic recorded as 16th place, having lost it on that last corner. And then non-finishers, Michael McInerney, Ajit Kumar and Eric Wagner. What a dramatic way to finish round 6 of the season for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe 2025. So into the pit lane they come. Boy, that was tense. Sweaty palms all around everybody. That was great racing. Fernandez just doing what he needed to do, keeping it all together, not allowing the pressure to get to him. He hasn't been feeling 100%, fighting flu-like symptoms this weekend, so really having the odds stacked against him. Had that spin this morning in qualifying, which robbed him of a potential pole position in the first race that we saw today in round 5, but made up for it in round 6, the second race of the afternoon. But Philip Wills, who came into this weekend with a 26-point lead over Angelo Fontana, has certainly extended that in each race, with Javier Ripoll Jr. not here either. And there is Christoph Huber on the right-hand side with the glasses, the co-owner of Proton Huber competition. And we said it earlier, but say again, happy birthday, Christoph Huber. It was his birthday this week, and absolute character. There's Dylan Pereira, a superstar Porsche driver, doing the coaching. I believe he has been coaching our race winner, Andre Fernandez. Whatever he's been telling him, that's worth its weight in gold, isn't it? But it still took Andre Fernandez to do the hard work and to bring it home. You can see there, he's with Piers in the pit lane. I think Piers is about to have a word with him.
Brilliant. Yeah, what a great day for you. Andre, come this side for me, please, in front of your winning machine. Yeah. What a drive. You know, it's been a busy day for you. Drama in qualifying, you know, you had the struggles in race 1, but it all came together in race number 2.
Yeah, thank God, you know, I keep the pace and try to make the team happy, because they said, oh, you can do it, push. Dylan is telling me, no, you can do it. Okay, so I'm going to push.
Are the team happy? Are you happy? Thumbs up from the team. Thumbs up from the team.
Thumbs up, yes.
It must feel good. It must feel good to of course, close the gap a little bit in the championship to Philip.
Yeah, Philip is, you know, he got more wins than me already, you know, but let's see in Barcelona now. But he performs very well every race. That's good. It's a good championship. I like to keep it together, close.
Very close racing at this at the front end, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is very close, you know, but let's see in Barcelona now.
We look forward to seeing you there, Andre. Congratulations on a win in the club division. I'll grab Philip Wills, our second place driver. Philip, if it's okay to come and grab a word with you. Second place, another podium. That's a lot of podiums this season so far.
Yeah.
Championships.
It was a big fight this race, especially also two safety cars, restarts, and this Vasquez. He made my life difficult to keep him behind me and to defend myself. That's why I could not chase the first one anymore. It was too dangerous. And also I thought, yeah, okay, stay safe. And it's good for the points for the championship also. Absolutely. Because now, so everybody's happy. I'm also very happy because keep it all the time. Do your business, do your stuff all the time, and don't let your push up behind you or in front of you, or don't over push it, because it will not work. Yes. So that's what I did.
It was a brilliant race to watch from our point of view. You were pushed all the way. It was great fun to watch. It must have been great fun in the car.
Yeah. In the safety car restart, I found it. I learned it now very good to pick up and pass the other guy, Kran, I think, in the first corner. So it was pretty aggressively, but I think he was slowing me down, and the other one was pushing all the time. So I think I have to pass him, otherwise I will lose my podium place. Yeah. So we manage it again. So
you look like you're really enjoying this season in the championship.
Yeah, of course. It's like a holiday, and the passion and everything is nice. The environment is nice, so it's a very nice championship. I will join next year for sure.
Amazing. Philip, congratulations, another podium, extending your championship lead. We'll see you in Barcelona?
Yeah.
Of course, you need to win that championship. And our third place driver, who is Tobias Vasquez. Where is Tobias Vasquez? Where is he? Our third place driver. Where is he? I don't see him. Is he right there? Tobias? Yes, come on in. Come this side for me. Third place, a great drive. You were pushing Philip all the way.
Yeah, for sure. I hoped for the second place, but in the end, it's a podium. It was a great race from the end of from the starting group, and I'm happy.
Absolutely, I can see the happiness on your face. That race looked like good fun. You were pushing Philip all the way.
Yeah, it was fun. It was so much fun, and Andre as well. The gap wasn't so big, but in the end, they were a little bit faster than me. So. Congratulations to them.
Absolutely. We will be seeing you in Barcelona for the final round?
Yeah, I will be there.
Amazing. We look forward to seeing you there. Maybe more podiums.
Yeah, for sure. I hope for.
Tobias, congratulations. That is our. When we grab a word with our winner in GT4 as well, because this time it was Jorge. It was Jorge Rodriguez. Is Jorge around? Jorge, are we happy? Are you happy for an interview, Jorge? Interview in English or Portuguese?
Portuguese.
Portuguese. Come this side for me, please. Jorge, just talk to us about the race. How was it for you?
Foi uma boa corrida, bem disputada até a última volta com o meu colega Patrick Cunha e divertimos-nos muito. Era uma corrida que servia de teste para o nosso campeonato, que é o Campeonato Ibérico GT4, e correu tudo bem. Pronto, uma vitória para cada
Congratulations, great win, and we'll see you on the podium in a second. Before we do the podium, we'll have a look back at what was a very dramatic final race this weekend in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division.
Thank you, Piers. A good job having a chat to all of them. And did Philip Wills just describe that as a holiday? Well, I hate to think what he does for work then. That was a hard working time. But all the drivers just showing how much they love this legendary championship. They all seem to be having an absolute ball here in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Let's have a look back at round 6 of the club division in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. So a good solid start as the cars under leaden sky received the green lights, and Andre Fernandez really never looked to be anything less than a race winner. He opened up a gap early on and left everybody else to fight their way through. Ajit Kumar, well, he'd been in the wars all race long. It was going to end a lot more dramatically than that. There was a little spin. The other one involved, Michael McInerney, was also going to have a dramatic end to his race, having a few moments early on as well. As is always the case, a lot of people fighting and pushing through the pack, none more so than Tobias Vasquez Garcia, who fought his way up through to challenge for the podium positions. But the driver having to come from the very back, Angelo Fontana, he has spent the entire day in traffic working hard to push his way forwards. Here a replay of him. Corrado Costa, very up close and personal moment, and Costa turning around. There were no penalties awarded there. Costa perhaps admitting responsibility on that one, maybe. Patrick Cunha looked to have the GT4 race under control, but that was all going to change in the latter parts. But the high drama started to come. First, it was Eric Wagner who found the wall and brought out a full course yellow, and we had a bit of time behind the safety car. We did get things underway, albeit very briefly. We had a challenge from Philip Wills for second place, relegating Reinhold Kran. Kran getting hung out to dry somewhat and getting shuffled down through the pack as the rest of the cars saw the gap as well. All closed rank and sent him spiralling back down the order. He was able to come back for a 4th place, but this was the dramatic moment of the race. Contact between Michael McInerney and Ajit Kumar, and a big double rollover for Ajit Kumar. Pleased to say that he was all okay, which is more than can be said for the car, the remnants of which were towed from the gravel trap back to the garage, and Red Ant Racing will get to work on that, I have no doubt. We got back under green flag conditions, and it was a very tense 10 minutes remaining in this race. the positions really nose to tail. Andre Fernandez, though, just keeping his cool while all of that was going on. Carsten Kramer once again very much in the wars as well, and he eventually coming home in 7th place. The driver who was relegating car after car, Angelo Fontana, and here he was with Carsten Kramer. Kramer driving as defensively as he dared, but eventually Angelo Fontana was going to get past and was going to take that position away from him. Again, Corrado Costa on his return to Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe in the wars a little bit. There was the GT4 race, Patrick Cunha, but he had Jorge Rodriguez breathing down his exhaust pipe. Also breathing down the exhaust pipe, Philip Wills had Tobias Vasquez Garcia for that 2nd place, and he was really having to be as defensive as he dare. There was Jorge Rodriguez going very wide on the corner. That was the GT4 battle that was taking place. The two Porsche 718 Cayman RS Club Sport cars fighting each other for position, and out across the line they came. Eventually Jorge getting that position on the top step of the podium in the GT4 race. Fontana never gave up, did he? Andre Fernandez opened up a gap to take the win of the race. Philip Wills in 2nd place, holding off immense pressure from Tobias Vasquez Garcia for 2nd place, extending his position at the top of the championship. He's going to have to do a bit of work next weekend in Barcelona, but clearly loving it. Philip Wills certainly with one hand on the trophy in the club division. But it ain't over till it's over. And for our final podium, it's back down to Piers.
Brian, thank you so much for taking us through all of those races. We'll see you and hear your voice once again in Barcelona in just a week's time. But before then, we have our podium ceremony for the club division. And we'll start with the AM classification overall. And in 3rd place, it was the 1-2-1 from Germany. No, not Germany. From Tobias Vasquez. Tobias Vasquez, everyone! Tobias Vasquez for K. Kramer Racing. He is from Germany. Great drive from Tobias, his first podium in this championship this year. 2nd place, our championship leader, the number 912 from Belgium, Philip Wills. Great drive from Philip Wills, soaking up the pressure. Philip driving for the Proton Huber competition team. But it was eventually our winner, the number 919 from Portugal, Andre Fernandez. Andre driving for the Veloso Motorsport team, who have come out in force to support the winner of the race, and we will now have the Portuguese national anthem for Andre. Brilliant racing, and what was a dramatic final race of this event here at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo near Valencia. 3rd place, Tobias Vasquez receiving his trophy from series manager Lars Plato. 2nd place and championship leader Philip Wills continuing his run of podiums that he's racking up, and our eventual winner was not Tobias Vasquez, it was Andre Fernandez for Veloso Motorsport. Brilliant race, and we'll get everyone together for a photo on the podium. What a great drive from all 3 of these, putting on the entertainment once again. Brilliant, and you may now celebrate with the champagne, gentlemen. Congratulations. There we go, there's definitely some experienced champagne spraying there. Congratulations, well done guys. We'll see you, hopefully all, in just about a few days' time in Barcelona, Circuit de Catalunya. Thank you very much. No, Andre, behave. No, guys. Right, I've managed to stay dry for now. We have one more podium to come, and that will be the GT4 classification. 2 drivers on this podium, starting in 2nd place. It is Patrick Cunha. 2nd place for Patrick Cunha for Veloso Motorsport. Round of applause for Patrick. Patrick Patrick Kuhner, everyone! Congratulations, and our eventual winner. Great race between these two, Jorge Rodriguez. Also driving for Veloso Motorsport. Great driving from these two. You can see the camaraderie between them. And we will now have the Portuguese national anthem. Congratulations, both of our drivers, Jorge in first and Patrick Kuhner in second. Patrick receiving his trophy now for second place, and the winning trophy also being handed to Jorge. So a win apiece this weekend. Hopefully we'll see some more great racing from those two next weekend. Raising the trophy aloft, and we'll now have, whoa, gentlemen, let's do the photos first, please. We can get a dry photo and we'll get the afters on the way. I can tell they're raring to go. Celebrate with champagne, gentlemen? Not today. Not today. We'll drink it. Oh! Patrick Kuhner with the... oh, no, I'm going to get out of the way. Brilliant. I love it. I love it. You can tell these two get on really well. It's a good day to be a Portuguese fan if you are watching the club division of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Wonderful, wonderful entertainment. And if you've enjoyed that entertainment, well, guess what? We've still got a whole nother round coming up next week. The 1st of March next weekend is when we're back racing once again. The Circuit Catalunya, Barcelona, of course, a Formula 1 track. Produced great racing last year. Going to have great racing again, of course, this year. We'll be seeing all the same faces, maybe even some new faces as well. Thank you, everyone at home that's watched. If you have watched and you're watching on the online, make sure to drop us a like. If you've watched on television, then thank you very much for tuning in. Thanks to the circuit, Ricardo Tormo, always a great host. The rain stayed away. It was lovely weather. Thank you to all the organisers, the marshals, everyone at the track, Alpha Live for putting on the production. And we will see you all in a week's time, 1st of March, same place, same time.